상대적으로 조금 더 대세픽을 가져갔다는 느낌이 드는 쪽은 탑의 캐리력이 가장 중요해요. 요즘 메타를 생각해봤을 때는 G 타이거스 쪽인데 IM도 전체적으로 봤을 때는 노블적으로 포킹 조합 가져갔고 거기에 또 앨리스가 각광받고 있는 상황에서 가져간 것도 큰 의미를 찾을 수 있습니다. 그리고 11을 빼앗겼으면 저는 반대로 G 타이거즈가 뱀픽을 너무 잘해서 이건 너무 흐름이 좋다라고 말씀을 드렸을 텐데 가져간 것도 그 IM 입장에서 좋은 선택이었고요. 지금 이 상황쯤 됐으면 운영 싸움으로 좀 많은 게 접어들 것 같은데 일단 미드의 주도권은 제 생각에 프로 쪽에 있을 것 같아요.
빅과드 제거하죠.
네.
자, 럼블 조심해야 됩니다. 네, 한 번. 자,
이거는-
반대. 네, 뒤로 돌리고.
완벽한
굉장히.
킹! 야,
네, 강타까지 확실히. 예.
오히려 이런 식으로
콤보가 한명 없죠. 헬프야,
근데 이거 위험하죠. 위험한
프로 살았나요? 세 번째 뼈 있어요.
럼블도 왔는데 아무것도
네.
못합니다.
회복 너무 좋았고요.
네.
판테온.
네, 자, 판테온. 자, 일단
이퀄라이저.
자, 느리게 만들어 놓고 누가 붙어야죠.
아래로 도망가면
네.
카사딘
반대쪽에 가사딘.
커버가 없으면 드래곤 가야죠.
네.
시간 잘 끌고 있죠, 그래도.
네, 라일라가 죽어도 조금만 더 버텨주면 네. 자, 유럽 이제 교환이 되는 겁니다.
이거는 예, 훌륭한 희생이었죠.
예.
커버를 해줄 필요가
네.
있겠죠?
자, 라일락 쪽. 일단 느리게
예.
계속
전면까지 활용했어요.
네. 계속 때려서
아프긴 아프죠. 커버가 늦어요. 예. 생각을
근데
했었어요.
제가
앨리스가 앨리스 걸리게 문제죠. 앨리스까지 죽으면 제네타 해병. 네.
제라스 지원 잘 왔죠.
그렇죠.
이거 약간
켜요. 투진 따로 켜요. 따로 켜요. 헬프. 네.
이거는 안 좋죠.
진짜 풀리면 그냥
벽전면까지.
저 벽이 넘기가 좀 힘든 벽이에요.
예.
그러면 판테온도 아래쪽으로
예.
오는데요.
네.
또
갑니다.
근데 이게 또
네, 가나요?
잡히는-
시간을 끌어주면 한번 스타 걸고요.
컬라이저 사이에
이거는
네.
그런데 이거 좀 커요.
잘 왔어.
그러니까 여기서 어떻게든
떨어지네.
네. 이퀄라이저까지.
JT 라일락 죽었고요. 판테온 잡았고요.
네.
추가 싸움은
타워를 찍기 어렵나요? 타워까지.
여차하면
그런데
여차하면 이런 플레이
파오.
우와, 이거는
기적에
서해만 가겠어거든요.
네.
원래
걸죠.
설마 갔어. 우리 갔어. 자,
네.
여기서
하나가게.
먹었어요, 이거를.
그러면
근데 여기서 괜히 무리해서 싸우는 건 안 좋고요. IM도.
지인 안 싸웁니까? 용으로.
라인 압박 오고 드래곤 지역 맵 장악하는 거는 G 타이거즈가 예상하고 있는 거다 이거죠. 아예 이게 바로 노련미입니다.
저런
먹어버렸어요.
그냥 너희 욕 먹어라. 우리도 1스택이야.
그러니까 보통 확률적으로 볼 때 상대편이 드래곤 쪽 시야 장악을 미리 해놨고 드래곤 쪽 가기가 부담스럽다면 다른 쪽 사이드라인으로 돌거나 혹은 바로 쪽 저런 식의 낚시 플레이를 하는데 진짜 먹는 경우는 굉장히 뒤에서. 근데 이거 쓰레쉬 체력 관리 근데 일단 떨어지네요.
네. 자, 2명.
강제.
네, 일단
프로즌이
컬라이저까지. 하나 더. 자, 리브 전사.
프로즌 11을 둘다 소스타까지
너무 빨리 졌네요.
이거 추격의 가다딘. 네, 아니면 그냥 플레이가 끝날 수도 있겠죠.
G-타이거즈.
에이스 한 번에 완벽 한 판승이 나왔습니다. 한 판승이.
아니 듀오딜러만 너무
야.
쏙쏙 뽑아 먹었는데요 이거.
네. 야, 가다딘 일로 와. 4인 2거든요. 요거 보너스 쏠쏠하죠. 요거 빗나갔다.
자 맞았습니다.
영재에서 삼겠다.
조냔 있어요. 조냔인데 이거 깔끔하게
네 명,
잡혀가네요.
네 명, 네 명.
그러면 미드.
네 명,
자,
미드.
미드. 근데서 이퀄라이저 미사일 맞으면 난리 나는 거죠. 근데 이거 포킹을 해도 확실하게 해야 됩니다.
갑니다.
자, 들어가죠.
한태원 대강아.
한테 오히려 엮고.
이퀄라이저 미사일
이퀄라이저
왼쪽으로
대강.
빠졌고요.
일단 잘
자
빠졌네요.
이거 잘 빠지긴 했죠. 근데 투신이 오히려 살긴 했는데 빌데스 그리고 뿅뿅뿅.
제이스 위치가 좀 정확고요.
제이스가 잡혀버리고 말아요. 제이스가 아무것도 못하는
네.
포지션이었습니다. 제이스를 없는 거였어요 지금.
네. 그리고 제이스도 흑백하면 나올 것 같은데요.
제이스가 지금 할 수 있는 건 시간이라도 최대한 오래 끌어야 돼.
네. 하지만 프로가 그냥 넘어갈 리가 없게 쫓아가다 30킬 마지막 적전치 용까지. 다시 떨어지면 네. 자, 아무도 안 죽었죠. 지금요
정말 좋아요.
그래도 이거 카사딘 잡은 거
좋았어요.
좋았고요. 올레바
여기서 한번 만나는데 땡겼죠.
이런 숫자는 IM도 많거든요. 이거는
쫓아가서 끝냅니다. 그렇게
근데
하나 더
코르키가
라일락까지
프리딜을
한방
하고
마무리.
코르키가.
더블킬.
코르키가 프리딜에 스레쉬 러쉬가 또 사형 선고를 거기서 도와주는데
네.
트리플 킬!
네.
드라곤
네.
잡았을 수도 있어요.
한 번 더 또
네, 한번 또 예. 리플레이 아니에요.
차이가
네,
벌어지는데요.
떨어지면 죽죠.
아, G 타이거스 잘하네요, 확실히.
네. 그렇죠. 네.
집요하게 프로즌만
그런데다가 고릴라의 사형 선고는 진짜 매섭게 들어가네요.
중간중간
네.
계속 잘 들어가요.
네, 이거 경기 거의 끝났죠, 이거. CG. 진짜 신생팀에도 불구하고 선수들의 몇몇 장난 아닙니다. GG.
GG.
강력합니다.
네.
럼블을 가져간 것까지는 좋은데 어쨌든 나르를 상대에게 내줘야 했다는
네.
건 뱀픽 단계에서 그건 부담일 거고요. 위즈덤 선수의 베스트 픽인 리신 가져간 건 좋지만 이 전경기 MVP 판테온을 다시 한번 내줬습니다. 강제인 시팅의 수단을 줬어요. 제 생각에는 뭐 모든 포지션 하나 안 중요한 거 없겠습니다만 프로즌 선수의 신드라가 가장 중요할 것 같습니다. 1경기 때 미드 주도권 못 잡고 약간 쩔쩔매는 모습을 보이면서 여러 가지 상대가 킬은 먹긴 했지만 CS는 오히려 앞서 나가면서 여유 있는 상황을 만들어줬거든요. 프로즌 선수의 신드라에 많은 것이 걸려있다는 생각이 드네요.
경기 시작됐습니다. 자, 그리고 움직이기 시작하는데요. 리신과 쓰레쉬가 같이 다닙니다.
밀리는 라인이 됐다 이거죠.
네.
저기 깜깜하다.
자, 리신.
자, 이거 점프
네.
뛰겠죠,
자,
점프.
분노는 아직
자,
시간이 걸리고요.
이상까지
빨리
깔끔하게 나왔습니다.
네.
언제나 출발은 좋아요.
네. 그렇죠. 이거 4명이에요.
이거는
한태영 하면 이거 몇 개 가능합니다. 자, 일단 헤일러가 밀어냈고요.
싸움이 중요해요.
오래 살아요. 우리가 무지막지하게 오래 살았어요.
안에 나가냈어.
아, 이퀄라이저 미사일.
정답.
자, 이퀄라이저
정치가 좋지는 않았고요.
코르키가.
자, 그래도
잡아야 돼요, 이거는.
하나도 라일락 이렇게 두 번째 킬.
정말 다행이네요. 그래도.
네. 자, 정글들끼리 교환했고요.
그리고 여기서 쭉 한번
예, 옆구리 칠 수 있습니다. 프로. 아, 근데 시간리가 좋은데. 라일락을 1.4. 프로를.
감사. 프로 지금 뭐 힐 못 받으면
네, 구로
죽는 게 아닌가요? 아, 힐에 들어갔었네요. 힐 들어갔었던 것 같고.
자, 프로 왔다 괜히 죽었죠.
나름 만만치 않거든요. 자,
자, 여기 라일락.
레드 있는 나를
아,
레드 있는
레드
나를
있어요. 느려지죠. 그리고 또
또 때려줘.
아, 이거
예.
누가
네,
지원 안
옆에도.
도
오히려. 자, 그러면 그 전에 먼저 준다.
프로젠
프로전 살았는데
난리 났습니다.
내가 나는 바로 커졌죠.
진짜 난리 났어요.
네.
이퀄라이저 있어도 아무것도 할 게 없습니다.
네.
지금. 그런 식으로 강제 이니시를 당하면 녹을 수밖에 없는 게 사실이에요.
그렇죠.
차라리 럼블이 뭐 먼저 넘어와서 같이 다 대기를 하고 있지 않는 이상 상대편이 그냥 먼저 과감하게 움직여버리니까 그냥 끊기고 그래도 이런 거 한번
예. 그래도 마지막.
어디까지 갔어요. 스피드라도 했었으면
끈하게 다이브를 하든가
그렇죠.
해야 되는데
이도저도 아니 플레이다.
그래도
차고 잘하죠. 킬까지. 네.
그리고 하나 더
플레이까지. 플레이가
나와야죠.
네.
플레이가 IM이 무조건 싸워야 돼요. 싸우긴 싸워야 돼요, 제 생각에는.
네.
이거는 안 싸우고 여기서 우회할 생각하면 운영이 일단 안 됩니다.
네.
나르 같은
계속
자리
분노해야죠.
너무
해야죠.
너무 계속 해야 돼요.
계속 분노.
저만 안 맞았어요,
네.
다행히.
딱 죽기 직전까지 때렸네.
네.
집에 가야죠, 그러면. 미신 안 가나요? 갔었어요. 아니 이것도 왜 한 번?
그 선수들 아직까지 매복 중이거든요.
힘이 나오긴 나왔어요. 맞았어요.
자, 알덴
걸어야죠.
안다. 1.4.
근데 나리가 좀 많이
네.
있는. 오래 걸리긴 했습니다. 자,
자, 이제
잡았습니다.
생존. 살았습니다.
오 떨어지는 것 같은데요.
아니, 분노 차기 일어나세요. 아니면 조리는 보다.
분노가 차올랐어요.
네. 네.
한타가 종료가 됐죠 사실상.
그렇죠. 아, 지금 2명 죽으면서 바로 빠지죠. 못 던지면 탈락까지. 아,
구구모 프리딜.
무조건 어딜 가기는 그냥 끝까지 가는 거죠. 누가 먹을래? 마무리.
정말 죽을 각오로 하는 느낌이
오히려 들어옵니다.
오히려 들어
예.
네.
어떻게든 흡파. 그래도 코너.
네. 고르키 차. 잡고.
캐시아시 마무리.
마무리. 네. 에이스.
나르를 왜 배내야 되는지 보여줘.
네. 그렇게 한번.
네, 리신이
네.
멀거든요 지금.
네.
어찌 보면 한번
이거
기회
시간만 좀 끌어주면.
하고
네.
아 너무 빨리
아니
잡았어.
반피.
너무 빨리 잡았어.
이퀄라이저 미사일
속도가
한번.
빠릅니다. 속도가 빨라요.
이퀄라이저라고.
너무 빨라요.
아 바로 먹었고요.
헤이 빠졌고요 일단.
네.
괴물이 또
헤이 빠졌는데 여기서 그냥 싸우는 거
네.
어떤가요 일단? 판테온 궁극기.
자 니네가 오냐?
판테온 쫓아.
한편 점사하면
29 대박.
자
여기서
프로즈니 프로즈 좋냐? 그리고 샷
앞에 괴물이 있어. 앞에 괴물이 있어. 괴물이.
네 나를.
음파를 야속하고요
네,
지금.
나를 계속 때려요. 나를 계속 때려요. 나를. 괴물이 카이팅을 안 해. 괴물이 카이팅을 그냥 게임을 작으면 카이팅. 마무리. 톡톡 뛰기도 잘해요. 아 마무리 짓겠는데요. 경기 끝났죠? 와 스맵 나를 GG.
Today's matchup, Najin EM Fire, KT Roaster, SK Telecom T1, CJ Entus. 2015 Spenu League of Legends Champions Korea Spring.
Hey guys, welcome to Champions Korea. I am Doa, that is Monte Cristo, and today, already it's the last day of the first week. It seems like it's flying by, but we've got a long season ahead of us, and we've got an amazing set of games today again.
Yeah, we do. I'm particularly excited for this first match between Najin,
Definitely.
Empire, and KT Rolster, just because KT looks like they've finally gone with their starting lineup, and that will be Score in the jungle. And of course, with Score's progress in the jungle, should be very exciting to see those games. And Najin had a bit of a tough loss against SKT. Close series.
They did, but yeah, they're still looking like one of the
Yeah.
top teams in Korea, so it's going to be very interesting to see if KT has been able to sort of catch up to the better teams in Korea right now, or if they're kind of sort of down with everybody else. But our second match, man, SKT versus CJ, that's going to be pretty one-sided, I think.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think unless CJ got a lot better than what we saw in the preseason, based on what we've already seen from
Yeah.
SK Telecom, it is likely to be a 2-0 for them. But perhaps CJ, perhaps Ambition's jungling has improved. Perhaps
You never know.
they're going to be looking a lot better. Perhaps Mad Life has regained his own old form. We don't know.
That's true. Maybe Space is going to play Callista and amaze us all. It could happen. Well, OGN Champions Korea brought to you by all these fine people, of course, and by viewers at home like you. I tried to do kind of a PBS thing there, but it didn't really work. Here's our money for this season, guys. 280 million won, 100 million for first place. The prize pool has gone up a bit because our seasons are longer. We have less of them in a year. Makes sense. And our format has changed as well. No more best of twos. No more group stages, just a double round robin, best of threes all around, and that's really cool. I actually enjoy that we're doing the best of threes now. It means potentially more games in an evening, gives us a little bit more time to evaluate these teams, and everybody plays everybody, so it's really kind of win-win across the board.
That's right. And of course, we do have some KDA and Superplay awards, as well as, of course, our traditional Sonokong IB MVP, and players will get points for MVP after every game.
Yep.
You rack up the most points, you get 10 grand if you are a player here in Champions.
That's right, and now that Dade is gone, somebody else has a chance to win it. How about that?
Hey, Faker's going for number 3, man.
That's true, yeah. Faker is, I'd say he's pretty much a shoe-in at this point. Our first match of the day, Najin EM Fire versus KT Rolster in a best of 3. As we said just a moment ago, Najin still looking strong despite losing to SK Telecom on Wednesday. And they really need a win here as well. I mean, KT Rolster, we don't quite know how they're going to be. We expect that they'll be better, but Najin is kind of fighting for that spot as quote-unquote second place in Korea right now.
That's right, in SK Telecom, this season's favorite, at least to start
So
things
far.
off with after a strong preseason performance. And
Yeah.
they'll go up against a CJ Entus team that has had quite a few difficulties recently, but we'll see if they can snap back into form.
Yeah, really, it
in
just
their
seems
first
like,
match.
Well, it seems like CJ just hasn't really gotten any traction in any of the roles right now. The switch from Ambition going to mid lane to jungle just seems to be a bit of a disaster at this point.
Yeah, Mad Life
Yeah.
and Shy have both been underperforming. The
Yeah.
bright spot is that Coco and Faker have actually been bouncing between each other for the first and second spots in solo queue. So Coco's been doing extremely well. He's been laddering a lot.
Yeah.
And he's definitely proven himself a top, at least, solo queue player in the scene. So it'll be interesting to see how he performs tonight, but he's going to need to carry very, very hard.
That's the thing, is that, I mean, yeah, Coco is looking good right now, but is he good enough to carry everyone else on his team that's really struggling? I don't know. Against SK Telecom, I really doubt it, but it's going to be an interesting match regardless. But yeah, like you said, too, I'm much more excited about our first one, KT versus Najin. It's going to be fun. And yeah, guys, if you go to ogn.azubu.tv, you can vote for your favorite player of the week, whether it's because of a play they made or they're just so handsome or something like that. And then the winner each week KT gets about 400 US dollars, 400,000 won. And then at the end of the season, the player that wins the overall award gets 10,000. So that's not too bad.
That's not too bad at all. So definitely go over to that website, ogn.azubu.tv, and go ahead and cast your votes. Help your favorite players get some extra money.
That's right. The more they make here, the less likely they are to go to China. So it's important, guys. We need to do this. Make it happen.
Together we can do this.
Together we can keep Korean players in Korea.
Azubu is helping.
That's right. Azubu is helping. Thank you, Azubu. It's very important now. You know, we need to think about this kind of thing. We'll have a Kickstarter if Faker thinks about leaving. You know, it's like, no, keep Faker here. Yeah, but man, this first match is going to be cool. I've actually been really, really looking forward to seeing KT play again, especially. We've seen Najin quite a bit, but KT, you know, a team with so much history in League, and a team that has, you know, been hit and miss in League of Legends. Can they finally, you know, this is an opportunity for them.
Well, KT, ever since they started investing in the scene, has always had either the arrows or the bullets towards the very top. It's kind of oscillated between seasons, but they've always been an elite team here in Korea.
Certainly have.
And you know, they did lose a lot of very core players, including Kakao, one of probably the top 2 junglers in the world.
Once
And we're going to
upon
take
a time,
a look at this video.
Korea League of Legends Champions was born.
소환사가 생성되었습니다.
Many fierce battles took place on the battlegrounds.
오 이렇게 세나요? 왜 이렇게 나가나요? 정말 엄청난 경기력입니다.
저는 땀을 쥐게 하는 매치가 이루어졌어요.
절대자는 항상 도둑한 법이고 좀 완전한 법이에요.
왕생을 하나거든요.
And now, 2015 League of Legends Champions, a new war begins.
I always love story time with Chobra. It gets more exciting every time he says it.
He's so rude, though. He always interrupts us.
It's true. Chobra, you need to like get a grip, man. We're trying to do a show here, Chobra. Sometimes if I can't sleep, I have him come over and read bedtime stories to me. It's great. And there is Najin EM Fire. A pretty solid roster, all things considered. This was a team coming into Season 5 after the big Korea shakeup, the big exodus to China that a lot of people were saying, and rightly so, was going to be a pretty solid squad, and it has been so far.
Well, they retained a lot of talent
They
compared to
sure did.
other teams. I mean,
Yeah.
sure they lost Save, but by combining the 2 rosters, they actually have Okyu and Kane, who are known as one of the strongest bot lanes in Korea, and were even before the end of Champions Summer last year. And they still have Duke, a very strong carry-oriented top laner, and Goong and Watch still on the roster as well. So definitely looking like the number 2 team, at least coming into the beginning of this season.
But Duke has really been performing, too. There were a little bit of questions here and there about him, but so far, all those fears have been laid to rest. Man, he has played well.
Yeah, he's been quite solid. I'm looking forward to seeing some more Aurelia from him, but his casting games have been pretty sharp also. Watch doing some work as Jarvan, and also surprisingly playing a lot of Elise, and he still kind of serves that tank role whenever his solo lanes decide to go for more carry-oriented champions. We'll just straight up build nothing but tank on Elise.
True enough. And Goong, a player that took a hit a while back with some of his champions in the mid lane, now is starting to come back into a meta that favors him a little bit more, I'd say.
Yeah, and also adding some new champions to his repertoire. You can see most notably playing Jace recently, which is a new pickup for him. All those other champions in his last 5, very common Goong picks, no surprises there.
Absolutely. And Okyu, a lot of people would say this guy is certainly in the running for possibly the best AD carry in Korea right now.
Yeah,
Not the most stellar game on Kalista, but, you know, it's a new champion. They tried something a little bit wild, just didn't quite work out.
Yeah, I'd love to see him try playing Kalista again.
Me too.
He did get shut down pretty hard by SK Telecom, but he's a player that's certainly capable of carrying and has very impressive mechanics.
And man, speaking of impressive, this guy has been around forever. He was on Najin Sword for such a long time. One of the few players to be on the same team in the same role for multiple years at this point. He's always been the main support on Najin.
Yeah, at 28 too, he's one of the oldest players in League of Legends here in Korea, and drawing a lot of Annie bans recently. Surprising, he did pull out an Annie win against SK Telecom, and then had it banned for the rest of that best of 3. And there's Okyu. Look how adorable he is.
Well, we talked about he's kind of like a combination of Imp and Deft. It's like if you merge them together with one of those like Photoshop face merging things, it would end up being Okyu. kind of a merger in terms of play too, I suppose.
Well,
as
he plays more like
A little
Imp
bit.
than Deft, much more lane-oriented than he is with, and aggressive in team fights rather than a little more patient and positional like Deft is.
Well, he'll have to bring all of it against KT, a team that a lot of people are expecting are going to do well this season. And out of the teams we've seen so far, I would expect these guys are going to improve overall through the season. I mean, it's a long season. We don't know what's going to happen. The score switch to the jungle is working well, though. The rest of the roster is solid. Nagne's looking a little bit iffy, but I don't know if it's a huge cause for concern right yet.
Yeah, he definitely still having some issues with his champion pool and not looking like a superstar mid laner, but Score looking quite comfortable in the jungle so far.
Surprisingly
Impressive mechanics, very good Rengar play in particular from Score, but he's shown that he can play pretty much any jungler proficiently at this point. People tried to ban him out, didn't really work.
Yeah, and he asked to be put in the jungle too. It wasn't some sort of like high-level coaching decision. He came to them and said, hey, I want to change roles, and it's worked out well. Someday up in top lane, the once in future Renekton master.
It's nice to see him playing it again. And Score, too, noticeably when KT ran Score in the jungle during the preseason, their shot calling improved dramatically, and they showed that they had some of the best shot calling of the teams here in Korea at the moment. Had some very clever old KT Bullets-esque Barons, and so I've been really dying to see that style of shot calling come back as a big fan of the old Bullets myself, and we'll see if Score can bring it from a more shot calling oriented position in the jungle.
Are you sure you're ready for KT to break your heart again, Monte Cristo?
Hey, the Arrows won summer. Come on.
That's true, but you're more of a Bullets guy.
I was more of a Bullets guy, that's true.
Well, Nagne, I mean, like we mentioned earlier, if you had to pick a weak link on this team, it'd probably be him right now, despite, he had a great Worlds with Najin Sword back in Season 3, and since then he's been kind of floating,
Yeah, he really hasn't hit his peak again since he played against Faker in the semifinals of the Season 3 World Championship and has been pretty mediocre since then.
Well, you see players that come onto the scene, they're really, really good, and then they just kind of stay the same while everyone else around them improves, and that's a dangerous thing for a pro gamer.
Yeah, of course, Hachani rounding out the roster, the master of face-checking brushes.
Yep, exactly.
The great paradox of League of Legends, how can he be both so good and so bad at the same time?
Because you gotta face check a brush a couple times a game if you're a support, man. You have to do it. You gotta get that vision down. I don't blame Hachani at all. I love this guy.
I actually really like watching him play too, but it can be humorous at times.
Oh yeah, it is. He certainly does it more than he needs to.
When he's having an off game, he has a really off game. But when he's having a good game, he has a really good game.
That is
I mean, his Alistar engages have been spectacular at times, and then other times you just kind of scratch your head as he walks straight into a brush with 3 people in it and dies instantly.
Well, he was kind of the quintessential KT Arrows player. Nobody really embodied their play style for as long as they were around as Hachani did. Champions winning Hachani.
That's right, champions winning Hachani. So let's take a look at their win rates, and that win rate, a lot of games, stretching all the way back to the original Najin team, which then became Shield.
Wow.
And then became Najin Empire again. So
that's right. Well, Watch always has such an intense expression. He needs to chill out, man.
And KT Rolster, I imagine this is the KT Arrows win record because they are technically the older team.
Yeah, pretty good win rate either way, though. Anything around 60% is pretty solid. And there we go, a little bit of info on the Dragons and Barons so far. Not the highest level of stacks per game, but neither of these teams, right now anyway, seem to be playing games that go quite as long as some of the other teams.
And we're going to take a look at Duke because he was a former KT player under the ID Leopard back on the KT Bullets that won the IEM World Championship last year in 2014. And he's been really outstanding. You can see that his play, he's great on tanks. He's also just fantastic on champions like Aurelia, Rumble, really, and Kassadin too. Solid all-around player. Meanwhile, someday here, Renekton and Maokai, definitely his specialties.
It's interesting to see 2 kind of Renekton mains go at it, Both of these guys came from a very similar spot, skill-wise and champion pool-wise, initially when they joined the league.
Yeah, it's fun to see someday, though. He's been around for so long at this point, starting playing on KT when he was 15 years old, before we had rules about you had to be 17 years old to play in Champions.
Yep, that's right. It's sad. Now they're not allowed anymore. Oh, well. And there is Reach, the head coach for Najin. along with the other coaching staff and the coaches for KT in the booth as well. That's right, coaches are allowed in picks and bans. Got to get that hair just exactly right if you're going to play some top-level League of Legends.
Yeah, Vinyl Cat alongside Reach in the booth right there. I saw Mokuza here earlier, but we haven't seen him
Yeah.
actually in the booth yet.
He was around. I mean, if he walks through the door like that, all the ladies in the audience would just faint, you know? So we want everyone to be able to watch the game, so Makuza's got to stay in the background for now. Here we go, guys. Picks and bans for game number 1, Najini Empire versus KT Rolster. And we'll see what these bans end up being like.
It does look like we're limiting 2 coaches in the booth for any given team, even though these Korean teams often have more than just those 2 coaches.
Generally, yeah, that's true. And the LeBlanc ban against Nagne. All right.
Interesting, taking out one of Goong's principal champions as well. There is Zed, and I think that is very wise. Against SK Telecom, Goong had like a 15-kill game on Zed. It was pretty
Yeah,
ridiculous. So
it's definitely, it seems like it's his best champion at the moment. I would definitely ban that. And we'll see what Najin decides to go for next.
you really should, if you're Najin, you really should ban Maokai. Actually, they're going to ban Renekton. Interesting.
Huh.
I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to final ban Maokai right here. That has been a common thread against teams playing against Someday.
Well, Lissandra, the other ban, just a good general ban right now in League of Legends. But the last ban for Najin, what's this going to be? Because we've still got a lot of power picks up right now. We've still got the Azir available. Kalista is available. And, of course, Gnar, which you would imagine would be the last ban on red side. It's usually what it ends up being.
KT will probably ban Gnar. I think Najin here should ban Maokai, but they're going to ban the Gnar instead.
Wow, okay.
Interesting, okay.
Yeah, not willing to first pick that if KT was going to let it through.
Very weird they
Yeah.
would do that.
It's been kind of a strange pick ban phase, actually, or ban phase so far, anyway. And KT taking a little bit extra time. I think they're probably having to, or planning on having to ban that Gnar. But
They
now,
could ban
gotta swing
Jace
through
and
that.
try and get a first pick Rumble out of Najin, which, you know, with a Maokai, they'd be able to deal with at least in the mid and late game. So, but they're going to ban the Kassadin. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So a lot of good stuff open right now for Najin. That Janna always a big priority pick as well. And we'll see if they lock that in for Kayn. Janna Thresh. Normally the order of the day for a lot of supports these days. I want to see Achani bring back the Alistar sometime. I hope we get to see that again someday.
I want to see more Annie play from Kayn. I don't want this first pick Janna to come up, even though OQ just does well with a lot of peel for him because he does tend to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of his positioning, so it helps to have a support that can kind of bail him out should he find himself in a bad way, and that Janna will in fact be locked in.
Well, we saw what Wolf did the other day on Janna as well, that amazing roaming game that he had, and I would be pretty surprised if that isn't inspiring a lot of people to try to mimic it.
Well, there's the Rumble, but the Jace is still up, and that does present some difficulties in the matchup and can force a lane swap situation as well.
Yeah.
So hovering over that Rumble early, I think maybe not necessarily the best choice.
You know, a lot of other priority picks available. Jarvan's still up. Seems to be.
Yeah, if I were KT, I would try and take that Jarvan away from Watch, but in fact, Score maybe just going for the ever-popular Lee Sin instead. I want to see his Rengar, though.
He's looked good on Lee Sin as well. It was the first jungler he brought out in the preseason. He hit all his skill shots, played really well. And so, let's see what Najin decides to do. That Rumble Jarvan combo has been really popular, but it doesn't look like either team's going to be able to get that this time. I'd love to see the Kalista again.
I'm surprised they didn't take Rumble Jarvan right there immediately. I mean,
Yeah.
such a powerful and common combination, like you're saying.
Yeah, it is a bit surprising that they went with the Lee Sin. Maybe Score just not as confident as in his Jarvan skills, but Watch certainly isn't going to let that one go past.
No, that has been definitely his pick of choice so far in this, well, at least in the preseason.
Yeah. Well, we saw Twitch hovered over for a moment. Hasn't been picked a lot lately. Tristana wouldn't be a bad choice here.
Yeah, almost certainly with the way that OQ plays and his love for Tristana, we are going to see that paired with the Janna.
Yeah, a lot of good peel for him already. The Jarvan is certainly going to be good at keeping him safe as well.
Tristana, yeah, really not a surprise right there. And so they've managed to save their solo lanes to their last 2 picks. So Najin not showing much at the moment. Of course, the Ahri still available for Goong should he want it, one of his top champions to be sure.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so we're seeing the Corki. It's all looking like a pretty standard comp that we've seen a lot of, just lacking that Jarvan. You know, if they go with the Corki, it even makes it a little bit more puzzling that they wouldn't take the Jarvan.
Yeah, and they're really going hard for the mid game right now too. The Corki Rumble combination. They will have a sizable power spike.
Right.
What will they be able to accomplish with it? Find out.
And Thresh, pretty unsurprising pickup for Hachani as well too. Fits into a lot of things, and a champion that any support these days is going to be an expert with. But maybe switching over to Kog'Maw, so going to the other end of the game time spectrum there with champion picks.
Yeah, that's very interesting. So I wonder, that will balance them out a little bit, but it won't give them quite the punishing power in the mid game that they would have had with that Corki. So 2 scaling 80 carries. KT doesn't have the top level peel though for this Kog'Maw, and with Lissandra banned, there aren't going to be so many other mid laners they could use. Maybe Orianna will come in here for Nagne.
Yeah,
Ori would be a very strong pick right here.
See what they decide to go with. They can pick that top and bottom right now.
Yeah, as for Najin, I think that the Ahri would be strong here, get some good single target damage down, and draw some pressure away from Tristana, and they could go for the Sion as well.
We've seen it many times before, and it looks like they may go ahead and lock that in. I love Sion games.
Me too, and yeah, that'll be it. So Ahri and Sion, and
Nice.
Ori would make a lot of sense here for KT.
Yeah, I would say so. I would say so. More peel, more zone control, and Azir
Okay,
possibly.
Azir would be
Speaking of
good
zone
too.
control, yeah. That
Azir would be
certainly
very
work.
strong.
It's a lot of damage coming into the late game as well.
Yeah, I'd
Depending
love
on
to
how he
see
builds
more Azir. Plus, just this setup and this for KT would be spectacular also.
Yeah.
Mid Morgana would also be quite good here.
Yep. Can certainly serve some of that purpose as well.
And we have seen just increasing amounts of mid Morgana.
We haven't seen, I don't think we've seen Nagne on Morgana yet, though.
No, we haven't.
Yeah.
That would not be so great.
Yeah, we haven't seen Yasuo for a while, and pretty good reason.
He has received some small buffs recently, but I don't think that they're quite ready for competitive play. But if he really
We'll see.
prioritizes that wall, he could block a lot of damage from Ahri. Wow, is he actually going to do it?
I think so.
Okay.
Wow, look at that. Nagne taking the Yasuo to the mid lane. I mean, it's certainly a
I
champion that
love
he's got experience on.
Yasuo. I love Yasuo, so it makes me happy to see this champion again, even after all of the nerfs that came in.
It is cool.
Yeah, and they buffed his movement speed just a little bit subtly recently by 5, and then they reduced the cooldown on his Q so he can farm a little bit easier. So now they don't have a lot of knockup besides the Lee Sin ultimate. Well, they have Flay as well, so I guess they have some good use for this Yasuo right now, and that's going to really hurt the damage coming in from Tristana and Ahri in the late game. So this could be quite strong, actually.
Yeah.
And I am really excited to see this Yasuo again. It's a pick that we really haven't seen since Worlds.
Well, this is going to be really exciting mid lane either way. Ahri versus Yasuo is always pretty action-packed. And do you think we're going to see a lot of early aggression from Score? I feel like they're setting it up for him to do that. And he has liked to do it in the preseason, too. One of the fewer junglers to
I hope
be a little
so.
bit more aggressive in the early game.
Yeah, I hope so. I still think the mid Morgana would have been better here, simply because if you're trying to block some of that, like the charm and stuff, and the great thing about having mid Morgana too is you can black shield yourself and just walk in front of Sion and then just stop his ult, and it does nothing.
True enough. Well, here we go, guys. Game number 1 between Najini Empire and KT Rolster. Let's see who takes it. Time to get in the game. Oh, watch. But who watches the watch, man? Oh, it's a pause. See, that's what I get for cheesy jokes.
Yeah, you
I know.
deserve that.
I brought that on us all. I'm sorry. Sorry, everyone. I blame Goong, too.
Yeah, it looks
well.
another pause at the start of the game. Looks like maybe an issue with Nagne's PCs.
We've had a lot of this lately, haven't we?
The only player who hasn't bought any items yet.
Yep.
So yeah, Yasuo, very interesting pickup. And Najin Empire is going to be fielding a pretty strong, well-balanced composition. They packed some punch early, and they shouldn't really have a big power trough.
I like both of these teams, actually. I feel like they both have things they can do extremely well. I like KT's ability to kind of mix it up in the back lines and just, you know, they have peel, but they also have so much disturbing stuff going on in the team fight that it seems like Arrow's going to have a lot of free time to just auto people.
Yeah, and that's the idea here is that even though they didn't get more peel necessarily for Arrow, the thing about Yasuo is that you have to deal with him immediately. You have to blow cooldowns on him. You can't just let him ult and then slide around in your back line. So that's he just draws so much focus away that it ends up giving the AD carry a lot more free auto attacks.
Yep.
So it does allow some of these more immobile AD carries to find a lot of success. And I'm really going to be looking at Score this game because it's up to him to set up a lot of these knockups for the Yasuo ultimate.
Yeah, just in general, he's going to need to be putting some early pressure on just to make sure that the 1v1 between Goong and Nagne goes well. Make sure that Arrow and Hachani can get a nice little lead in lane. We'll see if he can. I like it, though. I mean, so far, Score has certainly stepped up to the challenge. We'll see if he can do it. And there's Watch, looking intently at his screen. He's going to have like 2 holes burned through his monitor by the end of the game. And here we go. Welcome to Summoner's Rift, guys. Game number 1 between Najin Empire and KT Rolster. We're keeping track of each match now. This is our 4th match of Champion Spring.
We're going to have a lot of matches.
Oh, yes. We'll have many.
Trying to calculate in my head right now. I think we will have 50 matches, 50 best of 3s this season.
Nice. That's a potential for 150 games. We're already not going to have that many. We've had a 2-0, but it's, you know, we're going to get close, I think. It's a lot of games of League of Legends.
It is, indeed.
A lot of VODs to study there. And OQ drops the ward in the far brush.
Duke jumping around a little bit early here.
Sion's just a jolly guy, you know? I mean, he was dead and now he's kind of like alive again and he just gets to run really fast at people. I'd be happy.
Yeah, interesting positioning for Nagne right there. Fortunately, we're not going to see anything too interesting early on here. Nobody wanting that lane swap, it would appear. And
nope.
Makes sense. Rumble shouldn't have too much of a hard time in this lane.
True enough.
Going up against Sion, so,
Ooh, a little bit of...
I was trying to see what's going. Hachani.
Hachani, I thought you were going to put a ward down and then go back, but you didn't. Now you're just taking a lot of damage. Oh, boy. I feel like that could have gotten a lot worse.
They were trying to disrupt either the jungling or the attempted take on the Krugs right there.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, they did ward that tri-brush. And so we're able to see Hachani walk in there, but he'll heal up with the help of the
pot that he used.
the pot that he used, the biscuit, as well as the relic shield. So
that's right. His passive health regeneration. All of these things will help him.
Interesting gambit early on, and that's one of those things that, yeah, it hurt them a little bit, but it could have really paid off big.
Yeah.
Because you disrupt, we've seen people start to be more clever about how they disrupt junglers at the start of the game, and seriously, even an auto or two can make a massive difference in the jungler's ability to get their first clear and have enough money to go back to buy their upgrade to their machete.
Yeah,
so
we saw that happen just yesterday.
Yeah, couldn't really even finish the red buff after getting disrupted. So that's going to be something that comes more and more into the professional scene as these junglers really start to unpack and figure out all of these Season 5 changes that Riot has made.
And I feel like it's not lore appropriate that Thresh should ever have biscuits, or really food in general, because if he ate a biscuit, you'd think it would just be like crumbs kind of falling through his ribcage onto the ground.
Falling out the side of his face as well. He's got no
That
cheeks
too.
to keep the biscuit in.
They get stuck in his boots. They just go through his torso. See, he should drop little biscuit crumbs and other champions can pick them up, you know, kind of a Zac sort of thing going on there. pretty great. Oh, Duke and Someday going at it up in the top lane. And all eyes on Score, like we said. Checking out the difference between these two 80 carries on their champions of choice. Slightly higher win rate for Arrow, but slightly higher KDA. Well, significantly higher KDA right now for OQ.
Well, his KDA is lower, but his kills per game are higher. So you just see that Arrow
Kills.
not really going for kind of all in to finish off those kills, whereas OQ, his style definitely the jump forward into the team fight. I will clean up everything. I will take all the kill style. And
Oh, yeah. The best. And you'd have to imagine that OQ and Kane are going to be able to put some pretty decent pressure on this bot lane early on. Arrow and Achani are going to have a hard time not getting pushed back.
yeah, actually no moves out of the jungle quite yet.
Oh, not yet. I feel like if we're going to see it, it's going to be pretty soon. So what do you think is the best lane for Score to focus on right now?
Well, I think he needs to make sure that top isn't ganked right now because Someday's playing this really far up and
Yeah.
actually got path blocked there with the minion, so he couldn't get out of the
Ouch.
Scion knockup. Yeah, he needs, you can see they're already good wards down in the river trying to keep eyes on watch.
Oh,
So
Someday.
keeping that Rumble protected is really important.
And we might have some action in the mid lane. We'll see. Goong pushing Nagne back really far against Turret here. There was a recall from Someday, but not using that teleport to get back to lane quickly or anything like that. Doesn't need to. And so far, it's still a fairly passive game overall, as far as map movement goes.
Well, Score has a lot of options in mid and bottom right now, but he doesn't actually want to take them. Watch is going to clear out that ward in the river,
Yep.
while Duke is pushing back out ever so slowly, and just a very surprisingly quiet early game. Both these teams playing with some trepidation.
It's like I feel like telling these guys, yeah, I know you have Tristana and Kog'Maw, but you don't need to play this passively so fast.
Well, the Kog'Maw can't do anything besides get pushed in right now because he doesn't have enough wave clear to contest with the explosive
Right.
shot from Tristana. So there are always going to be options pre-6 there for a gank. And you can see deep wards now going in for Score.
Ooh, Score. Yeah, putting those wards down.
And he didn't necessarily know that Jarvan wasn't there, but he did have an idea after Jarvan Watch cleared out the ward on the left side of River.
Yeah, deciding not to try to make a play in mid, though, right now. Waiting for that one.
Well, he doesn't know where Watch is, so he's
Yeah.
unlikely to make a play without any kind of information whatsoever.
It's a little bit too dangerous. But level 6 already for Goong. It's going to be hard to gank him either way now.
Yeah. I mean, they do have Exhaust to slow him down a little bit, but
Yeah.
without
Chilling Smite, I suppose.
really any items onto Nagne, it will be a bit of a challenge.
Yep.
Nagne doing well in terms of CSing, though, even though he is farming under turret vast majority of this time. Has taken a decent chunk of turret damage as well.
Yeah, it's got a lot of money. They both do. About 1,500 gold apiece. Meanwhile, down in bot lane, things pretty even as well. Yeah, the only really substantial CS difference is up in top lane right now. Duke has managed to push Someday back and get a nice little lead. In fact, Someday just recalled again. Wow, he had to go back and recall before even finishing his haunting, guys.
Yeah, well, he pushed it all the way up, so there wasn't much he was going to be able to do there at that
guess.
point, and might as well get an extra item in lane just to help you out a little bit more. He's not going to have to use his teleport to get back into lane this way either, so.
He bought a couple extra wards as well. He went for a pink and a green.
he really needs those.
Yeah.
And Score not helping out too much with the warding of the top side. Instead, focusing on getting some presence around the mid lane right there. But this is a very farm-focused game.
Yeah, no kidding.
So KT, though, you know, since they do have this Rumble, they're going to be feeling good about a Dragon fight in a few minutes. But beyond that, everybody just looking to scale a little bit more. Of course, Ahri and Yasuo definitely wanting to get a few items before they actually make any kind of big plays right here. But Goong also, you know, he hasn't taken any opportunities to roam yet. He's had many when it comes to his roaming, just because he has had that lane pressure the entire game so far. Instead, he's happy just to sit there, keep on farming.
Yeah, pretty much. He's got decent wards down too, so he's going to be fairly safe. Yeah, if I was Rumble, I'd be a little bit worried about the size of that axe compared to the width of the arms on my robot.
Yeah, it'd be pretty easy to just slice that robot apart, wouldn't it?
Pretty much, yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't want to get hit with that.
Rumble should really build a bigger robot.
You should. A bigger, better robot.
And it's not Super Galaxy Rumble, because that one's so annoying.
Well, it's still probably a better suited robot for this sort of fight, though.
No, it's better suited for being in outer space. Still small, way smaller than that axe.
Better suited to being beaten up by a prehistoric creature, we found out, too.
It was the lesson we learned yesterday.
That's right. See, that's why movies like Alien are scary, because even if you've got all this technology, even if you're like a really crazy awesome space marine, you're still gonna get eaten sometimes, you know?
Is that the moral of the story? Even if you are a space marine, you will still get eaten sometimes?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we live in the era we do now, Doa. I'd hate to
Yeah.
be a space marine.
Well, we don't have space marines, and we don't have monsters eating us, so we kind of got the best of both worlds, really. There. Yeah.
Well, Hachani looking for a roam right here. He does know there's a pink ward in that brush, however, and he's going to find a regular ward in that brush alongside Someday as well. But Hachani and Score are working well together right now to clear out some of these wards.
Yeah. Gonna get pretty much everything in the river. Doesn't look like Goong and Kane are able to stop them.
No, they're going to have to try and make some sort of counterplay on the wards right here. They do know that 2 pinks are in the river. And wards going over the wall, at least for the moment.
Bit of a
Some
dragon
nice jungle
setup.
support coordination there, though.
Yeah. A little bit of dragon setup going on right now by KT. We're still a few minutes away from where we see it, but that's not going to stop Score and Hachani. They're going for it, and they're out of vision of that ward. Now, okay, they were looking on the map. They do see it. They're going to have to back off of this. It's way too dangerous. In fact, Duke down in that bot lane right now. No, he's not. That was Jarvan doing his best Sion impersonation. He's really good. He convinced me. Impressive guy.
Wow, I'm really impressed by Jarvan
Yeah.
right now. Not only a great jungler, but a great actor as well.
Me too. Wow. Oh, flash
wow.
play, and there's the box as well. They bring in Lee Sin, but there is a knockback from Kane's ultimate. OQ still in trouble. Rocket jumps away, and it looks like he'll barely escape with his life.
Lots of flashes burned right there, but Hachani nearly getting a very impressive play. OQ escaping, didn't have to use his flash.
Impressively, neither carry having to use either summoner.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, really, both supports used their flashes. Hachani popped his Ignite, but that is about it.
Well, watch on the top side of the map right now.
Yep. Oh, here we go. On to Kane. They bring they bring Arrow over the wall. Turning on to OQ now. Can they finish him off? Arrow's pretty low. This is so dangerous. Score is right there. That's a lot of work to clear out a pink ward, isn't it?
Goong now on the
Wow.
roam, and everybody going to get out of there. Nagne hurting a little bit.
Yep.
And watch finally making it down to the bottom side. Unfortunately for KT, they're going to lose probably a lot of pink wards right here as a result of their actions.
They never found that ward. Oh, look at this. Watch. Jumping on Hachani. He's got him trapped in the Cataclysm. He's going to try to bring in Nagne to help him out. There's a knockup, and it might be enough. Knockup's coming in from Kane as well. And wow, Nagne saving Hachani's life right there. A lot of close calls in this game so far, huh?
Yeah, very close calls, and but still, KT going aggressive on that pink ward did cost them the vision control around the dragon, so definitely not worth it to try and get a play off right there. Duke just way too tanky for Someday to deal much damage at all, too, especially without that magic penetration from the Haunting guys yet. Gonna dodge a minion that gets yelled at. They really go flying.
You know, I yell at minions whenever I play too, even if I'm not playing Sion, but it doesn't do anything.
Maybe you should play with some more Sion. That way
Maybe.
you can role play your inner rage.
Could be. My inner rage. Just keep it deep down, locked inside me.
No, you don't. You yell with Sion.
Oh, I see.
It's cathartic.
It's healthy,
a cathartic
right?
experience for you, Doa.
I don't want to scare my dog or my neighbors.
Who cares? Who cares about your neighbors? You got to get it out, man.
I care about my neighbors, Monty. I have no idea who they are, but I'm sure they're wonderful people who don't want to hear yelling through the wall. Nagne gets charmed. Backs out on the lantern, though. Takes the dark passage in broad daylight.
Yeah, everybody just so concerned with what's going on right now at this dragon. We're inching towards a pretty important team fight right here, but not just, you know, they're chipping away at the mid tower. And if they can get this and push it forward, they're going to get a distinct advantage. So I think KT really needs to take some significant actions at the moment. And
Well, it was interesting to see them try that early dragon. That did feel very reminiscent of the old KT Bullets, you know, trying to sneak those early objectives.
well, they had the good vision control. They just missed one ward that saw them walk into the pit. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I think they probably would have gotten away with it. Yeah, so certainly good to make an attempt right there. They really didn't take much damage, but they are going to lose the mid turret that Goong has been working on. And
Yeah, oh, here we go. Someday coming down, and can they catch Goong? No.
no, perfect though to make him blow his ultimate. They lost nothing out of that.
Yep.
No summoners, no ults used. And wow, a lot of damage being dealt to this bottom tower.
They
but
may try to catch Kane and Okyu here. Doesn't look like they can quite get to him in time.
They
This
just
is
want
gonna
him to
be a
back
dragon.
off while they do the dragon.
Yeah. So KT should be able to claim this dragon. I don't think anyone's going to be there in time to contest it. Nope. Recalls from Kane, and so mid turret taken by Najin. Looks like they might be able to get top as well, but KT claims the first dragon of the game.
Well, somebody could just TP up into the top lane should he so choose. He's actually not going to do it right now. Instead, they may just let that tower fall, interestingly
so.
enough.
Huh.
And Someday also going for a needlessly large rod prior to completing his haunting, guys. So
Wow,
a
you're
big
right.
AP boost.
You know, maybe
Banshee's Veil already
anticipating-
done for Duke, so
Possibly anticipating some sort of big dragon fight, so he wanted that little bit of power boost before it might happen.
yeah. It's just probably a more efficient use of the gold that he had as well. But this tower, no teleport from Someday. Interesting choice right there to let that one go down.
Yeah, we'll
When
see
you
if
have
that
the
one-
summoner spell up, that shows they're really prioritizing this Rumble teleport right now. Now that they let that tower go down, they have to make a play with the teleport to have it have any meaning whatsoever.
Yeah, they need to set up some sort of gank or team fight.
Because if they just wait for another 5 minutes before that teleport is used, they would have given up a tower for absolutely nothing at all.
Their vision has been pushed back pretty significantly as well, too. They don't have very many wards at all on the enemy side of the map, so not a lot of room for Someday to come from behind with. Yeah, KT, it feels like this one is starting to slip away a little bit. The game's far from over, but right now, Najin in control.
Yeah, just great warding from Najin, and they shouldn't have been allowed to get deep wards on both sides of the map either.
Yeah.
They really used the fact that Someday didn't have any presence on the top side to go ahead and get that red buff as well. So that little teleport ending up costing them quite a bit as Najin starts to really pull ahead in terms of a gold lead.
Well, yeah, gold lead. They've got that map control with the wards and having all of the tier 1 turrets down.
See, what happened right there is after the recall from the Dragon, they went and got some more deep wards in the bottom side. And because Someday took so long to get to the top side, they got deep wards in the top side as well. It's so rare at 15 minutes into a game for a team to have deep wards on both sides of the enemy jungle. That gives you all the information you need, and it's resulted in a couple tower kills now, and no turrets taken yet for KT Rolster.
Yeah.
The vision game hasn't really been on point.
Well, see if they can make a play. They need to set some sort of, I mean, what do you think? Do they need to set up a full-on team fight or just look for some sort of pick?
I think they need to regain control of their own jungle. I like how they have Nagne split pushing a little bit right now, but he's still pretty far behind and is going to need that Infinity Edge, or a Blade of the Ruined King, rather, I think, to split push in earnest. However, with that pickaxe, gotta believe he's going for the Infinity Edge instead. So this is going to be a Yasuo that's not really built for the split push without the blade for the 1v1 dueling, but is instead going to be all about hitting as many people as he can with his ultimate and setting up the big team fight.
And look at this, both top laners chasing each other on the map right now. Someday getting chased. Here comes Goong. They can't quite catch him. There were 4 people grouped up down in bot, and so Duke had to follow Someday, wanted to make sure that there was no teleport shenanigans going on.
Yeah, so see if Okyu and Kane are actually going to fall for this. They are picking that Tri-Brush right now. There are no wards in it.
They certainly suspect something, though. Everyone is missing right now. And here we go. They're coming in. Can they catch Okyu? Flash Flay. There's a rocket jump. Buster shot pushes Sachani back, and the box catches nobody. Can they get this turret? It's got so much health. Here comes Goong. We're going to have to see some teleports, I think.
No, they're going to have to back off right now. Looks like they're trying to get a few shots with that Bio-Arcane Barrage, but they're not going to convert very much at the moment.
I thought we were going to get to see a team fight there. Oh, well.
Just back to the old siege.
Yep. And Duke recalling right now. Kane able to give that shield to the turret, help it survive a little bit longer.
A long time this game with no first blood. You can see Someday actually straight up ignoring the magic penetration in this game and trying to build into a first item Zhonya's Hourglass. Very interesting choice.
Wow, yeah.
So limiting his damage a little bit, but it looks like just due to his recall timings and the amount of gold that he had, he's deemed that this is the most efficient build path given the situation. Also, don't really have much of a tank line here, so getting the Zhonya's first will help Rumble stay alive a little bit longer, considering he's going to be probably the first target hit in the team fight. In the meantime, though, Duke getting that Frozen Heart. He's been allowed to farm an insane amount so far. I'm
Wow.
worried that he's kind of getting unkillable.
I didn't realize he was that far ahead on CS. Wow, 50 at this point.
Well,
Crazy.
they should now. They officially should have used that teleport to actually save that top lane turret.
Guess so.
So not sure what Sunday's was thinking about doing with this teleport. I don't think he really needed it to have it up. It didn't really matter if Sion had that TP advantage or not in the long run.
Dragon is up in about a minute. So get ready for some excitement, Monte Cristo.
Well, maybe, maybe not.
Oh, I bet there is. I'm
Bet
calling it
there
right
is
now.
excitement.
First big team fight, several kills.
All right, Sunday's level 11, so this is pretty crucial. He does have that Zhonya's nice and finished right now. You can see the scrying orb from OQ going to check out that dragon pit. That means they don't have an exact timer, actually. Interesting. Because they used it 15 seconds early.
True enough. KT backing out for now. Najin still definitely a threat. And everybody wants to fight. Here we go, Dragon up right now. Ultimate activated by Duke. They're going in. They force a flash immediately on arrow. They catch him in the Cataclysm, though. Now people coming in from behind for Najin. First blood, though, going to Goong. A couple kills already for Najin. OQ Buster shots Nagne away. It's his only hope of survival. Here comes Score right now. Can't get the execute. Duke gets knocked up. KT on the run. Not able to get to the back lines and take out any of the squishier targets. And Najin takes the first blood. They take the team fight. And can they take this dragon? It looks like they can, despite being a little bit lower on health, as Goong goes back to keep that mid lane turret safe.
Yeah, you can't split up like that if you're KT. The problem was is Najin had already pushed up the minion lane, and so Rumble was trying to farm out the mid lane and shove it back up so they could get control of the dragon again. But great Sion ult there from Duke.
That was a good
just
Sion
splitting
ultimate.
everybody up. Look, Rumble's not in position at all right now. And yeah, they do what they can in order to survive, but with the mobility, everybody just gets trapped in there. Decent Rumble ult by the time he gets there, but they're able to walk off because they don't have a reason to stand there anymore after they've killed the AD in support of KT.
Well, how about Watch doing a great job of waiting for that Cataclysm until Duke was able to force out Arrow's flash. That was just really, really good synergy between Sion and Jarvan there.
Yeah, great engage right there, but KT not in the right position. You can't posture around a dragon like that if your Rumble is in the mid lane.
Yeah, pretty
deep
much.
there.
Whoa, that was a red buff steal by Kanan.
Kanan.
They're not satisfied with that. Score in a lot of trouble here.
Wow,
Oh, flash
flashing
from
out.
Goong. He tried to hit him with the charm, but it didn't work.
Yeah, couldn't quite get there that time, but they will get some deep wards in around the Baron pit, so that's going to start to become a threat here in just a couple of minutes. And
Yeah.
it's not looking good for KT as they find themselves about 6,500 gold behind.
Supports with the red buff. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, right there.
Wow.
Big gold
Look at
difference
that.
between our top laners.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the gold difference total between the teams and you think like just 2,000 of that is just Duke versus Someday, it's starting to look a little bit lopsided here. And by a little bit, I mean a lot lopsided here. It's already a 6K gold lead at 20 minutes.
Yeah, and this is what happens too if you don't use that teleport. I mean, I hate to keep harping on it, but man, that also set him behind in terms of CS as well. That's the thing. If you go get that dragon and you have your TP up, you can go ahead, just TP to the top lane. Who cares? The rest of your team should know to play a little bit more cautiously, and if you have a teleport disadvantage, but teleport use this game has been pretty much non-existent by either team.
Yeah. Well,
But Duke hasn't needed it.
literally non-existent. Nobody's teleported yet.
Yeah, Duke hasn't needed it, whereas Someday had a chance to make it useful and hasn't.
Yeah. Well, Nagne's going to have a hard time doing any split pushing at this point. He's getting to be a little bit far behind and not going to be able to defend this tier 2 turret as well. KT coming over. Take a lot of damage on that one, though.
Interesting Yasuo build. I really do wonder about this a little bit. I think that the Blade would have been a little bit better on Yasuo. Sure, you sacrifice some of that damage in team fights, but you actually gain map pressure by doing
Oh,
so.
they may have caught Kane here.
Nice.
Kane ults, but a nice death sentence from Machani, and that's an easy pick for KT.
Well,
Looks like
Duke's-
they're going to lose their top turret, though.
Yeah, Duke's still split pushing right now, and he's
Yep.
going to secure the 4th tower of the game in favor of Najin. Meanwhile, 0 turrets still taken by KT. Now, this gold lead will evaporate if some of these turrets start to go down, and it should be relatively easy for them at this juncture to
Yeah.
take down an outer tier, the outer ring of turrets, and that's going to even things up a little bit more. Of course, they'll still be 4,000 gold ahead or so, but that's really crucial for KT that they unlock some of the gold that's sitting in this tower.
Well, I really wonder what the health on that top turret is right now. I bet it hasn't taken a whole lot of damage yet.
You know, Duke's been doing a really good job of pushing Someday off the tower early.
Yep.
So, very low kill game, though, compared to a lot of them that we've seen,
Yeah.
at least early on in this season. Not too many games yet, but very, very passive overall.
Well, Najin's been doing a really good job of just simply outmaneuvering KT. I mean, KT, they're looking a little bit scared this game. I gotta say, they look a little bit lost.
Yeah, I don't even know how they're going to kill Sion anymore. He's way too tanky.
Yeah.
The thing is that Arrow's still a core item behind OQ due to the gold difference, and everybody else very reliant on burst damage, and Duke is not going to go down quickly, the items that he has, and he's almost going to get, well, we'll see if he can actually complete his next item, but he just got a Giant's Belt and a Chain Vest. Wow.
Oh, score. Already taking a ton of damage. Manages to barely survive that one. But again, you know, Najin just waltzes up, and they can take as much map control as they want right now on that bottom side. Plenty of wave clear.
Score really doesn't have much in the way of items so far.
Yeah, he has basically 1 assist. That's about it. Wasn't able to get any sort of pressure going in the early game, and it's been interesting because aside from that early attempt at a Dragon Steal, KT really hasn't taken the initiative on anything this game.
No,
It's been all reactionary.
yeah, that's very true. And look at the number of wards now down in the enemy jungle. Najin playing this very methodically. You can see it's a great time for them to get control down there because the top tier 2 is already down. So now you can just rotate freely between bottom and the mid lane in order to take what you want. And KT can't actually take, they can't take the long way around back behind their base because they have no vision in their own jungle right now. You see right here, just switching the pressure immediately. Goong doing a good job of keeping this pushed up.
Yeah, and they can just walk back and forth like this until Dragon comes up too.
Yeah, there's really no answer that KT has to this split push at the moment.
Yeah. Najin feeling absolutely no pressure at this point.
Yeah, they're very much in control of this situation. And it doesn't seem like they're going to be losing it anytime in the near future, taking out one more ward in the brush in the lane. And with Dragon up at 10 seconds, they've got the waves shoved. They'll be very comfortable and should be able to easily take this.
Well, Duke is almost hitting like old school flame levels of CS leads against Someday right now.
Yeah.
And Najin going for that Dragon, seeing if they can pick up their first of the game. And it looks like they can without any issues at all. Pretty easy.
Well, trying to get the blue buff at the same time. That may have been a little bit greedy just leaving Watch there like that. It could open you up theoretically to a steal. Even with all those wards, it would be unlikely, but
I think Duke saw a couple people chasing after him, and that let them know that there weren't many KT players on their side of the map.
fair enough. Now just more and more pressure from OQ with that static shiv. He's in a really good position right now.
Yep. OQ and Kane going for the Gromp. They'll get it.
Aw, the Gromp.
Tiny Gromp lives to fight another day.
That's the question, though. Is the Gromp the little frog as well, or is the Gromp what those frogs become once they eat the mushroom? That's what I want to know.
I don't know, man, because after you kill it, quote unquote, it just becomes like a little frog again, you know?
Yeah, but is that specific kind of frog called a Gromp?
Maybe. Or, yeah. Could be the mushrooms, could be the frog, could be the amalgamation of both. We'll never know. It just adds to the mystique of Summoner's Rift.
I'm surprised Riot hasn't written some lore about this yet. I mean, I wouldn't read it, but
You should.
I think that.
You should read it. Maybe that frog.
Nope.
That frog, like, was an ancient frog god of the desert, and one day just hopped into Summoner's Rift and ate some mushrooms. GG.
You know, there's only so much room in my brain, Doa, and 0% of it is allocated to League of Legends lore.
I see. It's pretty much taken up by team strategies and male fashion advice, I think. Right?
Yep, pretty much.
I see. It makes sense. Yep.
Both of which are much more applicable to my existence, I feel,
I suppose. Than League of Legends lore?
than League of Legends lore.
It's true. Can't argue with that. We have different priorities, certainly. Oh, Goon. He's not charming anyone in this game. I don't know about outside the game. I'm sure he's a very charming young man, but that one missed.
Wow, I'm really surprised at how passive this is, considering how bloody the Najin SK Telecom series was as a whole, and Najin
know,
really
right?
just putting the pedal to the metal.
I think it's more KT that's responsible for that than anything, because they've just been like, oh, you want to have this objective? Okay, just don't hurt us, please.
Yeah, Someday just not even doing anything at all this entire game.
Yeah.
It's such a low scoring game as well in terms of kills. Only 3 kills here in nearly 30 minutes.
Well, KT just doesn't want to fight. They just don't appear to have any confidence.
Well, they can't fight,
Their
but the
team
problem
fights.
is now they can never fight.
Yeah.
It's too late for them to fight. Sion is massive.
Yeah.
And looks like he's going to get a Randuin's now.
Oh, charm on Achani. They might have a pick here. Achani flashes away. Easy kill. Going after Arrow as well. Score. Pops a Q onto Goon. Watch coming down, taking a bit of damage. Nagne in trouble now. Gets exhausted. That's going to cut that damage a lot. OQ turns for the kill onto him. And that's going to be an objective or two for Najin.
Yeah, not the best wind wall right there.
Yep.
It did a lot.
Whoa, Score gets caught in the brush. Oh, man.
Well, there's your first inhibitor of the game at 30 minutes.
Yeah, I would
Duke
say
not
so.
even having to be there. Hachani getting a little bit caught out. And then leading to a series of kills for Najin as they very smoothly take the inhibitor afterwards.
Well, Score carrying on the grand tradition of Korean League of Legends, where players will recall in the most dangerous spots they can think of. Happens in the pro level, on the solo queue.
Wow. And take a look at this again. Just charm onto Hachani right there. They're able to follow up immediately. He tries to flash, can't quite get out. In the meantime, where's Nagne? So Nagne comes in. Questionable wind wall right there. He just gets hit by a charm on the other side of it. Trying to block some of OQ's damage, but I think he could have angled it to be kind of parallel with the brush, and it would have been a lot better than at the end of the day.
Oh,
Score
just knew
getting
he was
found
there.
by OQ. And yeah, this is a pretty dire situation. Najin has done it. To their credit, though, Najin has done a very good job of unrelenting pressure this game, and great poise not to fight when they can't fight either. So even though it has been a low-kill game, this game has been very one-sided in favor of Najin.
Yep.
And it's just they've been in the driver's seat this entire time. KT has never really been able to put any pressure onto Najin whatsoever.
You know, it's only one game, but I was really expecting it to be a bit closer.
Yeah.
I mean, we've still got more of the best of 3 to go, but
Let's think about the best of
a
3.
surprise.
I mean, in the first series, kind of embodied this perfectly. Najin absolutely smashed SK Telecom and then spent the next 2 games getting smashed themselves. So, you know, one game isn't really the best indicator of skill, and that's why I like the fact that we're moving into these best of 3s as well, because I think you get a much better idea of team skill in this best of 3 format.
Arrow has to burn that flash to get out of the Cataclysm. That one hurts. And Najin in true Najin fashion. Whoa, Score comes in from behind. They try to grab Kung. He's going to pop that Zoni as Nagne gets low. There's the equalizer coming down. Hachani not able to do anything in the back line. Someday now popping his Zonies, but Duke just waiting. There's the double knockup. And Someday completely locked down as OQ picks up that double kill. And there's just no stopping Najin. I don't think Duke took a single point of damage that fight.
Well, he's not going to take probably any damage for the rest of this game at this juncture. I mean, he's just so tanky. And they're not actually going to go for the Baron right here, at least not immediately. Going to push that in. OQ transitioning over. Oh, he's not actually going to help Duke kill that turret at all. Duke's like, I got this by myself.
Yep, they're going to go grab that dragon. It's coming up in about 5 seconds. And why not take that and get the 3rd stack? There we go. Now they will. Pretty sure. Yep. Just savoring the moment there for a second.
Well, massive lead for Najin, and there's no really scaling hope for KT either. So they didn't even really put up much of a fight this game. They lost control early and then didn't really attempt to make any plays, kind of rolled over and died, really.
Yeah. That game was like a 180-degree opposite type of game from the KT Arrow style. It was like,
Which is funny considering that most of these players are from the KT Arrows.
yeah. Well, it makes you wonder a little bit, who's doing most of the shot calling on the team right now.
Well, I think that it's more than likely Score, just given
I think
his
so too, yeah.
veteran status. But yeah, just no fight, no pressure.
Oh, Kane. Face checks to push. They're going to push him over there. Knock up for Nagne. He gets exhausted as well. Kane flashes over the wall. They do manage to bring him down.
And finally, they're starting to make plays, but I'm afraid it's just
Yeah.
a little bit too late.
I would not be surprised if it was. Here we go. Another team fight. Someday has to pop that Zonia's. Goong and Watch in the back lines. Watch in a little bit of trouble. Someday lives for now. Takes a ride out on the Lantern. Watch goes down. And KT full rushing this top lane. Nice CC layering there. But here comes
OQ
OQ
is
to
so
get the
strong.
reset. The exhaust doesn't make a difference. And Duke, he can 1v3 this back line, of course. And OQ, nobody is stopping him right now. He can walk through that box all day. Triple kill for him. Quadra, Someday. Is he going to deny the Penta? Looks like he is. Oh, scumbag Someday. Not allowing OQ to grab that Penta. He's got a little bit of time left, but I don't think they're really too concerned about it. Might as well grab the Baron.
Yeah, they'll be able to easily two-man the Baron at this point. And KT, they did something a little bit unexpected. They're trying to hide Duke right there
Yep.
so that they don't know necessarily that the Baron is going on, but I think they can suspect given the HP that Duke has. Look how much HP he has.
Wow, that's
He's
about
taking
3,600 right now.
no damage from this Baron whatsoever.
Yeah. Good amount of armor. Yeah, and everybody's going to get that Baron buff as well, too. Death Timer's working out pretty well for Najin. And at this point, with 3 stacks of Dragon, with the Baron buff, it's pretty unlikely that KT is going to be able to stop them from just bulldozing their way into the base.
Yeah, OQ looking to see if he can get a pick right there. Not going to find anything. Immensely strong. Has 8 of his team's 11 kills at the moment. And KT had to do something with the super minions flooding into their base. And they do manage to get that kill onto Kane. And they try and continue right here. They know they have a man advantage, at least for the moment. And something gets a little bit caught right there in the Cataclysm. But this is a very inefficient use of Najin's abilities in general, using a lot of AoE just to hit one target. So it looks like KT may be able to turn things around here. But then Superfed Tristana comes in and starts getting some resets. As we can see, Nagne has no chance right there. And
That's all OQ.
exhaust used, but by the time he gets back to Arrow, it's all gone. And Duke, the good setup with his ultimate, makes it easy for OQ to get that Quadra.
Yeah, meanwhile, the inhibitor being taken out again in the mid lane. Najin moving into the base. They've got the super minions. They've got the Baron buff. But they don't have enough super minions yet.
They do have
It is Najin.
an Iron Elixir Scion, though. Look how big he is. Everybody just following in his wake for that speed buff.
Yeah. I love these new elixirs, but I gotta say,
I
Iron
love
Elixir is definitely
huge
the
Scion.
coolest.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for the day that we get to see now that Cho'Gath has been buffed a little bit. Iron Elixir, 6-stack, wild growth Cho'Gath. That's what I want to see.
Someday. We'll get our wish someday.
So, no reason not to put on more pressure right now. And
Yeah.
Najin just doing a nice methodical closure to this one.
Yep. Yeah, keep in mind during that last fight, Duke was fighting 3 people at once and didn't even lose a fourth of his health. Yeah. No issues at all taking out that turret. And the bulldozer is moving. Oh, flash play from Machani. There's the box as well. A lot of damage done to some of the Najin players. Goon getting into the back line. Making away, taking out Yasuo. Oh, nice kill by Score, actually. But Najin going to be able to win that fight. And look at Duke. He is just unstoppable. Arrow runs for his life. He's going to crush that butterfly. Oh, he missed. Only the turret can do damage to Duke at this point. They're going to take out the inhibitor on their way back.
Monster.
Seriously. Wow.
Well, they finally got OQ. It
Yeah,
took
they-
all of their resources, and they lost an inhibitor for it, but they got back to him. Duke is just unkillable at the moment, and he's going to
I
head
should
back
have.
to base and, get... Oh, he's just going to teleport, actually.
Yeah.
Clear out the minion wave, no extra gold, and as we see this fight right here, OQ trying to get away, and look at Duke just zoning absolutely everybody out right now. Arrow can't even output damage during this fight because he's got so many times.
It's pretty amazing that Arrow lived through that, actually.
It's not like Duke's doing damage, really.
He doesn't need to. He just needs to survive and keep hitting people.
He's got Thornmail, he's got Aegis.
Yep. He just needs Arrow to hit him. That's all he
Only
needs.
400 armor on this Scion, don't you know? And nearly, or actually over 4,000 HP.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, and that's the thing is that Rumble obviously can't burst him down with only 2 core items. So
Yeah.
who's going to kill him? It's not Yasuo. It's not Kog'Maw.
Oh, the ult activated. He's going after Score. There's a knockup. OQ coming in to do a lot of damage. Score with no chance to make it out. And oh boy, here we go. OQ getting those resets. He's got the double. He's going again. Arrow in a little bit of trouble. Can he get away? There's Rumble someday blocking him off. OQ is just, he's been on the verge of pentakilling for like the last 20 minutes now. Every fight, it's like this guy could do it.
Nogde's running down the lane, trying to
He's truly
recall.
He's truly become the exiled samurai now, or whatever. Yasuo's
Exiled from
supposed
his
to be.
own base.
That's right. And there goes the first Nexus turret. Winions helping Najin as usual. Ult used by Kane just to keep everybody healthy while they do this final siege. Super minions coming in from both sides now, and there they finally lock down Arrow. Take him down, Najin exhausted, and that gives OQ time to come in and pick up another kill. He's not done yet. There's the Zonius from Someday, and it looks like Duke's taking it upon himself to just win this game. There we go, GG! And Najin crushes KT Rolster in game 1.
Now, KT really needs to figure out a way to actually put some sort of pressure on because they really didn't do much of anything for most of that game. And once Najin had a lead, they faced pretty much no contest in closing that game out. They had pressure on all 3 lanes. They got deep wards in both sides of the jungle.
They need a bit more confidence. I want to see them play. I want to see them play a more aggressive comp next game. Kind of force them to be the people taking the initiative.
They could have played more aggressively than they did, of course, with that Rumble. But Someday just not having the best game, and Duke farming his way to invincibility effectively. Had some great Scion ults in there as well.
Yeah, he really did. That was definitely one of the better Scion games we've seen in the preseason. Now in Champion Spring here. Tough first game, though, for KT, but it is a best of 3. Again, like you mentioned earlier, Najin won their first game against SK Telecom and ended up losing the series. So anything could happen, guys.
Yeah, not too much of a turnaround, but OQ really showing off that game as well. 11-1-4 ending. Big score, but for me, it's Duke just with the massive farm game in the top lane, making him so potent.
Yep. And so when we come back, game number 2 between Najin the Empire and KT Rolster. We'll see if KT can tie it up or we'll see a 2-0. Don't go anywhere, guys. Champions will be right back.
예, 확실히 지네어가 뭔가 수싸움을 많이 걸었고 본인들이 원하는 식으로 조합을 꾸려갔어요. 삼성 같은 경우에는 상대 조합을 크게 의식하기보다는 본인들이 원하는, 그러면서 예전 꽤 올드한 조합이지만 아직까지도 강력한 럼블 자르반 제이스, 이 구도 굉장히 유명한 조합이거든요. 그냥 굉장히 어떻게 보면 클래식하게 갔습니다. 루시안 쓰레시까지 하면서 지네어 같은 경우에는 조합 컨셉이 분명합니다만 이거는 양 팀 다 큰 불만은 없을 것 같아요.
네.
보고 있고요. 넥터 기가 막히게.
파일럿. 야,
와, 삼성 랜턴 거의
네.
최대 사거리 아니었나요?
그렇죠.
상대가 3명이 탑으로 왔었으니까 이런 식으로 또 반격하네요.
그렇죠. 카다딘이 버텨준 게 그러면 더 큰 이득으로 더 큰 만회가 될 수 있습니다.
순간이동 넘어옵니다.
싸움을 용을 안
버스
뺐어요.
일단 넘고
네. 용 먹고 그리고 킬로
때리죠.
여기서 블리스가
네.
제이 주먹고 블리스도 그런데 근데 삼성 시리즈 같이 하는 이유.
달려들었죠. 여기
네.
체이서가 한번
자르반 와요.
네.
자르반 오는데
그 전에 잡았죠.
예, 잡았고요.
근데 혼자
그리고 모르가나까지.
네.
모르가나.
아, 여기 속박을 네.
전면 속박 약간 아쉽네요.
네.
자,
용 10초.
오, 랭가. 블리스가
습니까?
살았는데 레이스가 또 죽을 것 같고.
네. 자, 그래야 퓨리가.
그렇죠.
퓨리가
먼저 죽었어요.
퓨리가 해야죠.
퓨리 프리들인데.
네. 바텀이 해줘야 되고요.
근데 HP가 너무 안 좋은데요?
네. 전원 생존이긴
퓨리 위치가
체력이
위치가 안 좋아요.
궁극긴 있습니다.
예.
자, 2부 살 수 있나요?
오?
자, 이러면 큐비
아니 근데 이게 살아요?
퓨리.
루시안 잡았어요. 루시안 잡았어요. 위에 가서 루시안 잡았어요.
퓨리가 준 거는 아쉽죠?
지네어 입장에서 계속 싸우면 이기는
네.
구도가 맞는데
실패. 네.
삼성이 잘 빠지나 싶었지만 이게 결국에 그래도 잡혔네요.
그렇습니다. 그리고 용까지 한번 상대가 거의 집에 가야 되는 분위기긴 하거든요.
아 잘했네요.
네.
거기서 괜히 또 뭔가 망설였으면 큰일 나는 상황인데 블리스가 터치 당하는 시작한 게 최악의 흐름이었습니다.
그렇습니다. 아, 체크서가 진짜. 아, 여기서 레이스가 대공수만 있으면.
그러니까 위에 커버가 와서 싸우는
네.
건데
자, 랭가 오거든요.
더블킬을 내야죠, 이러면. 더블킬을 내야겠죠?
묶어놓고. 네. 아, 속박.
커버 좋아요.
인도까지 갱맘이. 네, 지원 좋았어요.
삼성도 여기서 빨리 뭐 탑도 밀고 미드도 압박 주고 해야 됩니다.
상대적으로 경험이 많은 지네어 그리닝스.
오, 전면까지. 네, 물리면 안 되죠. 아직까지.
랜턴.
순간이동.
네.
이게
아, 큐비.
위치는 진짜 좋은데.
네.
그러면서
자, 탐지역. 오, 예. 트레이스는 버텼습니다. 용 15초.
이게 중요해요.
랜턴
자.
갖다 놓고
자, 이퀄라이저는 없고요.
강타 있-
자, 용. 빨간 팀 먹었어요. 자, 2부 못
꺼졌어요. 랜턴
나오죠. 네. 자, 용과 함께 상대편까지 잡아줍니다. 지네요. 자, 레이스처럼은 빠지긴 했습니다만 카타린도 마찬가지고요.
뭐 룰루 공도 있고 아직 자르바
네.
공도 있긴 있습니다.
삼성은 룰루입니다. 안 뺍니다. 삼성은 안 뺍.
조냐로 그리고 대격변.
자, 파일럿이
네.
먼저 맞았어. 사용 성공.
네.
사용 성공.
들어오죠.
그러면
자,
예,
룰루.
룰루 죽었습니다. 룰루.
네, 룰루
룰루
잡았어요.
잡았고요. 예, 자,
네, 네,
퓨리가
네.
퓨리.
네.
퓨리가 퓨리.
네,
퓨리. 그러면서
네.
삼성 진짜 잘 싸웠네요.
네. 뺍니다. 일단 전쟁, 일단 교전.
완벽한 타이밍에 완벽하게 이니시티브를 했다라고 생각을 했을 것 같은데 카사딘이 파고 들었을 때 상대에게 생각보다 위협적인 데미지 딜링을 할 수 있는 상황이 아니었고 조냐가 더 빨리
네.
빠졌습니다.
전냐 결국 아이템이죠.
또 날려들죠. 자, 이번에 공격. 아,
이거는 완벽하네요.
네,
이거는
버텼어, 버텼어. 왼쪽. 아, 세이브 한번. 일단 들어갔고요.
그리고 스레시도 있고요.
네, 두명 전사. 바로 갚아줍니까, 지네어도?
LOL이 참 묘한 게임이라
일단 어딨어? 빨라요. 묶었죠. 네.
뭐 확실히 뭐 룰루 승천의 부적에다 뭐
룰루
드래곤
랭가.
3스텝 막
네, 거의 3단 4단으로 지금 가동이 됩니다. 흩뿌려줘야죠. 다른 쪽에도 왔다 갔다 하면 내가 이렇습니다만
이걸
정중앙을
자르반 지천도 그렇게 잘 들어간 건 아니고요.
이걸 지금 카사딘이 뒤에서 번지한 상태에서 한번 왔어요.
그렇죠. 이러면 자, 럼블 한번 버팁니다만 럼블 이거 막상 치기만 하면 되고요.
자르반
지금 싸움을
살아갈 수
보긴 봐야겠습니다만
네.
사실상 예 많이 힘든
파일럿
상황이네요.
추격할 수 있죠. 이렇게 안 끝나가 3명 전사. 흔들리는데요.
그러니까 지네어 그리닉스가 이니시티브가 너무 세거든요. 그런데다가 아이템
다시 하나 더. 유리를 하려는데.
뭔가 장난 아니에요. 오늘 밤 정말 하루 종일
정말 제이스 그냥.
네. 자, 2일 14까지 갔습니다. 룰로 그리고 랭가는 3일 12.
저희가 판단이 봤을 때 그렇게 오랜 시간이 필요하지 않습니다.
네.
누구보다 빠릅니다. 네.
밀었죠.
랭가가
또 다른. 한번 밀어냈습니다. 네.
아니 무슨 압박을 쓰는 것 같아요.
네.
포킹도 아예 안 되고.
또 파일럿.
하지만 아직 싸움은
싸움은 끝나지 않았다. 네. 그래도 손해를 봤네요.
네.
뒤에 카사딘 있고.
예, 이런 게 사실 슈퍼플레이거든요. 상대의 실수가 있긴 했었어요.
네.
엄청나게 빠르게 카메라 했어요. 맞습니다 일단.
부른 걸 어떻게 할 수가 없어요. 부른 걸 지금 카사딘 있고요. 내가 또 점프.
삼성도 데미지를 넣고 있긴 한데
네, 이게 지금부터 사냥 시작이에요. 2명 남았죠?
네.
2명 살아갈 수 있었죠? 움직임 좋아요. 갱맘. 네, 욕먹자. 네.
이거 먹고 5스택.
네.
AP가 1082예요. 뭐 랭가도
대단한 역할을
20스택,
해주는데요. 네.
룰루도 20스택.
And welcome back to Champion Spring, guys. Game 1's MVP is Duke. No big surprise there. He had a pretty solid game on Scion, all things considered.
Yep, just farming away, free farming forever until he got unkillable, and then all he had to do was land a couple good ults, which he did, and zone out the enemy carry. But great game from Duke.
Yep.
Overall, he continues to be one of the most consistent top laners in terms of high performance here
Yeah, this
in the
is
Korean
really-
scene. And here he comes again with just teleporting. No home guard, nothing fancy.
Oh, he ults into a wall there. That was less impressive than some of his other highlights.
And coming around.
Oh, there's Null. Oh, into a wall again. Okay. Maybe we shouldn't be showing these highlights, actually. No, he just goes 1v3. Sets things up for OQ to almost get the pentakill.
Yeah, grabs that quadra. This was great, though, right here. Just fantastic zoning
Yeah.
and knockups from the outside after Watch gets a good Cataclysm down, and then nobody can even do anything. They just have to run away from him right there. This is a great ult, too. Watch this.
Yeah.
Score tries to get away, gets hit, gets knocked up again. Easy kill for OQ to finish it off, and another nice Scion game for Duke. It's been one of his most played champions
Yeah.
so far.
I really like the new Scion rework, too. I mean, I feel like he's become one of the most entertaining champions to watch right now.
Definitely a lot of fun.
What
So,
ults anyway.
KT will be on the blue side this game. All the players are in the lobby. So
Yep.
we're not going to see any kind of changes so far
Pretty much.
for this game.
KT really needs to just do something this game, though. I mean, besides, you know, we talked about it during the last game.
Yeah.
Besides trying to sneak that early dragon, they just pretty much backed away while Najin took all their objectives. you
Yeah,
know?
and you can't do that, especially while the Scion gets tankier and tankier.
Yeah.
With Yasuo and Rumble, they were so incredibly dependent on cooldowns. And if you lose the ability to burst down Najin, then you have nothing left. And that Scion just got way, way, way too big.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, KT can play defensively, but at some point you need to take the initiative in some sort of regard.
Yeah.
You can't just let yourself be pushed around the map all game.
Right, and they didn't really use that Rumble very effectively whatsoever.
Yeah, they never got to have a good team fight. And you have to think back to picks and bans a little bit too, where they passed up a chance to get Rumble and Jarvan on that first rotation. Like, I think that may have helped things quite a bit if they would have locked down that combo early on.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Lee Sin really was an ineffective pick.
Yep.
So we'll see if Score and Crew have some better pickups for this next game. And
No changes on either roster, of course. Najin not wanting to swap anybody out in the bot lane because when you're up a game, why not go for that 2-0?
Yeah, and KT as well, they did a lot of experimenting in the preseason with some other players like Prime and Edge and Fixer.
think
But
that guy-
they've actually dropped all those players from their roster now, so
Oh, yeah, that's true.
they only have these five players on the roster.
That guy's sign said, "I'm going to go home and play Scion." That's what it said. Can't blame him. See, that's the Korean solo queue at work right there.
Yeah, see?
I saw a good game with this champion, so now I'm going to only play that champion until there's another good game with another champion.
Vinyl
And
Cat rocking the cat sweater with pockets today, I
yeah,
guess.
But is it made of vinyl? That's the question.
Interesting choice.
KT coaches, much more normal attire. No cats in random places. We've got little owls on our ties. No, actually today we've got the little mustache thing. Yep, we always have little interesting things on our ties. You know what's more interesting? Picks and bans for game number 2. KT Rolster versus Najin EM Fire, and there's that Zed ban against Goon, as usual.
Yeah, I think we will be seeing this throughout the series tonight. Faker decided it was a good idea to let him have Zed, and then decided that he wanted to lose that game. So
Yeah.
there's
Not a good
Janna
decision.
going to be the first ban on the side of Najin in game 2.
All right. Then Lissandra banned against Najin. I wonder what Najin's plan is here. What they want KT to pick first. What do they want them to pick?
Well, KT's bans are the same so far. I imagine they'll ban that Kassadin last as well. Corki taken away from Arrow this game, so will they go for the same bans as last time and finish off with the Kassadin? It's really not so much of a KT-style champion compared to Gung and Duke, who both love to use Kassadin.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be too much of a blow to KT Rolster to go ahead and remove it.
And there's a Scion ban, yeah? I would say so after that last game.
I actually don't think that's very necessary right here, because if
No?
we're talking about super tanks, I mean, Duke could have been playing Mundo, he could have been playing Maokai, he could have been playing Scion. It really didn't matter
That's a good point.
what he was playing in that top lane with the amount of farm time and alone time he got up there. So I think that's more of a strategic error, and I don't think the Scion ban is really very necessary.
And the LeBlanc ban, so really targeting Nagne a little bit there with that final ban, and that's a first pick Gnar now for KT. Well, Najin looking pretty confident, I guess. Gonna give that Gnar over to KT Rolster.
Yeah, they can take the Azir, of course, if they want to, but we
Yes,
saw
they can.
Azir fall all the way through the draft. We've seen a lot of Azir bans, but when the champion's not banned, he just doesn't seem to be picked a whole lot either. It's
That's
like
a good point, yeah.
the pro players seem to have very good and can't play Azir right now.
Now, will we possibly see Watch take that Jarvan? I wonder.
I mean, I think taking Rumble Jarvan right here is pretty good. Certainly Rumble has
Yeah.
a bad matchup, but you can always lane swap the Rumble and try and deal with it that way. But they could just take Azir Lee Sin as well.
Ooh. Sivir Lee Sin would be interesting. That seems a bit risky. What do you think?
I mean, it depends on what they're going for. It looks like if they want to go for a high engage composition, then they will have some flexibility here. And they're not really showing much in terms of their picks so far. And I think by banning Corki, they were planning on having this early pick Sivir right here. Score on Rengar, champion that he played quite well over the course of the preseason, often drawing Rengar bans, in fact.
Yeah. Certainly a good pickup for him. And possibly this mid Kassadin for Nagne.
Blind picking Kassadin can be quite dangerous, however.
Really, yeah.
Although with Gung's champion pool, it's not so bad because there's not, typically Kassadin a little more vulnerable to AD champions, and with Zed banned, Gung may default to playing Jace or something like that in order to deal with the Kassadin.
Oh, Twitch for Arrow would be certainly interesting.
The setup from Gnar and double invisibility coming in with Twitch and with
Yeah.
Rengar. So a lot of good setup and positional potential here from KT Rolster. I like what we're seeing so far. Might be fun to see a Zillion come in as well, just for some added speed with both Twitch and Rengar would synergize very, very nicely with the composition they have going right now, and they don't really need more damage.
Well, Lulu would be a pretty decent pickup as well, too. Those wild growths are really nice with both Rengar and Gnar.
Yeah, we saw, and then the Rengar engage combo that we saw from Jinair yesterday was also quite impressive.
Yeah, not to mention Twitch. Lulu is a pretty decent bully lane.
And Wilgoon blind pick the Yasuo, or the Yasuo, the Kassadin here. And that may lead to a Yasuo selection, actually, from Nagne or a Jace. Again, that Jace still a large threat right now. And that will be a Kassadin lock-in for Goon. Very confident blind pick.
Yeah, no kidding. No mystery at all about that Kassadin. Not with
And
the
they
Rumble
also
pickup.
picked Rumble into Gnar, which is not a good matchup for Rumble. So this is a little bit weird from Najin in terms of their draft.
So would you say it's pretty likely then they're thinking of a lane swap?
I mean, hard to say. I would assume that's what they're going to do. But the thing is, Najin has blind picked their 80 carry. The only thing they've reacted with is a Rumble, but they picked a losing matchup. So I'm a little bit worried about what Najin's doing right now.
They don't have
And there's the
Jarvan
Jace for Nagne, and they're going to take the Morgana as well, just in case I think the Thresh gets picked as a last champion here for Najin.
Well, that is a lot of damage coming in from KT. That is a pretty scary team fight.
It's a really good composition, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll lock it in.
The thing is that Twitch's weakness in the laning phase would be a bit nullified if they did do that lane swap. They could go for that Annie. That has been a style that they've liked to run.
Yeah, and they will lock it in. Okay, so Kayn, one of the few supports out there that still plays that Annie, but he does play it well, certainly.
Yeah, SK Telecom even feeling fit to ban it in the last 2 games of their best of 3 against Najin after Kayn did so well in game 1 and helped Najin acquire that win. So
You can't.
I don't know about this composition, though, even though Najin is playing with some of these comfort picks. They've got a lot of engage, but at the same time, KT is going to be very elusive with these 2 invisible champions. They've got great pick potential in the mid game, and especially with the Morgana as well. And late game, they're not really going to fall off. This Gnar, if someday can get rolling on it, will be quite scary, and they should be able to survive really anything that Najin throws at them. So I'm a bit worried with this composition and with the draft that we saw from Najin in this game.
Yeah. Well, again, you know, that's the thing about it being so early in the season. You just can't make any judgments about one game. Najin winning big time in game number 1. KT possibly looking a little bit stronger going into game number 2. But it all comes down to whatever happens in the actual game, so we'll see what it ends up being. I'm just happy to see Annie play a little bit more again.
Yeah, it's fun to see her, especially since Kayn just has kept on practicing her.
Oh yeah, well, it's time, guys. Will Najin get the 2-0, or is KT going to tie it up? Let's get in the game. All right, here we go. Welcome to Summoner's Rift, Match 4, Set 2. KT Rolster versus Najin the Empire. There was a cheer for Najin, but no cheer for KT. Ouch. It's not something you see every day.
Well, yeah, especially since KT does have a lot of their champions winning players
Yeah, they tend
still
to
on the roster.
They tend to have more of a rabid fan base too, so I'm kind of sad. A little bit disappointed in the fans
so-
today, man.
I'm so sorry you're sad, Noah.
Well, you're probably more sad than I am. I mean, I'm not bothered by it. I know SKT's going to get a big cheer later, so.
Just waiting for all those SKT fans to get here.
Yep.
Well, looks like no sign of a lane swap yet for Najin.
Well, the recall coming in from Arrow now, though.
It looks like they may be trying to call the bluff right here.
Could be.
Now, they really do want this Gnar, though, up against this Rumble. It does make their lives a lot easier. But
Okay.
nobody getting deep wards in right now. Arrow and Hachani heading up to the top side.
KT is going to lane swap that.
Now, the thing is, Najin may not get a lane freeze with the way things are going unless they walk into lane, and then they will be seen. Look at this. Somebody actually going to recall right now. Oh, no.
Or not.
Not actually going to finish it right there. And here we go. So there will be a jungle follow, and looks like the lane swap will be completed, and both sides should be able to get the freeze on as well. So I don't know about this. I think KT tried to call Najin, assuming that a lane swap was coming in, and couldn't quite get it. Hachani maybe recalling immediately before 2 right now.
Yeah, looks that way.
We'll see how fast KT is going to be willing to break this freeze in order to get the Gnar versus Rumble matchup, which we've seen from GE versus IM yesterday go very, very heavily in favor of Gnar. Smeb becoming an absolute monster by the end of the game.
Yeah, the Gnars we've seen generally don't lose, so it's always been a really risky pick to let get through.
Yeah, I'm
don't see
intrigued.
a lot of it.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by this. Just both, neither team really wanting to get any deep wards to draw any definitive conclusions about the lanes, and then a bit of guesswork after that, and I think it pays off more for Najin.
Yeah, a little bit so far.
KT, and now Morgana trying to getting into that bottom lane alongside the Gnar, so they will try and break that freeze. Will be easier with a champion like Gnar who can farm from range and use that boomerang at the very least.
See, Kassadin needs to spend a little bit more time in the Void, I think, because all he can do is make like a sword, sometimes throw an orb or something like that, but Jace has a weapon that can be a hammer or a gun anytime it wants to be.
Well, Jace is obviously a lot smarter than Kassadin. He invented that.
That's true. I think Goong needs to find a way to make like a, Void bazooka or a Void crossbow at least or something,
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
You think he wouldn't have to walk up to minions to CS like that?
Yeah. Power of the Void, not so great after all, huh?
Unless you spend a lot of time in there and you end up like Kog'Maw or whatever.
I wouldn't want to do that. I mean, you can already tell Kassadin's having some issues, man. He's got the gas mask thing on. Apparently can't breathe the oxygen anymore. There's that one skin, but that's pre-Void Kassadin.
Yeah, but how come he still has Void powers?
Because I don't know. I don't know, man. Why is there a Battle Bunny Riven skin? Some things just never are going to be explained.
All right, well, watch wrapping around right here for a gank on the bottom side.
Someday taking some damage here. They're going to lock him down a little bit. Black Shield came in. They get the nice 2-man stun, and Kayn helps OQ pick up that first blood. That was a really nice flash stun from Kayn.
Yeah, Someday also missing the hop right there.
Yeah.
So he wasn't actually able to bounce into the safety of the turret. A little bit of a mechanical misplay, but what are you going to do? And that first blood will be quite nice. Someday also not flashing, interestingly enough.
Yeah, decided he wanted to save that summoner spell, use his teleport to get back to lane.
Arrow with a very large win percentage on Twitch, but that's not really recent numbers. So, and Duke will avoid the first bola from score right there, so won't get rude, just get slowed with the second one instead, and not a successful gank up in the top lane.
Well, Nagne used his exhaust at some point.
And he tried to get a kill right there, did force the flash out of Goong, however.
Yep.
But he's out of mana now, so he will be having to go back to base.
Well, Duke at least is able to keep up and farm in this lane against Arrow. So he's got that going for him, I guess.
Yeah, Someday also getting a second Doran's item just to give him a little more punch in the laning phase. See what this, Annie actually staking around, surprisingly, in this bottom lane with the Morgana. And will they actually swap lanes right now is the question, with Rumble in top lane and Arrow finally pushing the minion wave into the tower. This would be an ideal time to get the 1v1 between Gnar and Rumble, but they're not going to actually go for it. Instead, Arrow just sitting around at the brush, wanting to keep on farming up.
Oh, Kayn has that stun loaded up. Annie is so much fun, man. You can just go all in and get kills pretty much anytime you want. It's a beautiful thing.
She's a good champion for that. That's for sure.
Oh, yes.
Well, there are some
Right.
pings going down right now. Arrow still hasn't shopped, so the not really going to be able to kill this Rumble more than likely up in the top lane.
Yeah, Duke with that cloth armor is going to be pretty decent against an only Doran's Blade Twitch.
And just wards going down from both of our junglers. Another pretty passive early game here.
Yep, pretty much.
Score just getting some wards out of his own, wanting to farm for as long as he can.
Goon's staying under turret too, so KT really not getting an opportunity to go for any sort of ganks pre-6. It's too late for that now, though. Goon is level 6, and that mid lane's going to be hard to get.
Score waiting around, seeing if Goon will overextend right there, but with no Morgana on the map, that is a scary proposition. Arrow backing off. There's a ward in that Tribrush placed there by Watch. They're trying to do what they can against this very weak Twitch at the moment.
Yeah, he could be squished pretty easily. I think he's probably going to recall fairly soon. We'll see.
Meantime, though, Goong is doing a great job of staying even in CS against this Jace. Nagne going for that, of course, early tier at about 5.5 minutes, so he will be stacking that up in a appropriate time frame, but he really hasn't been able to push Goong off of the minion wave terribly well to this point. And here comes Kayn.
Yeah, they're going to try to make something happen. There's a nice stun, a little bit of damage from the W. Doesn't quite connect with it, though. Didn't look like they had enough either way.
Yeah, it's not
Nagne
enough.
doesn't even need to flash.
Not enough damage right there.
Yeah, definitely. I think he missed with the W, too. He was just out of range.
So he will go back, start picking up some long swords. And Kayn with not much of a roam into the mid lane, not even really going to deny any CS off of that. And they're not going to get any damage down onto the turret either.
Sure enough. Wow, you can hear Cassin breathe. Is that what that is?
Yeah,
Oh,
of course. Got the respirator, man.
I guess so.
Serious lung issues.
So, well, I would think Lysandra would have the most serious lung issues with the way she sounds.
The shards of ice in her lungs.
That's right. Does not sound good. Other champions with throat issues, apparently Morgana as well. And you could make an argument, Nami, with certain skins. Gnar, yep, definitely.
Well, they're trying to make a play onto Gnar right now. I'm not sure this is going to be successful because somebody still has his flash up.
Certainly does.
And they're
Well-
going to get found out by the ward of the Tribrush, but they will take it out at the same time. Nagne playing pretty aggressively right there under the turret, getting some damage down onto Goong.
I wonder if they could dive this right here. Nah,
Nope.
Goon could get away too easily.
But they are going to get some decent damage down onto the bottom side, just as Watch and Kayn decide to zone someday out.
Yeah, not letting him get any sort of CS at all, and they may be able to get this turret. They've got another wave coming to that bot turret right now. Ooh, and here we might have, well, it was going to be a bit of a dive in top lane, but Duke wisely backed off. Looks like Najin's going to get the first objective of the game, though. Turret number 1 going
Wow,
down.
they're getting really
Wow.
greedy, going for the dragon as well. Najin just
Why not, though?
taking the objectives. Yeah, very
They-
well played indeed. They knew exactly where KT was on the top side, so they're actually able to two-man a dragon with
Man.
jungle and support. Really nice cross-map objective control from Najin.
And KT gets that top lane turret, but Najin really coming up better in that few series of events right there.
Yeah, the thing is, though, they still have to worry about scaling because KT is going to have more than likely the stronger late-game composition, even
Yeah.
with a slight gold deficit. So nice of them to take the advantages they can, though. Duke remains up into the top side, doesn't really miss a beat in terms of CS either someday, and Duke pretty much even this game. And Arrow did recall, but went right back up into the top lane in order to get that turret. So KT need to look for a play. Can they get Goong? It would be huge if they could.
He's going to be so hard to lock down, though.
Well, as long as Rengar can hit his skill shot, he won't be, but
Oh, he may be in trouble here. They
Or
might just
Morgana.
dive this.
yeah, he can't. I mean, the chain of binds from Morgana and Rengar is going to be pretty deadly, even to a Kassadin.
Yeah, here comes the rest of Najin. If it would have been just him. Oh, never mind. A bit of fight in the jungle. Watch trying to safeguard away that line, but power slam, and Nagne gets the kill right there. KT chasing, or Nagne, or Najin rather, chasing to see if they can get a little bit of revenge, but all they really need to do right now is defend this mid turret, and that's not going to be easy. Goong going ahead to put a little bit of damage onto Someday.
And speaking of the Rengar route into Morgana routes, that's what we just saw right there.
Yep.
And
Oh, more roots coming down. Equalizer used just to keep Duke safe. Someday backing away after nearly dying.
yeah, taking a bunch of tower shots right there. A little bit
Yeah.
ill-advised. Someday will turn into the Mega Gnar as he escapes, so they can't actually get the turret down. Not the greatest Rengar ults that we've ever seen.
Well, that turret is in prime position to be knocked down at a moment's notice later. They did manage to find Watch and get a kill in the jungle, so not a terrible little series of events for KT. They just don't have a lot of wards out on the map right now, though. Najin has pretty good vision control over that bottom jungle, and KT with only a couple here and there.
Yeah, they need to work on that. But without the Dragon up, it's not the most crucial thing at the moment. They need to focus really on trying to make more pick plays. Arrow really needs to get out there and start trying to make picks on the mid lane. Alongside of this Rengar, once their ults come back up, Nagne.
Yeah, they haven't really used any of the invisibility advantages they've had yet.
And they really do need to do that. Because their goal right now should be just to create a couple picks to extend the game so that this Gnar and this Twitch can really start doing a lot of damage in the late game.
Yeah.
And they have to be careful too because the dive pressure from Najin is absolutely huge. So they need to make sure that Najin can't group up.
Oh,
and here we
boy.
go.
Oh, Duke,
Score
he
with the
has
root.
his flash available. OQ right there as well to add the damage on. Score in a lot of trouble now, and there's a kill for Najin. OQ picking up that one, and
Didn't expect OQ to be there, that's for sure. And
I
he
don't
also
think anyone did.
he missed his route.
Yep. Sure enough, and here we go. Goon coming over the wall, as is Watch. They've got KT on the run now, kicking Nagne back right into the waiting arms of Duke, who drops that equalizer. OQ turning to try to finish him off. He flashes. Oh, and he lives. And no, barely not. The ignite from Achani does work. Duke picking up a kill, though, in return, and they're going to get that top lane turret someday. Not able to really be effective at all in that fight.
And that's why they need to be playing the map right now. Once the Blade of the Ruined King comes out on Twitch, you have to go make picks immediately because the diving is just so strong from Najin with this composition.
Yeah.
In the mid game with the speed from the Sivir ultimate and also the equalizer coming in. So there's Nagne getting kicked right there. Great Rumble ult this time, just bottling up Achani. He can't even find a good chance to use his ult before he's dead effectively.
Well, at least he got the kill onto OQ, but that's about all they got.
Yep.
Pretty much. Well, Najin taking a decent little lead in this game. It's still far from over, but you know, again, I feel like we're seeing another game where Najin is just very easily dictating the pace of things.
Yeah, and KT has the playmaking tools right now. They have the Rengar, and they have the Twitch, and they have to use them now.
Yeah.
Again, extend the game with picks, make it so Najin can't group and dive you, and then eventually you're just going to outscale them.
Yeah, they really have to kind of do the opposite of what they did last game, you know, and now even though they've taken a couple losses early on, they need to be the aggressives, but Najin not going to give them a chance. Another gank in the mid lane. Kane just so good with this Annie, but when it's 4-on-1, you don't need to have the most perfect play to get those ganks. And Achani, what are you doing, man? I don't know. Score is right there as well. Achani so low already, though, just getting chased around by Tibbers. They've got the mid lane turret nearly dead. OQ trying to back away. He took a lot of damage from that spray and play. Duke had to drop that equalizer, and there's a kill. Arrow finally able to take down OQ. So trading 1 for 1, but KT does keep their turret alive.
Yeah, crucial defense there actually from KT.
Yeah.
It's going to give them a few more minutes in order to get the levels and farm they need in order to be more competitive in this game. And, you know, they're only about 1,000 gold behind, so it's not the end of the world. This game remains quite close overall.
Yeah.
And Arrow needs to go back, get some boots so that he has some more chasing potential right here.
Or just get down and run on all fours, one of the two.
Yeah, Twitch, get it together.
Yeah, come on. Use those appendages. He really needs like a back-mounted machine gun or something so he can just run really fast on all
Back-mounted
fours.
crossbow.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know how
agree
he'd
with
shoot
you.
it, but it's
Well,
not
you can still have a trigger.
true. In his mouth or
Just
something,
have,
maybe.
just have a string.
Just has to run on 3 legs for a little while.
That's right.
He pulls the trigger. We have the best idea. I don't know about that. I don't know about that design plan. Both mid lane turrets really low right now. And KT with that defense, has bought themselves a little bit of time to regroup. And maybe an opportunity to take down this mid lane turret. Yep, they'll get it.
So good pushing it out again. KT definitely doing more this game.
Yeah, now Dragon is up. Here's the thing. They're trying to get a little bit more vision control back, but they need to be so careful against this Najin team. Grouped up in this Dragon pit. Looks like they might be able to sneak this one, though. Najin coming in. The Dragon will go to KT, but is Najin going to be able to force a team fight here? Nah, it doesn't look like it.
No, KT should just get out right now. They're going to have to give up their mid lane turret, but that's okay. Reposition themselves at the tier 2, and they took 2 objectives for 1 right there. They'll be feeling good about that someday. When you get a lot of farm in the bottom lane as well. You're going to help him out. He really needs items at the moment. You can see he's got a longsword now, probably going for a Hex Drinker. That's his next item, but we'll have to see. He just doesn't have any armor yet. And most Nars, they do need 1 damage item just to help him out in terms of their DPS. But beyond that, you know, Hex Drinker, a Brutalizer, what we typically see. And there it is, the Hex Drinker, but still no armor and not a whole lot of HP yet either.
The other thing, too, is that it seems like his timings with his ultimates have been a little bit off. He hasn't quite been there, you know, with the ult when he needs to be.
Yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot of team fighting yet, though, so he may improve that a little bit down the line.
We'll see. Blue buff's going to get handed off to Nagne now.
Nagne actually starting to get quite scary here, moving into that last Whisper next, and see what score is going to go, if he's going to go damage or if he's going to buy a health crystal for the moment. I imagine that'll be turned into a Kindle gem, and then we'll see if he goes for Locket or Spirit Visage as his next item. With all the AP, he may want to go ahead and get that Spirit Visage, but obviously the Locket would be quite helpful for his team to be kind of a later build.
Arrow is right there, and they get the flash. Yeah, Duke knew there was something up there. No doubt. Najin deep in the enemy jungle, though. Kun pushing up that top lane just a little bit. They're going to clear some wards. And Kayn still threatening with that stun. Someday needs to be careful. Like you said, he doesn't have a lot of items yet, so he can't just start fighting and wait for his team to get there or anything.
Yeah, KT doing a much better job of playing the map this time around.
Oh,
Someday gets caught, but will just hop out of danger.
Yep.
And then you can see their defensive wards much better on the bottom side, so that's going to give them a free opportunity to take out this bottom turret as KT climbs right back into it. In terms of gold, Hachani and Nagne playing a little defense. Kayn.
Nice shock blast onto Kayn.
Yeah, Nagne is starting to get up there in terms of items, so have to be a little bit careful about this. Jace.
Do need to be careful. Oh, speaking of being careful, Duke was not. There's that double invisibility coming in handy.
Yeah, finally going ahead and using that. KT playing more confidently this time around, starting to be more aggressive and willing to make those plays. And Najin, I think, really overcommitted to that top part of the map. They didn't get much at all. And a good defense maintained by KT on the bottom side. Here we go.
Sneaking right up on Duke. And he had no chance, man.
Nope.
Wow.
Well, that's Rengar and Twitch together for you.
Yep.
Surprise there, and they really should have started doing that a few minutes ago, honestly. We do see a Ghost Blade being built onto Twitch right now, so that pattern will be maintained. Score going for the Kindle Gem, and then another Health Crystal, so still not a lot of keys into his build so far. Still could go for the Aegis and then into the Locket with the Kindle Gem, or alternatively, just picking up the Cloak. So,
looks like the blue buff's going to be handed over to Goon. And again, now it's kind of on Najin to see if they can take a little bit more control here. Plenty of time until the next dragon comes up. Gold is more or less dead even. Turrets are dead even.
Yeah, KT actually making a big comeback in this one so far, though, from being behind early. Just playing those objectives, taking where they can, and abusing that double invisibility now to continue to pick up a few kills and slow down Najin's momentum. And now Najin has to be very afraid. They don't have good wards up on the top side to see any of these invisible champions that KT can throw at them.
Well, they're going to need to invest a lot in those pink wards as well, too, because they need to see somebody coming.
Yeah, exactly. Someday still lacking a lot of armor. Opts to finish his Spirit Visage as his next item, so he's really not planning on, I think, team fighting until late.
I guess not, yeah.
Just wanting to keep split pushing right now, maximizing his magic resistance because only Duke and Goong are really going to be able to split push against him. So, but it's going to delay things till another core item basically before this Gnar is really in a good place to team fight. Especially with this Sivir with 2 big damage items already. So it's just a waiting game for KT, really.
Visibility, they're going in on Goong. Goong over the wall, right into 3 members, has to flash out while teleport coming down for Najin. Now, flash stun coming in from Kayn. They lock up Nagne, but not enough to kill him. Meanwhile, Watch going over the wall after somebody down there trying to catch Arrow, kicks him away. There's the red buff, too much damage onto Watch. Duke comes in, but Someday in the back lines with that Gnar ultimate. Kayn and OQ in a bit of trouble here. Meanwhile, Duke starting to chase Nagne away. He gets exhausted, though, gets pushed back in, and the kill for KT. Goong goes down next, and now Najin on the run. Kayn trying to build back that stun, but it's a little bit too late, and now Kayn in a lot of trouble here. Another kill for Nagne, and KT, oh man. Someday getting taken out on his way out of there, but
couldn't quite
well.
make it. Dove pretty deep there, but great
Yeah.
timing for KT. They'll be able to transition to this dragon very easily with 3 members down. Immediately just going to walk over there, making sure they get that wave pushed up first so they have that vision, they have that presence in the mid lane.
and that worked.
And score. Nice and healthy after using his empowered W, and that'll be a very easy dragon. A nice engage there from KT again, catching Goong off guard with that invisibility. They are creating the opportunities they need with this Twitch. You can see
Goong.
tons and tons of damage going down onto Goong immediately. Kayn tries to get onto Nagne, but Hachani reacts with a very nice bind, and then Someday with a fantastic teleport home guard Gnarl, really turning that fight around. And Duke tries to get on Nagne. Nagne with the knockback and then the to the skies to finish him off. And Someday overcommits a little bit right here. Could have just backed off.
Takes a bit too much damage from the turret. They do get the kill on Kayn, but Someday gets killed by the turret. Najin coming in, down in gold a little bit. Still even in objectives. And now, you know, like you said, now Najin's getting a little bit scared. They need to play this so carefully.
Yeah, this is really slipping away from them at this point. In terms of the scaling, the bigger this Gnar gets, the less chance that Najin has to win this game. They just don't have a dedicated tank, and they're really, really reliant on burst damage due to the short range of Sivir. She can't really get anywhere near that Gnar without putting herself in pretty immense danger. And with all the MR, Duke and Goong just aren't going to be able to burn him down. It's pretty much a reverse situation of what we saw in the last game. Except this time, KT fielding that very large tank.
Yeah, pretty much. Very reminiscent of Wednesday, you know. Najin doing very well in game number 1 and then having a bit of trouble in game 2. This game is still far from over, but I think winning a few fights like that, getting those picks is a real confidence booster for KT too.
Yeah, they're in a very good position.
Yeah, their attitude seems to have definitely changed in this game.
Oh, interesting. Nagne actually decided to finish his Black Cleaver before going for a Last Whisper. A little bit of an unconventional Jace build so far, but maybe he wanted a little bit of extra HP against the heavy burst damage from Najin. Decided this was going to be the better route.
Can't argue with that. KT taking up positions to try to collapse onto Najin here. Goong, there's invisible there. Okay, Arrow does have to get away.
Yeah, uses his Ghost Blade very early right there. I don't think that was entirely necessary. They've got the pink ward there though, so they will be safe behind the wall. Nagne. It's a shock blast right into the terrain.
Oh, they've got a ward there. Goong locked up a little bit, but Kayn was ready to go for a stun if anyone tried to jump on him.
Nice response with the shock blast, however.
Yep.
Kassadin taking a little bit less damage now that he has some armor.
The great Baron dance begins. Oh.
Well,
eating a shock blast there.
Yeah, we're really not going to see much happening. Again, Someday for a straight-up fight where he's not just going to immediately get a free ticket to the back line like he did with his last teleport, does need to pick up some armor at this stage. That way he could actually contest against this Sivir a little bit better. And he should be getting pretty close to another big ticket item right now as he takes yet another large minion wave. His farming kind of getting out of control, a little bit of the reverse of last game, what Duke did to Someday.
Yep. And so, at this point, if you're Najin, you know, how do you protect yourself? How do you find a way to get back ahead at the same time, you know, not lose any more people to this double invisibility to these ganks?
Well, you have to catch somebody alone at this stage and use the Sivir ult to create a pick. But the problem is you never know exactly where the Twitch and the Rengar are. So you do have to, I think, take a bit of a risk right now. And you have to get vision control over your own jungle again, so you're not mercilessly whittled down by these shock blasts.
Yep. Or just jumped on, for that matter. Teleport's up for both players, so Someday can come down whenever he needs to.
Yeah, finally we see that Randuin's nearing completion for Someday. He'll be
Yeah.
a lot better off once he gets that item. Kane gonna wander in a brush with the pink ward. Go and clear it out on the reverse, but it's gonna give Someday a little bit of time to keep farming up in the top. And Najin, they're looking for any kind of angle right now. They're gonna try and cut him off.
Can they do it, though? That's the question coming in right now. Someday with that ult activated. Kane trying to build up that stun, and Someday, his ult ran out at the wrong time. Goon got into the backlines, but after back off, OQ goes way too far forward. Safeguard from Watch trying to keep him from dying.
Well, Someday with the instant ult as well. Great
Yeah.
heads-up play, and the Zhonya's really saving Goong right there because he got rooted immediately afterwards.
I thought
by
maybe
Score.
they could get a pick on somebody there, but OQ just getting chunked out way too fast.
Yeah, both these teams playing it very cautiously,
Yep.
withdrawing when it's no longer a sure thing, and Najin staying in this game.
Oh, Tormented Soil. And Shock Blast. That's a pretty dangerous place for Watch to stay now. Oh, Equalizer goes down. They lock a couple people of KT with it, but is there any follow-up? The flash from Score. He dodges that Q.
Yeah, no Sivir ult really for follow-up.
Yeah.
I don't know if Score actually had the flash right there.
Flash, or Goong ults over the wall, but not enough damage really done. Najin, this is such a long chase. Can they actually catch anybody? Someday looks okay here. Yeah, Watch is in big trouble. Safeguards away. Yeah, I don't know. Najin trying to just force a play, but it's not really a good method for that right now. Have they pushed KT away enough to take this dragon, though?
Well, they did actually get a summoner out of it, so it wasn't the worst thing in the world. They may actually get a dragon. Uh-oh, here
They
comes
will. They'll
the
get the
home
dragon.
guard. Oh, no home guard.
Well, they got the dragon at least. KT tried to respond. Yep.
I was wrong, no home guard. So on that other engage, he was just right already in the back line and crunched his way into a solid ult. So really well done right there. He came out with such speed, but it's like that was just the crunch coming in instead of the actual home guard engage.
Yep.
But really, Najin in that mid lane fight played a pretty dangerous game with Gnar able
that.
to instantly get into the back line. That is a ward stuck in the terrain.
That was an awkward ward. It'll be hard to kill that one. See, with Super Galaxy Rumble, they just like took one of those sound effects libraries and just like put it all in there with it. Yep.
And then added some extremely irritating voice work.
He's got to say my drill will pierce the heavens. He's got to say that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm going to have to play him on the English client. See, there's people. Oh, Someday. Got the ult. All right. Can they make anything happen there? Godzilla stalking towards his victims. Duke here, though. Somebody's going to run out of ult pretty soon. This is a bit dangerous now. Goon coming in, doing a bit of damage. Duke looking for that good equalizer, saving it for now. And Najin looking a bit disjointed. Oh, Timbers gets black shielded. Nice read by Hachani, knowing that one's coming. Najin needs to back off.
I think it actually just straight up missed there.
Did it?
Because
I
it looked
couldn't
like
tell.
the black shield wasn't even touched by it. So,
I
but
thought I saw it come
regardless,
down a little bit early.
regardless, like
yeah.
not a really good use of that ult from Kane. Najin looking like they're getting a little bit desperate to make a play at this stage, and
Yeah. Can't blame them.
not holding on to these crucial abilities as these two teams kind of dance around the mid lane. That's going to cost them a turret right there because they don't have a Sivir ultimate to use either.
Yep. It's very true.
So KT continues to slowly push out this game. These last two games have been very methodical. You tell the caliber of these teams and their kind of very cautious play style, only taking those guarantees. And
You know, it makes the last game kind of weird then, just how passive KT became.
yeah, also it was a nice snowball from Najin as well. But yes, KT
Yeah.
certainly could have done a little bit more, played the map a little bit better. But they're still showing a pretty conservative style in this game so far.
Yeah. There's a difference between playing to win and playing to not lose, though, you know?
Yep. Well,
I feel
KT,
like that's
KT doing a very good job methodically snowballing this game out.
Yeah, this one's been much better. And we'll see what happens in the end, but so far it looks like we're going to game 3. Goong, oh, Hachani was bait, score comes in. There's the Zonias immediately, though. Spray and Pray, Kane taking a lot of damage. He gets a stun onto Arrow, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Maybe it will be Safeguard, and they kick score away. Najin still on the defensive, though.
Well, Najin has so many methods of escaping
Yeah, they really do.
from these little picks. And that was actually a very nice bait by Hachani, as you were saying, because really Goong thought it was quite safe right there because he saw Jace use his scanner, his sweeper, on the ward while Rengar was ulting through it. And as a green ward, he couldn't see the Rengar, but Goong, a little overeager, got hit by 2 binds in the process, had to use that Zonia's Hourglass, but does get out in the nick of time once again.
Yeah, doesn't need to use his flash either, so he's still got plenty of escapes, plenty of mobility. Najin now putting a little bit of pressure down on this bottom part of the map. They've got lanes pushing in their favor.
Yeah, they're not really going to be able to do anything against Gnar anymore. Gnar now another Giant's Belt after completing his Randuins. And the thing is, Najin, they're going to have to kind of get a miracle pick here because they just can't kill the Gnar any longer.
Yeah, he's getting definitely a bit too tanky at this point.
It's absolutely huge. Look at this.
Yeah.
They can't even do any
Wow.
damage to him.
Oh, Watch taking a lot of damage from that shock blast as well. Arrow is cloaked. He's coming in. Couldn't quite find a play. Get
Cloaked
some
and
AoE done.
black shielded, so
Yeah.
pretty scary combination right there. More poke coming in
Man.
from this Jace that is hitting that late game Jace status where he can chunk you down in a heartbeat. And I just really don't see how Najin's going to be able to deal with this because any engage in a 5v5, even if they get onto the Jace, that Gnar is really going to be a terrifying champion to deal with in a team fight. And they can't see the red ward. Oh, they can't actually right now. They can't see the ward at the back of the pit. We'll go ahead and take it out. And they're just going to keep on being patient. Might as well. They have that vision control. They've got great pinks around the pit at the moment.
Oh, KT lurking in that bush. Can they find anybody though? Watch. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, Dark Binding gets thrown out. Arrow comes in though with the stealth, and they're going to go into Watch anyway, chunking him out if they can win enough. And there's an easy kill from Arrow. Wow, he nearly did that single-handedly. And all they need to do is free up an opportunity for a Baron here, and they feel like they may have already done that. Yeah, with no smite, with no steal potential really on the other side, they're going to go for it. KT, can they react? Arrow's really low. This seems a bit dangerous. Najin coming in. Duke, will he find a good equalizer? They're still going after Baron. Najin needs to do something about this right now. Someday a fantastic Gnarl. There goes the equalizer, but it may already be too late. KT coming in. Duke has to pop that Zonias. OQ on the outside of the fight, autoing Someday, getting a lot of damage done. Goong with that Zonias. Has OQ found an opportunity here? Goong turning, he's chasing, trying to get a bit more damage onto Score. They're going to turn over to that OQ. They finally get the kill onto Score, and that Baron prevented by Najin.
Yeah, are they going to be able to reverse Baron right now? Looks like they can. So
I wonder.
KT right there. The big mistake was Arrow tanking that Baron damage early on because he was nearly at full health, but then got taken down to about a quarter. And so therefore couldn't actually participate in that fight whatsoever, even after popping his summoner heal.
Ouch.
So even though Someday came in with a big flash engage and managed to get some decent CC down onto Najin, Arrow was just standing there doing nothing throughout most of that time. Now they're not going to be able to get a Baron off this Najin, instead setting their sights on this Dragon. Can they make it work?
Yep, that's right. They want to get that second Dragon stack. They've already got one, I believe. KT has two. Arrow going to try to steal this one. Can't do it, though. Najin picks up a Dragon. And so going for the safer objective, it looks like, after that opportunity to possibly go for the Baron. But Wow. I thought that fight was going to go very differently with the ult that Someday got at the beginning of that. That looked
Yeah,
pretty scary for a moment.
He moved people though, but he didn't actually hit them into a wall for a stun. And,
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry, it's 3 Dragon Stacks for Najin now.
Yeah, it's 3-2
Yep.
at the moment. So, oh,
Oh, the ult just ran out.
they're still going to try and at least get some damage down on right here, but that Rift Scuttler will reveal them in the river, so no surprises. Watch going to take some nice shock blast damage anyway.
True enough. And they will clear out the vision that Najin had by the Baron pit.
This Jace is getting very dangerous, and Score going for the more selfish build at the end, going for the Spirit Visage. Probably somebody needs to go ahead and get an Aegis at the moment.
Oh, here we go. Might have a bit of a fight here. Sivir back in the base right now.
Double
This is KT's
invisibility.
opportunities. Yeah, that's right. Watch comes in. There's a nice equalizer, but look at that kill already. Arrow goes down. Can Najin do this one someday? Jumping into the fight. Watch gets locked down, taken out. Goon coming from the other side. Kane comes in with a nice tippers down into Chani. Someday still so tanky. They get a kill onto Watch, but overall Najin taking this fight. Someday getting killed before he can have any hope of getting over the wall. And man, they just blew up Arrow, and then the fight was all Najin. I think here's your Baron opportunity.
And Duke right there with the clutch Rumble ult, managing
Yeah.
to burst him down and zone out the enemy team at the same time. Then KT, after Arrow went down, they used so many ults. They used Gnar ult, they used Morgana ult just to kill Watch right there, and they had
Yep.
nothing left. So very easy for Najin to follow up. We take a
watch
look
this
at this
fight again
again. Now, they think they have a play right here. Score
Pink
gets
ward.
in there as well. Pink ward is what they walk into, and look at that. Great Rumble ultimate, even though we do see Gnar get into the fight at the end. Ult on Watch only, and then there's no more peel after that. All the crowd control has been used, so Goon, Duke, and Okyu can just walk up and kill whomever they please.
Yeah, well, you know, Gnar's job is to disrupt things while his teammates do damage. Someday's not going to do a ton of damage himself, so you can see when the rest of the team gets pushed away, when your AD carry gets blown up, and Gnar's on his own, suddenly that tankiness doesn't matter because the other team's got time to DPS you down.
Also, in this stage of the late game, you really don't want to be initiating with Twitch like that anymore.
Yeah.
Twitch changes from a pick champion to kind of that backline team fighter as the game goes on. Sure, you can still use Rengar like that, but when you're not 100% sure somebody's alone or you're going to get a skirmish, you really need to make sure that you don't actually engage with the Twitch. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you can lose some pretty devastating team fights.
Oh, they locked
Achane.
up Achani. There's a stun from Kane and a nice pick for Najin. That last fight, though, they baited KT into that pink
Yep.
ward so perfectly. And now Najin with that Baron buff. Nagne taking a lot of damage behind. They're just going to dive right through this turret as they take it out. They're not done yet. Stun on to Score. This could be another pick. Are they going to follow up? No, going after the turret instead. Wise move there. Taking the safer route, and this is going to be first inhibitor of the game, going to Najin. After KT looks so promising, Najin turning things around in a big way.
Yeah, well, they really messed up their initiation right there and didn't have the best use of their ults either.
Yeah.
Najin just continues rolling. Large minion wave here in the bottom lane that they can ride
Yeah, you have
straight
to think.
into another tier 2.
You got to
I mean,
think there's going to be
KT's
another one.
they have to, I mean, it looks like they're just going to pull back and turtle in their base for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, their advantage was that big engage, was the invisibility, and now that they don't have that element of surprise, it's tough for them to fight this straight up. We'll see. It's going to take a really good Gnar ult. Someday waiting in. Kane taking some damage. They're going to lock him up. There goes the turret. Someday has to leap away. Score just throwing ineffective bolas at this point. That's going to be another inhibitor for Najin. And just like that, team fight into Baron into 2 inhibitors for Najin the Empire.
Yeah, fantastic abuse of that Baron buff
Yeah.
by Najin. They really made the most out of that opportunity, and just shows the kind of caliber of a team Najin is right now. They find a way to get back into this game through a team fight, and then they snowball it absolutely beautifully and very quickly as well.
Yeah. You know, one thing we hadn't looked at while we were watching Twitch move around the map trying to take picks and all that. Meanwhile, OQ gets over 100 CS ahead. They were showing us a goal totals. I believe he's about 6K up on Arrow right now. So this Sivir is just doing tons more damage. Yeah, look at that, about 5K up actually for OQ.
Yeah, he's a full core item.
Yep.
ahead at the moment. Arrow trying to get some CS right here. I mean, that is kind of balanced out by the fact that this Gnar has
Oh, getting the flash right there.
120 CS over Duke. It's really just where you put that empty lane farm, the resources, and
True enough.
but that said, only one armor item for Someday right now, when presented with OQ's insane damage output at the moment, is going to create some problems. He did go for the Warmogs
Yeah.
instead of grabbing more armor, and still nobody on KT with that Aegis, which I think should have been Score's big item
It
instead
would
of
have
that
been
Spirit
helpful.
Visage.
Try to take some damage over the wall. Watch getting jumped on by Score. There's a nice equalizer yet again, and Duke coming up
my.
ahead. Look at that ult though, wow. And Najin, can they survive this one? Looks like they can with ease. A double kill for OQ as the damage starts getting poured on, and Someday the only one left. And that is a type of team fight that you can produce with this sort of team if you get the engages that Najin have been able to produce.
Such an insane amount of speed, and
Wow.
OQ finishing the game 10-2-7 as Najin turns it around. Great comeback from Najin in this
No
game.
kidding. It was looking like dire straits, but in the end, there goes the Nexus, and Najin Empire will take the 2-0 over KT Rolster. GG.
Yeah, Najin, they used KT's kind of poor team fighting in that game to really turn it around. You see the difference in the team fighting at the end. Najin just stacking that AoE
Yeah.
on top of a clustered KT squad, and KT looked like they didn't really know how to use that composition.
Yeah, I mean, Someday looked a bit awkward on Gnar that entire time. He had a couple good ults here and there, but overall things definitely looked a bit disjointed.
Yeah, it was, I think the biggest thing is that KT didn't seem to be able to work together with that composition particularly
Yeah.
well. They didn't understand who should be engaging when and what they should be doing in the mid game. It was a bit slow to get the picks rolling in the mid game, and then come late game, you can't keep engaging with Twitch like that. That's kind of the road to ruin, especially when you're faced with a support like Annie on the other team that can quickly lock that Twitch down.
I would say so. And so in our first series of the regular season with KT, still showing some promise, still looking like a middle of the pack team at least, but not quite up to taking down a team like Najin in their first match anyway.
Yeah, so interesting start for KT. They
Yeah.
don't look too different than they have in the preseason. Not a lot of improvement that we've seen so far, and
Yeah.
that's problematic because if we look at teams like the GE Tigers and
Jin
Air, who look a lot better than they did in the preseason.
Well, we'll see what happens next match when we see KT again, but Najin, having that great series against SKT, now coming in and 2-0ing KT, executing that nice comeback in game 2, looking like still I would say, arguably, or maybe not arguably, best team or second best team in Korea right now.
Yeah, they really had a strong performance, and not only that, they showed how to play from behind with a comp that didn't necessarily scale as well either. Impressive win.
True enough. Well, when we come back, guys, the second match of the day, don't miss it.
I got a life out there somewhere that's waiting. Lined with palm trees and only new faces. If I could look past the
up next, SK Telecom Team 1, CJ Entus. 2015 Bennu League of Legends Champions Korea Spring.
이게 조합 자체가 일단 지네어 같은 경우엔 정말 단단하고 뭔가 초중 후반을 봐도 밸런스도 잘 갖춰져 있고 뭐 강제 이닛이나 뭐 대치 정구도 전부 다 나쁠 게 없어 보입니다. 삼성 같은 경우에는 확실히 이거는 승부수를 띄운 듯한 느낌이 들어요. 먼저 신드라의 픽 가져감으로써 상대편한테 혼동을 주고 서퍼 신드라로 돌렸기 때문에 이거는 바텀에서 라인전도 굉장히 재밌을 것 같고요. 블리스 선수의 그 피즈, 탑의 카사딘 전반적으로 들어가는 조합이고 좀 기가 없는 느낌이 강합니다. 그렇기 때문에 이거 굉장히 재밌겠는데요?
네. 네, 퓨리!
이거는 뭐 예견된 겁니다. 갱킹 오면은 죽을
네,
수밖에 없었고
그렇죠.
거기다 체인
근데 갱만 1.4!
쓰면서
잘 잡아냈어! 네, 잘 잡아냈어요! 마지막에.
근데 여기서
탑에서 신드라 전사.
진짜 말씀하신 대로 무조건 죽었어.
네,
이거는 순간이동이 카사딘만 있긴 합니다.
네. 자, 전부 다 갑니까? 미드까지 합류하면 4지다. 이거 큰 판 한번 벌어지나요?
근데 이거는 욕심 안 내도 되지 않나 싶거든요. 왜냐면 싸우기가 있잖아요. 가
그러면 피즈 점사
네. 특타가! 네.
잡았어요.
이렇게 되면
충격파까지.
네.
그리고 11호가
연계가
잘했습니다만
더블킬 특타!
먼저 끊겼어요. 먼저
쇼.
끊겼어요.
특타 물기!
노려보죠.
적군의 유사! 좋았습니다. 네.
삼성은 상대편이 그렇게 좀 할 것만 하고 다소 수동적이니까 본인들이 오히려 적극적으로 가면서
트레이스 한 번. 비즈도 있거든요. 비즈.
비즈 좋았어요.
네.
좋았어요. 좋았어요.
네.
HP 손해를 좀 감사하고라도 빨리
네.
깨는 게 좋아
비즈가 앞에서
보이긴
막아주고요.
아이가
뒤에서
없어요.
힐을 해서.
부담은 좀
미리
되는데
타보지
어디서.
못했습니다.
자, 용을
먹었어요.
빨리 먹었어요.
괜찮아요. 지금.
네.
미신이 뒤로 왔거든요.
자, 뒤에 찼죠. 잘 찼어요. 하지만 타워 근처.
추가 싸움 봐야 돼요.
죽었고요. 충격파가
안 됐어요.
안 되고 죽었어요. 레넥톤까지.
트레이스 추격당하죠.
트리스타나도 내려오고 있긴 합니다만
자르반 계절풍.
그렇게 콤보가 잘 들어가면
네.
트리스타나
파일럿이.
프리들인데 트리스타 프리들인데 자 적군아에 한번 맞으면은 또 오리아나도 비명 행사할 수도 있습니다.
서포신데도 불구하고 스킬은 들어갑니다.
먼저
밀어내고요.
적군아에
적군아이가 대단히 그리고 내놓고 먹었다는 얘기를 들어보죠.
갱마 피즈 들어갔고요. 지금 안 먹자. 오리아나 죽을 수밖에 없죠.
뭔가 포커싱
자체가
자체가
죽었어요. 근데 왔다 갔다 하고 있고요.
자, 트레이스가 힘 한번 내줍니까? 트레이스가 멈춰주면
근데
파일럿이
약간 이거.
네. 자, 조작 풀리면 그냥 막 놔두고요.
이브 스킬 잘 끌어줬고요, 상나가.
자, 쫓아가서
끝까지 잡았어요. 그리고
네.
그리고 저는 원딜이 살았습니다.
자, 여기서 조내는 버텨주고
다음 콜때 도망가겠다는
해야 됐죠.
점차까지
근데
반박자까지
반박자 시간.
와, 오래
끝 좁네.
그러니까
먹었어요.
교환 형태가 될 것 같아요.
근데 이거 뒤잡을 수도 있지 않나요?
네, 이거 피즈
피즈도 있고
카사딘
카사딘도 있는데
돌진에
뒤잡을 수 있지 않나요?
체이서 만화 없고요.
뒤잡을 수
전면에서
있어요.
없습니다.
뛰었습니다.
그러니까 날 잡아.
죽어라 나 죽어 나 잡아라 네. 나나를 만족해라오 예. 카다딘은 빠지죠.
드래곤은
빠르게
그냥
가겠죠.
합류는
빠르게 가겠죠.
같아요. 예.
네. 이거 그냥 때리면 포기하네요. 근데 진해요 안 먹습니다. 못 먹습니다.
3스텝.
네, 3대1 드래곤.
시간 끄는 동안 결국 11호가
자,
네.
이거는
바로 피즈 카다딘.
아니, 맵장이 잘 돼 있긴 해요.
네.
그 쪽에 맵장이 잘 돼
네,
있긴 해서
피즈를 뚫고 가서 이거 막아야죠.
생각을 못 하는 겁니다. 카사딘 바텀에 갖고 있지.
네. 초 디브라가
먹을
빠져
것 같은데요?
있거든요. 삼성 먹죠. 기적의 제이사만 있어요. 제이사 오겠어요.
안에서 허리를 딱 끊었어요. 지금 또 신드라가 정구나이로 상대 스톤 제대로 넣었거든요. 아 근데 블리스가 죽었습니다. 죽였다.
싸움이 일단
네, 카다딘.
글쎄요. 이거는
듣다 약간 뒤늦게 합류. 듣다가 여기서
에이스 띄우는 그림인데요.
에이스 더블 돼요. 에이스 떴어요.
이렇게 되면 자
이거 뭐예요?
게임을
뭐예요 이거?
이거
뭡니까
한 방에 이렇게
네, 이거 달려들면
이거 바로 가져서 고마워란 상황이 나올 것 같은데요.
그쵸?
예.
기적의 저지에 많이 넣어도
피지가 아무것도 못하고 죽은 게 그냥
네.
상황 이렇게 만들었습니다.
여기 듣다가 깨져 이거. 듣다가 있으면 바로 내 먹었는데
조니한테 나오거든요.
네, 여기서 그냥 1.4 1.4면 1.4 피지가 나와봤자 피지가 나왔다 바퀴
끝난
한발 이게 웬일 메이스 나와서
이게 오히려
네.
어디서 우리 넥서스를 예. 진에어는 뭐 바로 뺏긴 것 치고는
한 번 더 가자 정구나
때문에 여기서 한번
레넥톤 진영이 좋은데요. 이게 레넥톤이 상대 진영 잘 해주고 있고
자 지금부터
뒤놓고 있고
미드 좀
이거는
에이 여기서 이모 알겠죠? 네 더블킬 지금 끝내러 갑니다.
쌍둥이가
네.
없거든요.
네.
다들 신드라가 곧 있으면 나오긴 하는데
네. 서포 신드라요. 자, 스킬 말고
체력이 조금 불안하긴 한데
예.
계절풍도 썼고요.
네.
자, 오 이거
네.
저런 거
시간 끌기.
진짜 큰일 나는
자, 신드라
거예요.
복귀.
네.
신드라 이게
좀 있으면 피스구나.
네.
잡았고
넥슨이 에이스.
세게 압박이 있습니다.
이거 심상치 않은데 설마?
이거 다른 라인 내주는 라인이 있어도 타워가 있으니까요.
네.
억제기
설마.
압박이 있으니
네, 우리
한타를 싸우자.
자,
최대한
진짜
나가서 싸우자.
나가서
한타를 싸우자. 오 이거 발로 죽었어요. 그러면 난리 나겠는데요. 갱만도 죽었어요.
듀오딜로
네.
끝납니다 한타.
자, 정글과 3명 전사. 네.
오 이거를 그냥
오,
한번
추격.
이건
달리기
카사딘까지
빨라요.
오기 때문에
생존기
또
빠졌잖아요.
그러니까
다른 쪽.
자, 2명, 3명.
네. 여기서 자, 시간 끌어주면.
근데 저쪽은
오래
신드라
걸리니까.
플레이가 살살
자, 여기서 여기 몇 명이 막는 겁니까?
이런 걸막 피해 당하진 않겠죠. 이거 먹어야 돼요.
이거 진짜 궁금하네요.
먹어야 돼요. 이거
세
무조건
명이
먹어야
오고
돼요.
세 명이
신드라면은
그냥
안
맞습니다.
들어갑니까?
예,
아, 포기.
네.
포기.
진에어는 바텀 쪽 압박하면서
바텀 쪽
우리로
네.
여차하면 바텀
네.
업적이 밀면서 업적이
그렇죠.
넥서스 깨겠다
네.
우리도.
우리가 바텀으로 가면 이쪽을 안 막을 수 없어요.
이쪽도
안 막을 수
이쪽도
없어요.
여차하면
안 막을 수
깨겠다.
없어요.
예.
한 명 죽으면 안 되면
때립니다.
한 명 죽으면 50초예요.
때립니다.
한 명 죽으면 50초예요.
우리도 깰 거야. 예, 이러면은 서로 배짱 싸움에서 쌍둥이 없는 쪽이 약간 밀리거든요.
자, 또
예.
만들었어요. 어둠 구체 만들었어요.
네. 자, 덕분에 하지만
언제나 무서워요 저 플레이가.
3명 걸립니다. 루이스가 저렇게 하면요.
이러면 진에어 쪽도 굉장히 지금 기술을 발휘한 거예요 지금.
네. 그러나 이대로 시간만 끌면 되는데 한타가 어떻게 되느냐는 진짜 관건입니다. 이대로 시간만 끌면 삼성 입장에서
여기서.
투억제기라서 상대 라인을 밀거든요.
이거 밀겠다는 생각이요.
죽으면 끝나요.
넥서스 한번
자,
예.
가장 끝이.
됐다.
해야 돼요 일단.
먹었어요.
백만 조냐.
시계가 살았어요.
야, 삼성 공격으로 1분이면 가죠.
파일럿은 살인다고 죽어라고 살렸는데 그래도 죽었습니다.
아, 이제 끝내러 갑니다, 진짜.
이거는 이제는 뭐
끝났죠, 이건요. 아, 끝났습니다. 쌍둥이 타워 깨진 상태에서 뒤집는 기대의 역전 드라마. 네. 와, 결국 역시 제제.
And welcome back, guys, to Champion Spring. And before we do anything else, we have to award Faker an award. Look at this. He's only played one match, and he's already won an award. He got the first pentakill of the season. There we go. And he gets a bunch of gaming gear for that, basically, is the prize.
Wow. I love how we have these Pentakill awards. Bang won the one last season in summer. It took Faker the first day to acquire a Pentakill on LeBlanc. To be fair, Bang almost got it again. He got a quadra in that game, very nearly.
Yeah, they were really fighting
The
for it,
Penta.
but hard to beat Faker when it comes to awards, you know? Yep, so here we are. The second time we've seen Faker this season. We're already handing him big pieces of cardboard with awards on it. Welcome to Korea. This is how it is. The MVP for Game 2 in our last match was OQ. And man, he just destroyed on Sivir. Nice 436 GPM, too.
Also, 94% kill contribution. Really a testament to Najin's team fighting and team play in that last game. See right here, he was being all sneaky, backing up Duke, and check out this team fight as well. OQ getting knocked around a little bit, but dodges that stun. And then actually he shielded the Morgana ultimate right there, so good timing on that.
Yep.
And then just gets a ton more boomerang blades down. Helping out Goong right there.
Yep, he looked at Nari and was like, my boomerang is superior.
And here we go, this is the big turnaround, and
Great
after
ult from
KT
Kane.
used all of their ultimates on watch, really easy cleanup, just standing around someday till he dies.
Yep. Pretty much. And that's the thing.
Look at this team fight too. Look at this engage right now. Great tibbers onto Arrow and Nagne. Perfect stun there from Kane. And OQ just standing right there in the middle of the mess, ricocheting everybody to death.
Yeah, I mean, the earlier fights, just nobody really got to OQ, and then by the end of the game, he could do whatever he wanted.
Yeah,
And
yeah, fantastic work from OQ. Over the course of the series, too, he had a great game one also.
Yeah.
And KT just looking a little shaky. I think that they comprehensively outpicked Najin in the second game, but just couldn't make it work.
True enough. Well, let's have a little bit of a winner's interview with our two MVPs from match number 1. And today we'll have Barry doing some translating for us.
Good evening, everybody, and we're going to go straight into our first interview with the MVP of Game 1, Duke on Sion. And let's meet the MVPs. Hello, Duke. You had a monstrous Sion game in Game 1, and how do you feel? I've been a pro for about a year, and this is my first time getting an MVP, and I'm very happy to receive it, and I'm glad that my Sion play worked out for the best. In Game 1, before 20 minutes, there weren't any kills. So, what did your team say? Like once you guys started getting kills in front of Dragon, and then the game snowballed from there. And our teams, we didn't get overly excited. We said, let's just take this slow and then just win this out methodically. Later in the game, you kind of blocked the entire KT team just with your bulk. And did OQ say anything, about you blocking the pentakill from it? And no, like OQ said he wanted pentakill, but there wasn't really anything we could do about it. So the question to OQ was, how do you feel about not being able to get the pentakill this time? He says, well, it happens. at the end you received a lot of damage from everybody, and you were tanking the turret as well. So what were you thinking at that time? And even though I was getting hit, it didn't hurt that much, and my teammates were telling me to get up, and I told them I'm okay. I'm just gonna keep going. And your accuracy with the side ults were actually pretty good. You kind of turned the corner and then hit Lee Sin in the game. And how do you get so good about that? And he said, I think I did my best, and I think I aimed and hit as many people as possible.
처음 사이언 데뷔전 할 때 커스텀 파가지고 1시간 동안 궁만 썼거든요. 그게 팁인가?
When I first was about to debut Scion, I spent an hour in a custom game just practicing the ult and trying to figure out how to aim it accurately. And what do you want? Do you have any last words? And he says, I want to make it to Worlds this year. And yeah, big round of applause to Duke. And we're going to move on to Okyu, the MVP of Game 2 on Sivir. So how do you feel about getting the MVP today? I didn't think I would get the MVP in Game 2, and our team's comp was just really good, so I think it was just easy to win. You said before that you wanted to lane against Arrow before, and how did it feel playing against him today? Arrow's Twitch was actually pretty hard to go up against, so I think it was a tough game. They played well, and yeah, it was just a tough game overall. Lately, Reach is kind of was a three-piece suit entrance is kind of big news in the Korean scene. And is there something you want to say to your coach? Coach, thank you for believing. Yeah. I'll try my best.
Okyu's so nervous.
A man of few words. Yeah, he does look nervous, doesn't he?
So, do you have something you want to say that, like, what you're about going forward? Well, I'll do my best going forward, and I'm gonna make it to Worlds as well.
You know, we've never had any player faint during an MVP interview, but I feel like that's the closest we've ever come. Well, there you go. Our MVP interviews for match number 1. Duke and Okyu.
Cool as a cucumber in the booth, but apparently very flustered.
That's right. I would be too if I stood next to Chobra like that. That's true enough. Great job to Barry for our first interview. He'll be back after our second match, which may not take that long, actually, to be completely honest. It's going to be SKT versus CJ, and SKT, I think, by and far the top team in Korea right now against CJ, who unfortunately for them is looking like the bottom team in Korea. Problems abounding right now in this CJ Entus organization. Korea 2.0 has not been kind to them.
Yeah, but Coco, interestingly, Coco has been doing quite well in solo queue recently. He was number 1 up until a few days ago, and it's been kind of him. Now Marin's number 1, Faker's 3, Coco's 2, so we have had some bouncing around there, but
yeah.
SK Telecom has 4 of the top 6 spots in solo queue at the moment. Their players have really been training hard.
That is pretty incredible to think about, really. I mean, with the amount of scrims and practice that you need to do, then be that good in the solo queue games you have a chance to play, that you occupy so many of those top 10 spots. It's crazy. And there they are, SK Telecom T1. And it looks like we're going to have EasyHoon in the mid lane for game number 1. Really can't blame them. And it's poor EasyHoon. He's such a good mid laner, but he will be kind of overshadowed forever by Faker as long as he's on this team. But certainly a player that needs to be talked about in terms of best mid laners in Korea and probably the world too, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I have no idea how long SK Telecom's actually going to manage to hold on to him.
I know, seriously.
caliber of his play and how useful he would be on some of these other teams here in the Korean scene.
Yeah, he is definitely a target for other teams to try to acquire in the offseason or maybe even during the season. Who knows? But our roster for Game 1 is going to be Marin, Bengi, Easy Hoon Bang, and Wolf. Of course, the only switching going on really is in that mid lane, and you really can't go wrong with either Easy Hoon or Faker.
They have Peekaboo as well, so
that's right.
I am, if they win the first game, we may actually see Peekaboo subbed in.
Could be.
For a little bit of experience, depending on how well SK Telecom does.
Yeah, well, Marin, we mentioned, very high on the Korean solo queue right now. In Challenger, he's had a lot of great games in the preseason and then in the regular season in their match against Najin as well. Finally getting to be that aggressive top laner that he's kind of always wanted to be.
Yeah, and Bengi, he's been a little bit, he had a pretty poor game against Najin, but bounced back and was pretty outstanding during the preseason, showing off some impressive mechanics there. And
that isn't a mistake on your screen too. He did play Skarner actually during a game. That really did happen. Yeah.
He's good with the rockin' the 14.0 KDA. Actually playing Karthus during the preseason. Would be fun to see him grab that champion again. And played one of SK Telecom's 3 games. Had a fantastic showing on Xerath.
Yeah.
Against Najin in Game 2.
It's so great for SK Telecom to have 2 such good mid laners, but 2 mid laners that have very different strengths as well.
I think Faker has every strength, so.
He does, but Easyhoon's good on the staying safe and not dying side too.
Yeah, he is. Very generally conservative player, good on those long-range mages. Faker does have a little bit more versatility in terms of his champion selections, however.
Yeah, true enough. And Wolf, of course, played that absolutely incredible roaming ganking Janna game against Najin. That was their 3rd game of the night, and that was probably one of the best support performances I've ever seen.
Yeah, fantastic. Definitely worth going back and checking that out if you are a support player and you want to know how to roam efficiently in the early game. He ended up picking up an MVP, in spite of the fact that Faker had a pentakill in that game. So think about that. His support play outshone the Faker pentakill, and I think he was very deserving of that MVP award. I didn't think they'd give it to him, but
yeah, usually Faker on a pentakill, that's like instant MVP, but no, Wolf just that good. And their opponents tonight, CJ Entus, again, a team with a lot of history and not just League of Legends and esports in general in Korea, and a lot of success in the past in League of Legends and other games, but lately it has been tough.
Yeah, it's been tough going. The switch to Ambition to jungle has yet to really bear fruit, and Shy and Madlife have been pretty underwhelming so far, particularly Madlife. Surprisingly, looking kind of like a shadow of his former self at this stage.
He really is. It's kind of scary. I mean, the aggression, the enthusiasm, the playmaking just isn't there anymore.
And it is worth noting that they do have both a substitute jungle player, AD player, and a support player that have seen some play. There's Shy.
Yeah.
Not playing the world's best Lissandra. His Kayle has really been his only outstanding champion that we saw in the preseason.
Easy enough to ban away. Otherwise, yeah, he hasn't been a huge threat either way. But still, a long-time star in the Korean scene. Used to be probably the best top in the world for a little while. And Ambition, an embattled mid laner, now a more embattled jungler.
Yeah, did at least get above 2 KDA in the preseason, but he just lacked kind of presence in the jungle.
Yeah, he seemed to kind of only be able to farm and then make sort of coordinated team sort of movements. He didn't seem to really be able to make any individual pressure on lanes.
Yeah, and that's where I think Score really outshone him in that position. Was Score looked like his mechanics and his individual playmaking ability was a little bit better than Ambition's. And Coco trying his damnedest to climb solo queue right now. And
well, this guy's a bright spot on CJ Entus, but he's going to need to carry pretty hard if they're going to win any games today, I think.
Yeah, and he's had a lot of versatility in terms of his champion selections as well. So not really a limited player either in many ways. And or Space right here starting out tonight. He actually has had a better preseason than we would have thought going in. And Madlife has been the one who has kind of been dragging this bottom lane down a little bit.
Weird enough to say, but yeah, that's totally true.
He actually, Space has had more carry potential overall than I think anybody else on CJ Entus so far.
Yeah, and Madlife, I mean, pretty pretty meta picks right there, but again, you know, the Mad Life that we know and love, you know, the god of grab, it's just not showing up this season.
No, it's not. He's missing a lot of skill shots as well. Looks very mechanically shaky.
Yeah. Just seems like the spark is gone, you know? Like it's I don't know. You can't speculate, but it just seems like the enthusiasm isn't there like it used to be.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, and it's sad to see because Mad Life
Yeah.
was such an innovative player and arguably the best player in the world
Yeah.
during his prime
Absolutely.
at the end of season 2 and early on in season 3. But since then, he has been on a pretty slow decline, and that's kind of where we're at today. Mad Life has a lot to prove this season, where CJ Entus may be looking for another support player.
Very true. Well, you can see a pretty solid win rate there. 65.8% is insane.
Of course, that's taking, I believe, the win rate from
K, probably.
K
Yeah.
right there, and that should be Frost's win rate because Blaze's win rate was higher.
Yeah.
Blaze's win rate was above 60%, so this is going to be Frost.
It is mostly Frost on this team, but it's interesting that they would use K stats for the other one because it's mostly S on that side. So I don't know. I can't explain it.
I think they're using the older team so that they have the largest pool of games possible. That's my
certainly
theory.
could be, yeah. It's a good theory. I like a little bit more mystery in our cast that way. Where do these stats come from? It's a good question.
So some stats right there on Dragons and Barons. You can see SK Telecom well ahead in terms of Dragons average per game.
Oh, yeah.
And taking a look at Wolf right now,
Do not let this guy play Janna.
100% win rate on Janna in professional play.
And 4 games. I mean, yeah, it's not a lot of games, but it's hard to get 4 wins in a row with any champion.
Well, it's worth noting that Wolf kind of missed the rise of Janna because he wasn't playing in qualifiers for Worlds and he wasn't at Worlds either. So this is just really since the preseason and the regular season have started that Wolf has been able, this is his roaming game.
Yeah, this was game 3 between them and Najin, and you can see the difference he made on that map.
And here's Coco.
Yeah.
A player that everybody has eyes on right now just due to his obsessive laddering at the moment. See his Nidalee, of course, always an impressive champion, but out of meta at the moment. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, some of these are from a little while ago. Ziggs as well, a champion that we haven't seen much. Ari still in the mix here, but, you know, again, a lot of CJ's success today is going to be depending on him and how well he can lane against EasyHoon and possibly Faker later.
So good stuff. We'll see if CJ can redeem themselves using this starting roster that they used really consistently over the course of the preseason. CJ actually one of the teams making some of the fewest numbers of substitutions.
Yeah.
And even then, with all that extra boot time that these 5 guys got together, basically CJ Frost from Summer with Ambition in the Jungle, they just weren't able to really make it work.
Coach is in the booth now, which means we're only a moment away from getting into picks and bans for game number 1 between SKT and CJ Entus. And it is time. Let's do this. I'm really curious to see what CJ's got in store. It is David versus Goliath here. So match 2.
Yeah, LeBlanc taken out immediately. That's not really a champion that EasyHoon is known for. Meanwhile, Coco has played that pretty consistently in the past. Rumble banned against Marin, of course.
Good ban there.
One of the best Rumble players in Korea, especially now that Acorn is gone.
Yep. That is true. So another ban over to the SK Telecom side.
And
we'll see what it'll be.
Choose your Azubu Super Play.
Yeah.
Right now.
Right now, go, do it. ogn.azubu.tv.
And Kassadin going to be the next ban. So Lysandra will be removed for Marin. I think that's why Shy really has not had very impressive Lysandra play. Meanwhile, Marin has shown that he's been very capable of making plays across the map with early teleport home guard enchantments.
Yeah. I wonder if the Janna's going to get through. There's so many good first pick opportunities for SKT.
Interesting. Lulu.
All right. Huh. Good flex pick. Banned out.
Yeah,
Possibly
more than
thrown
likely aimed at Coco,
Yeah.
however. And it's been interesting to see Lulu mid kind of coming back a little bit. Of course, Ganked by Mom having a pretty sensational Lulu game just yesterday.
And there's that Janna ban. Not wanting Wolf to have that one after his crazy MVP performance in Game 3, and would they really first pick Renekton here?
It's always been one of Marin's staple picks.
True enough, and SKT, you know, they don't shy away from bold first picks, that's for sure.
And honestly, you're not really too worried about Mad Life's Thresh at the moment. That's a sentence thought I would never say, but
I know, yeah. Well, Nar's
Gnar.
available. And Marin just got Gnar. That happened.
so no Kale ban this time, and Shy that is a very big pocket pick for him. Corki will be grabbed for space, and Jarvan.
I wonder what the Kale Gnar matchup would be like. I'd assume that'd be pretty decent for Kale.
Well, probably pretty even.
Yeah.
Kale would push it in more
yeah,
than
you're
likely. And Easy will be playing Xerath once again. Blind picking that Xerath. That is bold again. Coco, one of his most played champions, is Ahri.
I don't know. SKT.
Coco can also play Zed.
SKT is just kind of feeling things out here. They're like, all right, we're going to give you opportunities. What are you going to throw at us?
I mean, we saw what happened when SKT blind picked Xerath the last time. They have
Really?
this very odd fascination with the Xerath right now, and Annie, played by Wolf. I guess after their game against Najin, they're like, this is pretty good.
Yeah,
And
they're
they
like,
went
"Ah,
home and practiced it.
Support Annie. Yeah, this could be decent again.
Well, this is a pretty insane AoE combo because the thing is that Gnar, with a Tibber stun setup, will almost guaranteed get that big stun. I would be very afraid right now, but fortunately for CJ, Zed is a viable pick and you can split push against this, so I would definitely play Zed into this Xerath and try and set up a split push in the mid game.
If you get caught, though, man, Easyun's ults are going to be really easy
Well,
to
you
land
can't.
as well.
You already can't 5v5 SKT,
Yeah.
so
Might as well split push.
yeah.
Or pick Mundo.
I don't know about the Mundo pick right here, though.
Yeah, I mean, Mundo and Braum kind of makes you wonder if they're going to try to fight this after all.
They are. They're going to try and survive the
guess so.
tankiness. They're going to
Yeah.
attempt to avoid the burst damage.
Oh, if I was going to
Take
like,
Sivir.
yeah.
Do it.
Or go full cocky mode and pick up the Vayne. Lucian wouldn't be the worst choice either.
Yeah, Lucian wouldn't be a terrible choice. They would have some good wave clear and some good poke with that, but I just think Sivir, you really want to engage as hard as you can.
Well, you want to help
With
that
this.
Zerathus movement. You want to help Annie and Gnar get in there.
I think if you pick Sivir here, there's like no hope for CJ to win a fight. And you also give yourself great dive potential too in the mid game.
I mean, you don't need to worry about clear. You've got Xerath, so.
I love it when Becky makes that face.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's a. Oh, it was an old Twitch emote, wasn't it? Tear. Oh, Tristan is an okay pick as well. That is the bankiest of banky faces. It's true. And they did go with the Sivir. Yeah, you're right. Wow, what a composition by SKT. This is terrifying. What do you think about the Ahri for Coco? Ahri or Zed here? Or Rise? Or Azir?
Azir actually would be probably
Okay.
the best possible choice in this scenario, just so you
Yeah.
have some form of strong disengage besides the Braum ultimate. So using the Azir ult could nullify the Sivir ultimate in this instance.
What about a Jace?
No.
Because that's what it's going to be.
Nope.
Well, too bad, Monty, because Jace is what it is. He's going to the mid lane.
Well, the thing is, CJ doesn't have any damage in the late game now with Corki Mundo, and also Jace relatively immobile without really much peel, and they can't use Gate to kite against Sivir. I think that Wolf is just going to flash Tibbers them, and then Marin is going to be sped up by Sivir, and then they're all going to get stunned and die. That's what I think, Doa.
Well,
And
I really can't argue with
the
that.
unfortunate thing is if Ambition ults, it just gives Gnar one more way to stun them because he can just shove them into the Cataclysm.
That's a really good point, too, actually. Yeah, that gives him just another wall to use with Nar'Salt.
So it's like you almost don't even want to engage with Jarvan that way.
Yeah.
I don't know about this one.
Well, you know,
And
it's...
they didn't even try and punish the early Xerath pick. I mean, that's what Najin was so successful with. When Faker early picked the Xerath, they just picked Zed and did a number on him.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's not over till it's over. But picks and bans looking pretty good for SK Telecom. And here we go, guys. SKT versus CJ. Can CJ do it? Let's get in the game and find out. Hey, that wasn't Watch. What's the deal? That was Shy.
They were saving Shy. Actually, Marin forgot a trinket.
Oops. Now these things happen. When is he going to notice? How long is it going to take?
Or when he tries to put his ward down in the river.
Marin. Hey, buddy. Hey, Marin, you forgot something. Yo.
Here's where he figures it out.
And Ward. Oh. Wait. And yeah.
Watch this be like some sort of weird like
Oh, there's a lot of people there for CJ actually. Marin's getting chased down. All right, well. Ward thrown down by Bengi. Now Marin's going to recall.
He's doing the forward play so that he could find them without using a ward. So you get
That was
early lens so that Bengi can get a sweet gank. Nope, I was
It was
wrong.
so smart. No, they're just going to lane swap. I can't believe you were wrong. I can't. That sounded so accurate. I thought you had some perfect analysis right there. IMO.
Oh, interesting. So lane swap coming in for SK Telecom.
Yeah, I just said that.
Yep, not wanting to get P-bombed too heavily early on, but actually it's going to be called by CJ, so we'll see how this goes in the laning phase. And
fan of Coco right there.
That's right. Well, Wolf Mang just going to go ahead and wait in the brush. See if they can get anything going right.
Oh, Wolf! Look out! Well, luckily skill shots don't really connect as much as they could. They don't get the stun off onto Wolf.
Yeah, actually, pretty even trade there, all things considered. Bang with that early ricochet.
I'm a little bit, that was actually really lucky. That could have gone much worse for Wolf.
Yeah, they couldn't quite get the third proc onto, or the fourth proc rather, onto the Braum stun.
That's because Mad Life missed his Q, point blank.
Mad Life skill shots have been rather lacking recently, haven't they, Doa?
Yeah, I really can't believe I'm saying things like Mad Life missed his Q point blank. Because they saw him coming into the bush too, so they knew where he was. Well, we'll see what happens now.
Well, looks like Bang and Wolf gonna jump out to an early lead in this lane.
That seems that way. Gunning for that level 2. There it is. Okay, so the Q and the W picked up by Wolf, and I didn't see, okay, he's got 3 stacks, yeah, so he can do the combo to surprise you with the stun if he needs to. And here's some stats between Wolf and Mad Life. Right now, Wolf looking a bit better. Mad Life with only a 50% win rate on that Braum.
Yeah. And much higher KDA, however, but you know, you don't really get a high KDA playing any support because you flash it and die. So
pretty much. Flash ult,
not the most meaningful statistic on certain supports where as long as, and on Annie, as long as you stun them with Tibbers and get 1 round of cooldowns, you have done your job. Congratulations. It is actually now better for you to die because that means you're absorbing focus fire and cooldowns when you are absolutely useless.
Yep.
So you might as well, it's actually a benefit to have a low KDA as long as you have a high win rate with her.
You just take your hands off the keyboard at that point and just kind of put them behind your head, sit back and watch the team fight, see how things turn out. You know, maybe go get a glass of water. But you can do it content that you won that fight with your sick Tibbers ult.
Yeah, usually you can. That's very true.
Yeah, definitely.
So
I'm not exaggerating.
Ambition actually going with the Rangers Trailblazer here. Interesting.
Oh, hi, Piglet.
Oh.
What are you doing here?
I didn't even know you were in Korea, Piglet.
Yeah. You know, I thought I saw him walking around backstage earlier, and I'm like, no, he's got to be in NA right now.
Well, we'll hope he's there in a couple weeks with his shiny American visa.
Yeah, I think he'd probably want to practice with his team.
Got enough practice, I guess.
Yeah, he's fine. He's Piglet. He doesn't need to practice. Well, Ward taken out, so SKT has to play a little bit safer up in this top lane. And it looks like, well, they spot him with the Ward, but Ambition will toss his own in there as well. And if we look at CS across the board, pretty even overall. EZU having not much trouble keeping up with Coco and vice versa.
Yeah, not a lot going on right now. The CS advantage Space doing a really good job of holding on to that in this lane so far, actually. Not a lot of harass coming in from Bang and Wolf. Mad Life at least able to mitigate that somewhat with the Braum pick. This top lane scenario, though, is getting kind of out of control. Of course, Marin able to really bully that Mundo pickup. Shy having to play very deep under his turret.
Oh, yeah.
Losing some of that CS.
Oh, here we go. A little bit of 2v2 action coming in. A lot of damage onto Mad Life in space. So Bang and Wolf getting a nice trade there.
And mid lane about as farmy as you would expect this matchup. Nobody really going to be walking anywhere close to each other as long as you could just hit everything from a distance with Jace and Xerath.
True enough. Man, Annie is such a fun support to play too. Oh, a little bit of dueling between the AD carries here. Space gets very low. It's just fun to auto people with Annie.
That range, so annoying.
It is, yeah, and it's really good with the Spell Thief's Edge too. You can get a lot of extra gold that way. You know, nice dodge by Wolf. Wow, money. But you know, in the beginning, we saw a lot of Annie's rushing Talisman just because you needed that engage to get a little bit better Tibbers.
Okay, you have Sivir now.
Yeah, exactly. Sivir is your talisman.
Okay, well, yeah, really not much going on. Bengi just going to go ahead and clear out this pink ward. Nice little defense earlier, but look at this
nice
ward line in the top lane. This is just going to allow Bang and Wolf to press this extremely hard while Space's wave clear is relatively limited, although he is topped up on mana right now, so he'll have a good amount of P-bombs left in him. Stun onto Mad Life. A few auto attacks in there. Got to be careful. Wow, nice spell shield on the Phosphorus Bomb.
Oh, Space needs to be really careful there.
Yeah, the freedom that they have to play aggressive right now. There's no way, really, that Ambition can make a play on the top side, and that's going to deny some CS.
Yeah.
And give that advantage over. So really, top and bottom being won quite handily by SK Telecom at the moment. And now a teleport. Mundo wants to head up and actually collect some of the CS that he's been denied in the bottom lane. That should catch him back up reasonably well. Marin won't have to use TP, so at least TP advantage for SK Telecom at the moment also. So if they find an opportunity, they'll be able to take an early dragon.
I wonder if they'll get one. You know,
oh, no, he's actually just going to TP up there.
Okay.
Interesting. And he's going for Giant Spell first. A lot of Gnar players would just prioritize a Brutalizer or a Hex Drinker in this situation. A Hex Drinker, I suppose, against Mundo.
Yeah. He just wants to be tanky and get in the back lines.
Yeah, I think you can really punish the laning phase of Mundo more with that Hex Drinker, however, so that's a bit curious. But now that Mundo's hit 6, I suppose he does have enough healing that may be able to deal with that a little bit more effectively instead of going for the that straight tankiness.
He's also got the Doran shield and the cloth armor as well, so a little bit. Oh, Mad Life getting a bit aggressive, but turns around and gets stunned. And wow, yeah, you just can't walk up on an Annie Sivir lane like that. I don't know, man. It's strange to see Mad Life making these kinds of decisions.
Yeah, look at that too. Bang actually going for the Avarice Blade first, so starting to stack up that gold. SKT really committing to a pretty free farm laning phase right here. I think that shows their confidence in their late game abilities, and given the comp they have against what CJ has, I would be pretty confident as well.
Yep.
So might as well just farm up, go for the tankiness as opposed to the lane bully on Gnar. They're really unafraid of this Mundo doing much at all.
You know, Piglet's ID is Liquid Piglet now.
It is. Oh, boy.
It's, a little bit of a 2v2. They try to jump onto Bang. Or get the 2v1, rather. Here comes Wolf, though. Are they going to be able to make something happen? There's a stun onto Space. Nice shield from Mad Life, though, blocking a lot of that damage.
Good turnaround once Wolf got back into lane, however, and Bang using some pots just to go ahead and heal up, and Bang and Wolf easily able to handle that early ult from Bang, but the turnaround very nicely played.
Yeah. You know, the ID Liquid Piglet kind of freaks me out.
Yeah, it's kind of gross, isn't it?
Yeah, I kind of think if it's like something that a lot of sandwiches and the fast food places are made from. I don't know. I don't think he should change his ID. Oh, look at this. Shy, his ultimate's getting a little bit low here. Wow. Marin with the sick trades, and Bengi's right there. Okay, not going to walk through that ward. And it looks like...
Yeah, too low to dive for Marin and Bengi.
Yeah, or is it?
Or is it? Well, I mean,
Shy
Shy
with
is
no
healing
ult.
up with a potion.
And there's the ult for Marin. Can they make this happen here? No, they're just going to settle for a little bit of damage on the turret.
I don't know about that play from Bengi, actually. I don't think there was really an opening there. And instead, by showing on the Shy's ward and Tribrush, they've actually given a dragon opening over to CJ. Can they disrupt it? Oh, did it just get releashed and heal?
Maybe a little bit. Yeah, it did, but it doesn't seem like it's going to stop them. No. Unless Wolf makes a big play here, but nah, not going to get that 2v3.
Not a good choice by Bengi right there.
Yeah.
Really, there was really almost no chance that they were going to be able to dive Shy after that pod had completed, especially with his flash still up. And Marin's so very low. Even though it appeared to be a good timing based on Marin's ultimate, I still can't give dragons away for free like that.
True enough. Decent amount of money for Coco. We'll have to see what he picks up when he goes back. And yeah, Shy catching up to the CS lead of Marin a little bit now after getting some time in that 1v1.
Yeah, SK Telecom just playing this so passively. So very passively.
It's been a night for passive games, apparently. Yeah. Bang getting a nice CS lead down the bot lane, though. Wolf and Bang still with a lot of power there.
Well, that triggers Bengi's oracles right there.
Yeah.
He's on the hunt for some wards. Not quite finding him. There he goes. Found the one that's actually invisible, but...
Can they do anything about it, though?
No.
Oh, nice shock blast from Coco.
And good ward defense there by Madlife as well.
Yeah, nice zoning. And it looks like Ambition's right there. Madlife throws out another Q, but Wolf dodges it.
Yeah, pretty much just standard stuff right now. A lot of really late first bloods tonight compared to the other 3 best of 3s that we've seen this week. These 2 tonight, a little bit delayed, a little bit slow starting.
Well, after the absolutely insane games we had yesterday.
It's true, those were pretty wild.
Yeah. And I'm surprised that SKT isn't playing things a bit more aggressively, too. You know, not just in terms of this game, but just in terms of composition and things like that. Oh, there we go. Now CJ going to jump onto EasyHoon. There's a Q. There's the ultimate from Madlife, and they get the first blood. Coco takes that one, but here comes Marin. Has to back away immediately, though. No more follow-up. And CJ getting a little bit of an edge here.
Yeah, Marin really couldn't do much right there. He has no armor to deal with this Jace that has a good deal of armor penetration at the moment. So still on the roam, trying to pick up some of the CS at the very least.
Yep. Oh, meanwhile, Sivir takes that top turret, or bottom turret, rather.
Yeah, Bang and Wolf have just had absolute freedom to play aggressively in this bottom lane thanks to solid defensive warding from the SK Telecom side.
Oh, flash stun, and look at that. Nice! Wolf gets bloodthirsty. I love it. That is the kind of play I want to see, and they're not done yet. Madlife running for his life now. Space gets stunned. He could be in a bit of trouble. Q comes in from Madlife, though. Bang has to back away for the moment, but they're not done yet, getting a couple summoners before things are all said and done. Teleport used by Marin.
And by Shy as well.
That's
so
right.
The reactionary teleport, they are going to be able to secure this blue buff, it would seem.
Oh, nice shock blast from Coco. 360 no scope. CJ used to be Blaze, but now just CJ Enticit. Wow.
They're still going after this blue buff, however.
Yeah, that's right, and they might be able to get it. Shy trying to walk into the
EasyHoon
back line.
grabs it.
That may not have been the best plan for Shy. Oh, they do force a flash of Shy over the wall, trying to get a kick onto Bengi, but Bengi kicks him. Oh, but Space over the wall for a kill there. Shy still alive, dodges the ult from EasyHoon. And they're going to get out with another kill, I guess.
Wow, Shy really pulling out the moves right there in order to stay alive. So blue buff secured for SK Telecom, but another couple kills. However, SK Telecom does maintain a gold advantage. Dragon Edge to CJ Entis at the moment.
Mundo may have tiny legs, but he can dance.
Coco doing a great job on Jace so far. Out farming EasyHoon, got a couple kills now, and he's becoming a major threat. Look at that damage coming in.
Yeah.
There's really no answer for SKT until Marin can get some armor here to help deal with this Jace that's running out of control a little bit.
Yeah, no kidding. This is getting interesting. I love that play by Wolf, though. It's one of the best things ever about Annie. You have a good amount of burst all game long, so if you see somebody low, yeah, just pop over a wall and kill
Why
him.
not just take him down, right?
That's right, just get that kill. I like it. Even if your team ends up losing a fight afterwards, at least you got that kill.
And EasyHoon got the blue buff.
That's right.
That actually is a really important takeaway from the Jace. It does slow
Sure
down
is.
his tier stacking substantially.
Yeah.
So not at all a bad decision. Marn looking for a roam once again, but he's
No.
not going to have anything. Bang already popping on the hunt.
Yeah, Bang getting a little bit caught here. It flashes that Q, dodges the ult. Mad Life using a lot. They got the summoner, but
And the ult
yeah.
as well. So and
That's true.
But pretty far forward play there. They do lose a lot of CS to the tower deep at their tier 2 as a result.
that Sivir ult's going to be up a lot sooner than the Braum ult as well.
Now a lot of free damage. This tower's going down. Shy
Yeah, it is.
mid lane. Marin will try and push it up top, but without any damage items, it's going to be quite slow when it comes to pushing.
Yeah, CJ getting a nice little edge. Can't really call it a lead yet, but I would call it maybe a bit of an edge.
Shy
And
going to walk right through a pink ward, apparently.
Yep. Too dangerous. Can't stop to kill that. Got to go up and save the turret.
And save the turret he will.
Yep.
So we'll see if Ambition goes and clears that out in just a minute. Now, Dragon live right now.
Oh, boy.
Space
Well, this is
lurking in a
interesting.
pink warded brush.
Yeah.
Bang gonna walk right in there.
Yeah, he is. Space going to jump on him, but they're going to turn immediately. Has the Valkyrie over the wall, and that's actually going to give SKT a nice little comfortable place to go after this dragon.
Shy has no TP.
Yeah, and can they take it? They can indeed. And Gnar coming in, going after Mad Life after forcing the flash out of Ambition and Coco, or rather forcing them to run away anyway. No flashes, just moving quickly. Nice poke from EasyHoon, but SKT secures the dragon.
So they save their top tower, but it always comes at another price here as
Yeah.
SK Telecom catches up to that dragon race. But at the very least, CJ has evened things out in terms of gold, and the SK Telecom still doesn't have an answer to this Jace quite yet.
Yeah, they've just got to play it safe. If they can kind of outlast the next 10-15 minutes of the game, they're going to be in great shape.
Now, Shy also going for the fast Sunfire on Mundo, so really just wanting to split push right here and answer pressure for pressure from this Gnar. Interesting choice.
Yeah. Marn with no big items done just yet.
Yeah, that really commits Mundo to split pushing, though, because it's nowhere near as effective in team fights as a Randuin's is. You just use that for wave clear and creating pressure on a side lane. So they're trying to prevent SK Telecom from grouping up, which is exactly what they need to do. They don't
Yeah.
want to deal with the crazy wombo combo that can come in.
Well, SKT is staying fairly close together in that bottom half of the map. Teleport almost up for Marin. He's going to be able to rejoin them soon. Teleport's at about the same cooldown for both Shy and Marin right now.
SK Telecom kind of weirdly committing to wards in the river at the moment that they don't necessarily need. They can just defensively ward their own jungle and have Bang wave clear
Yeah.
right now, but they're going to try and make
Oh
a
boy,
play.
here we go. Flash Timbers onto Space, but Ambition right there to jump onto Bang. Space getting extremely low, but Bang will go down before SKT can get any kills. And now Wolf in trouble, gets knocked up by the ult of Mad Life, and Ambition there to pour on the damage. A two-man stun, but that's not going to save Wolf. Oh boy.
Coco actually gets the kill on the Wolf there
Whoa,
with a
he
shock
did.
blast through the Dragon Pit. Really cocky play there from SK Telecom. They had no knowledge on Ambition's location, and all they had to do was wave clear at that turret. Now they lose a couple kills thanks to Ambition's patience and maybe a turret as well. Can they actually get this top? Looks like Bengi zoning will allow them to at least answer turret for turret, but SK Telecom a little bit impulsive this game so far. CJ a little more calculated.
Oh, Shy gets kicked out. Marin is right there. Shy pops the ultimate, gets knocked against the wall by Gnar. Can he get away? He's got that flash if he needs to use it. Doesn't even bother, just runs away.
Well, no damage on this Gnar whatsoever, so even though they unloaded everything on Shy, they're just unable to deal with his regeneration at the moment, so
Yeah.
it's the price you pay for building Gnar this way. I'm particularly surprised to see Marin build Gnar like this because he does like to be more aggressive in the laning phase. Seeing Marin build full tank on any champion is a bit of a rarity.
Yeah, and it's also something that traditionally hasn't worked out the best for him, too.
Yeah, I don't know about this Gnar build. I think he could have done a little bit more with it. Now he's moving into, finally has some armor to help deal with this Jace. So getting that, prioritizing that Randuin's after the Spectral Cowl I think is the right call here. Bang also with the Infinity Edge now. So putting that, they're starting to hit a power spike after being in a little bit of a hole in the mid game thanks to the Avarice Blade pickup, but Koko is pretty darn scary at this stage, and he's going to get a fast Muramana.
Yeah, he will. Already has that Last Whisper as well. Bang just can't recall. Gonna get a little bit more mana there, I guess.
Free mana for Sivir.
That's right.
And Ezion has to be very careful because a Jace this strong can just all in him in Hammer Stance, so
pretty much.
Gotta make sure you're not ever within to the skies range of that Jace, lest you start taking a bunch of melee damage.
Mar needs to be careful here. Benki is coming up, but the dive potential is pretty strong here. If he gets poked out anymore, this is going to be bad. Yeah, Marin going to have to give up that turret.
Well, CJ just doing a much better job of playing cautiously and playing the map right now. Surprisingly, they do look like a...
Oh, Shy finds Bang right away. Can Bang get away? Pops the ultimate immediately. Dodges a cleaver. But forced to recall again and dragging up in about a minute now. And
that's a really big takeaway as well, because if that Sivir ult is still down for the Dragon, it's going to be difficult for SK Telecom to engage. So getting that out, pushing the wave back, important for CJ on this setup. Certainly, it will help give them that necessary vision control over the Dragon.
it should be up just in time. Should be up right before Dragon becomes live again. We'll see. Meanwhile, Marin pushing that lane back again, just getting a little bit more farming done.
Yeah, Marin going for those early home guards again. He as a player really likes to get home guards before he completes a second item, or really even a first item right here, prioritizing his ability to create plays based on teleports. But I don't think he's going to have an option right here. Vision cleared out. Where is he going to come in? Actually, there is a good ward that they're pinging right now, so that'll be taken out. That was the ward that he may want to use for an engage.
Yep.
Still, it looks like they can't see it. Oh, they can't see it, actually. Just that ping was in the location of the ward, but I'm not sure they actually know if it's there or not.
Well, here we go. SKT needs to make a move here. Everybody's ults are up.
Well, Sivir's is not, and that's the crucial one that they need.
It's not yet. Oh, never mind. My math was totally off. What do you know? Hard to believe, I know. Mid-turret getting a little bit low. And so SKT will be able to at least get that.
Shy still split pushing, though.
Yeah. Now the ult's up. There we go. And now SKT immediately turns. There's a teleport coming in from Shy, and CJ turning around onto this one. And now the poking war begins. Ezion doing that. CJ's going to activate this Baron, and can Wolf possibly flash into the pit and go for like a big Tibbers stun? We'll see. Dragon gets taken by CJ, and now SKT on the run. Tibbers will slow people down, but it's only a disengage. Flag and drag ambition gets kicked away. Shy jumping into the back lines, and that Sunfire Cape is really doing work. Oh man, Shy just going nuts right now. Double kill though for Bang in the back lines. Double kill for Shy to return, make that a triple. And Shy and CJ really come out better in this team fight. What in the world is going on in this game?
Well, I mean, Shy right there did do work and got onto the carries. Ambition actually helped a lot right there, had a really solid Jarvan ultimate into the back. But, I mean, right here, one of the issues is that this Gnar just wasn't in his, he had just actually dropped his ult form, or his big form right there, so CJ hit the perfect timing based around Marin's ult transformation. Now Bang does do some good work zoning it out, but Mundo has a lot of AoE with that Sunfire Cape and with the Masochism as well, so be careful about that. And had enough follow-up, and Wolf had already been chunked out pretty severely also, but zoning out Wolf right there also proved pretty crucial because Wolf really wasn't able to do much of anything that fight, and you really need Sivir with the rest of your team so that you can get the proper speed and engage. And with Bang being on the side, sure, he actually managed to get a couple of kills, but in the end, CJ was able to get in the back lines. They weren't able to kite it out.
Oh, yeah,
Xerath and Annie just so immobile.
SKT may have Sivir's ult, but CJ has Jace, so they can get that big AoE speed boost as well.
Yeah, the issue is you have to run through it, whereas Sivir's just kind of AoE is more reliable.
Well, yeah. It's not bad, though. They use it pretty well right there. And, oh, Space jumps onto Bang. Oh, Bang just barely lives, but here we go. SKT trying to get a little bit of return. Nice ult from EasyHoon. Oh, and he almost gets two. Marin with the killing blow on that one.
Yeah, EasyHoon again showing some fantastic Xerath ults this game. Marin now harassing Coco. Coco can't kill him.
Oh, Marin still on Coco right now. The blue buff doing damage as well. Another kill for Bang, and things getting a bit scary for CJ suddenly.
Yeah, that's the power of SK Telecom when they're all together, though,
Yep.
as opposed to split up. CJ definitely preferring those little skirmishes as opposed to all the AoE abilities, but SKT bouncing back, picking up a kill, picking up a couple kills, picking up the mid lane turret as well in Tier 2.
Yep. SKT answering, and I mean, how many times have we seen this from SK Telecom K and now this new SKT team where they do play a little bit, you know, kind of loose, kind of crazy in the early game, but then around the mid game, they're like, you know what? All right, we have to tighten things up. Let's win some team fights. Let's take some objectives. Bit sloppier than most early games for SKT, but so far the mid game is about as usual.
Well, there we go. See, Space tries to make a play right here. Bengi just barely living.
Yeah.
And then after that, the cleanup, Bang with the boomerang blade poke, and then they're able to get 1-2 hits, and then Marin finishing off the boomerang, and then inexplicably right there, Coco decides to double back for blue buff. That was just a terrible decision.
Yeah, I'm not sure why would you try to do that at that point, but I need this blue buff. Oh, Marin taking a Krug. What is a Krug? Krug, it's kind of like a little rock beetle thing.
I guess it is a rock beetle.
Yeah. Rock Beetle was the name of my
Beatles tribute band?
no, it was my swing band in high school. It was like jazz kind of thing, you know? Not like swing choir, no, not like that.
You were a jazz band called Rock Beetle?
Yeah, I like to be spontaneous, you know? Give them something they don't expect.
Well, mission successful.
Rock didn't describe the music, it described the beetle. Come on, man.
I bet you were really angry at everybody constantly asking that question.
You filthy plebs just never understand it. Yep. Look out, Rift Scuttler. Look out, Ambition. Look out, Bengi. Oh, that was close.
Bang actually using his summoner heal
Yeah.
right there to help keep Bengi alive after awkward little tussle with Ambition. Ambition's been doing pretty well this game, all things
Yeah.
considered.
He has not been doing bad. But anyone can beat up on the Rift Scuttler. It doesn't make you a man, Ambition. Yeah, that's right. Let Space finish it.
He probably can't. I mean, it's so slow to do that Rift Scuttler as a jungler at this point in the game. The thing
Yeah.
gets like over 2,500 HP at times, so it's not really a good use of jungler's time to try and just auto that for a full 15 seconds.
Pretty much.
Here we go.
Oh boy, there's the ult. Bengi coming in, and they get counter sword. Marin, look at that! Oh, whoa! Coco! It's like, let's play ping pong with Coco at this point.
I love watching Marin's teleport home guard plays.
Seriously.
He flashed for the ult right there to go ahead and shovel Coco back into the mix. And
That was
very
the
important
first-
kill. Coco's the major threat on this CJ team. Nobody else is really going to be able to do much, and that
It's hard to do an insect without Lee Sin, but he did it.
the
And
Gnar insect.
that's right. Yep, the Flash Gnar. The Gnar.
That was pretty funny.
Well, SKT, they're actually going to start this Baron while Marin keeps CJ occupied in the mid lane. Bengi getting low, though. This is a really risky Baron for SKT. Oh, boy, I don't know about this one.
Yeah,
Oh, I really don't know about this one.
Wolf's there now. He's got his son up. So
He does, yeah, but they back off anyway. Got to play it safe.
well, he just had no tankiness. I mean,
Yeah.
Bengi just not quite at the station. Wow, they may just give over a free dragon.
I think they did. Yeah, that was not a...
Weird Baron attempt right there, especially with Marin. Usually Marin's not the one you want zoning out. You take EasyHoon and do that, or Wolf
Yeah.
and do that. You don't take your main tank who you need to absorb that damage in order to try and get that.
Well, again, just
Baron.
looking kind of cocky there.
And Instead, they give over a third Dragon Stack to CJ. CJ getting a bit dangerous in that regard. Sloppy play from SK Telecom.
A little bit. Well, we'll see if they can come back and win another fight or two.
Yeah, Marin is really ramping up, though. He's going to get his Thornmail soon enough, and that's maybe a pretty crucial item considering CJ doesn't have. I mean, they have some mixed damage from Mundo and Corki, but
Yeah, Thornmail's still going to be pretty good.
it's going to be pretty great indeed. Wolf taking a nice shock blast to the face.
Yep. Yeah, and CJ so far doing a decent job of maintaining that vision control over the Baron pit.
Yeah, SK Telecom lost a lot of wards there as well as a result of that play. Now they have to reset everything around that. Baron using the orb, checking out, but they're not going to be able to clear out that pink ward.
Nice poke coming in from EasyHoon. And kind of a bit of a standoff at this point. Baron Dance Revolution.
It was a revolution. The wards just totally changed sides multiple times.
True.
SKT at least got control over the river again, but they can't push it out really enough now to be a threat. Just due to Coco's range, that's the thing about Jace here, is you need to push out the wards even more than you normally would against Jace, just because you have to be able to see where he's shock blasting at this stage, considering how far ahead he is. He's pretty much a monster right now, power slamming everything.
Power slam. Considering he can take half the health off of Wolf, probably bang too if it doesn't get mana shielded, spell shielded, shield shielded.
So are they going to split push? Shy is still a major split pushing threat right now, and they do have TP advantage. I'm a bit surprised Shy isn't trying to at least force Marin to stay in the lane instead of going for the Gromp. That's kind of a waste of time, honestly.
Hey man, you always go for the Gromp.
You don't go for the Gromp in this situation.
Well, he did anyway.
Go ahead and push that up as fast as you can. Abuse the timing window.
Oh, Bengi and Ambition. It's another jungle duel. And they get the flash. Bengi chasing over the wall. Oh, he kicks it back right into a stun for Wolf. Oh, that is a nice combo right there.
Yeah,
wow.
Very good setup.
Welcome to the jungle, Ambition. You're gonna die.
He did. He hasn't died too much this game, though, and he has made some pretty crucial plays.
Yeah. That was a Lee Sin that would not give up, though, and now SKT going for another Baron, but still a very risky one, even with the jungler down.
They don't really have the wards to pull this off is the thing.
Well, Wolf has got his stun loaded up. He still has Tibbers, but he's not in the right position to really use it right now. EasyHoon getting slowed down. He's in trouble. They're going to turn, and look at this. Wolf coming in from the side. Shy coming back. Wolf waiting for that perfect opportunity. He's got Flash here. Just going to stun Shy, I guess.
Yeah, no Sivir ult for this fight either.
Oh, man. Now Wolf is getting chased. He had to use that Flash to get away.
He's not going to get away.
This is so awkward. Yeah, he's gone. Oh, jeez. Wow.
So you really can't do that against a Jace. You have to push that ward line out first. SKT just overplaying their hand at this Baron multiple times in a row right now.
They gave away a dragon. Now they're going to give away a Baron. In fact, CJ going for it, and they're going to get it.
Wow.
Unless there's some sort of steal here.
Or
a
kill.
I don't even think EasyHoon can force them off.
They may die after this, however. This is
we'll see.
Tried the steal. And there is a Sivir ult available, but they're actually not going to go for it. So SK Telecom surprisingly just misplaying that Baron pretty horrifically.
Yeah, that's 3 Dragon stacks and a Baron now for CJ. SK Telecom needs to make something really good happen right now.
It seems like almost certain that CJ is going to be able to get the next Dragon as well, and that's going to put them in a very good position to win this game, just purely based off of shoddy objective control from SK Telecom. CJ Ent is really taking advantage of the fact that SK Telecom overcommitting to Baron twice in a row.
Well, just really sloppy play from SKT throughout this game. Just kind of overconfidence and then just very lackadaisical. That's a word you should never say.
Lackadaisical.
Lackadaisical, whatever. I shouldn't say it in a cast. It's too hard. It's bad. SKT play bad. Might lose game.
Well, Shy has opened this up, though, with good zoning and nice split pushing as well. I like the decisions that he made early on. And they're trying. Are they actually going to try to defend this tier 2? They're going to go for it. Marin's nearly
boy.
ulting.
Can they catch Coco? EasyUn does pop that ult. They will trap Coco up a little bit, but Bang still in the back line is getting held up by Shy. Marin doing the old 1v3 right now, getting chased away by CJ. Shy still in the back lines. They take down Marin. A kill on either side. Ambition getting taken out. Now turning. Shy just will not die. They defend the tier 2. Trade a top laner for a jungler. So in the end, that's a win for SKT, man. They got a Baron buff off of one person. They saved their turret.
Yep,
Not bad.
absolutely. Definitely will help wear off that Baron. Now they may actually be able to contest this Dragon when it comes up in 30 seconds. They're on the run right now. Not a lot of major ults up, though.
Yeah.
But same is true of CJ, and they don't have a smite also, which is pretty crucial. Marin does have his TP up, so even though Ambition is spawning a little bit sooner, he will be able to respond in some way, but vision control is superior for CJ at the moment. They can't.
It's going to be really hard.
Mad
for
Life
SKT
has
to
really
get
been
anywhere
very
near bottom.
aggressive about defending vision this game. It's been nice to see.
And here's the Dragon. This will be the 4th one for CJ if they get it.
I mean, really, SK Telecom, I guess they're going to let him have it.
Now, Bengi, yeah, they're going to give it to him. I'm surprised he walked over to kill that ward. You know, why not hide out and give yourself a chance? Who knows? They're going to rotate right to that bottom lane now, and they're going to catch Marin completely unawares, it seems like. Marin, there's the ult, though, right now. Well, there's Mega Gnar anyway. Bang still trying to stay alive. Can they make anything happen? EasyUn starting to poke down. Meanwhile, a kick on Ambition keeps everyone grouped up on CJ, but Shy, such a huge front line. They're going to get a kill on the Bengi fairly easily. Marin getting trapped in the Cataclysm. He's going to hop out. But SKT just getting pushed back. Shy is way too much of a monster right now for SKT to get anywhere, you know, into the back line.
Really confusing play. Marin knew they were a Dragon,
Yeah.
and he was still farming that far forward in the lane, and it did result in Bengi dying. They don't even get any advantage of that whatsoever. I mean, Marin does get the Mega Gnar transformation, but he never actually gets an angle right there, does miss the knock-up, and then he can't find anybody. Look at CJ, though. They do a great job positioning around the Gnar, so he doesn't have anything to work with. He eventually just has to try and scoop Shy into the turret, but that doesn't do anything.
Guess so, yeah. Weird. Very puzzling game from SKT. Meanwhile, there's another fight going on. Red buff taken by Space. Looks like SKT has to back off from that.
Coco is a real terror right now. Finishing off that QSS into the Mercurial Scimitar, and now getting a little bit of lifesteal as well, probably before he builds into that Black Cleaver.
Yeah.
Nothing too odd about the rest of what we're seeing. Talisman as well onto Wolf to complement the Sivir ultimate. Now they have multiple forms of engage, but they just haven't been able to position properly because, I mean, SK Telecom, they can't group because they keep making poor decisions around objectives or leaving themselves open to very obvious pick attempts from CJ Entus. Now, the Baron has worn off. This game is still winnable from SK Telecom, but it's not going to be pretty.
Got the wave clear from EasyUn. Marin way off in the bot lane. Has that teleport. They do have that TP advantage for now. But can they do anything at all with it?
Yeah, and they're in a crucial situation too because they can't give up. SK Telecom can't give up any more dragons. CJ has just played every objective better this game, essentially.
Yeah.
I mean, very few towers going down. This game has entirely been about those dragons and the Barons, and SK Telecom overcommitting to Baron twice has cost them a lot.
Marin doing a little bit of damage to Ambition, trying to build that rage up again. Getting himself closer to that Gnar ultimate. Shy, yeah, having to move back up to the mid lane now. Baron up in 1:30, and if SKT can make a good decision here and win a fight, take Baron, they can still win this game, but they've really put themselves in a tough spot.
Bang choosing to go for the Blade of the Ruined King next. They need something that can get through Mundo at this point.
Yeah.
Space, though, starting to fall off a bit in terms of damage. Has that QSS, but the Sivir is going to be much more dangerous. Shy choosing to split push without teleport. And that's going to prompt a big movement down to the bottom lane. Are they going to be able to? There's no wards behind enemy lines, so really SKT can't engage this with Gnar.
Marin does not have the energy for the ult either, and they're just going to give that one to CJ. Look at this. Ambition coming in, trying to make a play. EasyHoon has the flash, took a lot of damage there, and CJ drooping up onto Bengi. Here comes the ult now. Can he get Ambition? Not quite, it looks like. Just missing the third one. Tibbers not doing a whole lot. CJ backing off. Here comes Marin, though.
There's nowhere for him to TP
yeah,
to.
he just recalled, I guess.
Wow.
Oh.
Okay.
Man.
I mean, they have to get some wards down. CJ did a good job of clearing, I think, so that there weren't very many flanking opportunities. Had Marin had any ward there whatsoever, CJ would have lost that fight handily. Instead, they at least pick up a kill and managed to bully their way to the inhibitor turret, but that's about it. If we take a look at this again, losing the tower right there, Ambition does a great job of locking down EasyHoon too. Nice flash though at the last second, EasyHoon getting away by virtue of that summoner heal as well for the extra speed, and he holds on to this last charge of his ult for quite a while. Still can't hit the mark, and Marin just recalls, doesn't even walk down there, could have potentially cut them off in the river a little bit.
Well, SKT moved up to try to get a little bit more vision on the Baron at least after forcing CJ back, and they got a couple wards, but look at this, CJ immediately there to clear everything out. And they're going to take vision right back. At least SKT has the Rift Scuttler for a little while.
It does make it a little safer, but this Dragon in a minute is going to be a major point of focus in this game.
Yeah, this is going to be a game-changing Dragon either way. Or a game-securing Dragon for CJ, game-changing Dragon for SKT if they can manage to keep CJ from getting it.
CJ doing a nice job of pushing out this lane, holding control over mid.
Yep.
And they're going to maintain that control for the next 30 seconds as well.
Marin building it up. Here we go. There's Mega Gnar coming in. Can they make something happen? Tibbers thrown down. They lock a couple people. No, actually, Wolf hasn't left it yet. CJ splitting up SKT pretty effectively. Bengi once again separated. The kills from Kokos are coming in, and Marin already low, not able to make anything happen. Wolf just can't lock anyone up, and it's over. Bang can't get any kills. CJ can take this Dragon whenever they want. It's coming up right now. EasyHoon forced out of the fight just immediately.
Shy has done a magnificent job of zoning so far in this game. They're really, Bang and EasyHoon haven't been able to do hardly anything in these team fights thanks to Shy just being all over them. They're going to go ahead and take the Baron and follow it up with the Dragon. They just really no way that SK Telecom can contest.
Yep, and so that's going to be a Baron, and then it's going to be a 5th Dragon, and then I think we're going to see CJ win a game against SKT.
Very surprising result, but CJ obviously playing much better today than they did in the preseason.
Yeah, SKT playing a bit of it worse, I would say, too, than what we've seen. There's that 5th Dragon. Wow.
Just repeatedly questionable decisions made by SKT, and still no sign of an Aegis even from SKT either. Bengi going straight up tanky with that Warmog's armor, but Shy and Corky are actually putting out a decent amount of AoE magic damage, so maybe a little bit of a superior pickup right there. SKT on the ropes right now. The only bright spot is they actually do have all 3 of their inhibitors left.
Yep, they've got all their inhibitor turrets as well, too, so they can make sort of a last defense here. If they can outlast this, they've still got a shot, but CJ just in prime position to take game 1.
Well, the other thing, too, that SK Telecom has lacked this game is that they haven't been fighting around their ults very well. This is a team composition for SKT. They need Sivir ult and they need Annie ult in order to be up, and they've been down at really awkward times over the course of the team fights in this game.
The counter poke needs to be really, really good right now from Bang and EasyHoon. They can just sort of pressure multiple lanes at the same time if they send Shy down.
Well, fortunately, these big cannon minions, Baron empowered cannon minions, aren't going to be the biggest deal. Here's
Here
the
we
dive.
go, coming in. Marin does have Mega Gnar activated. He's going to get a nice ult onto Space. Space Valkyrie away immediately. They will get a kill onto Ambition. Madlife popping his ult, but there's a disengage from CJ, and somehow, some way, SKT turning this one around. Oh, but they get Bang, and now CJ turning it back around again. Wolf in big trouble, gets taken down. There's a double kill from Coco. And there is not much stopping CJ from ending this game right now.
Well, they do have this Xerath who can continue poking. Now, can they get anything out of it? Is CJ just going to try and end right here?
5 dragons and Baron. They should be able to grind through this with these Baron-powered minions despite the poke.
Yeah, those turrets go down real quick with the dragon buff.
Yeah, I don't think they're too worried. Look at how fast that dies. And CJ, look at how fast they're killing Nexus. And CJ Entus takes out SK Telecom in game 1.
A very surprising result, but really carried by Coco and Shy in that game. Shy, who had really a poor preseason coming out, playing in the Mundo that was just amazing in terms of his ability to recover from an early game CS deficit and then come out with the early Sunfire cape to continue putting on pressure, had great split pushing, and then also just did a hell of a job zoning out the enemy carries in those team fights, and some crucial mistakes around objectives. A couple of pretty horrendous Baron attempts by SK Telecom allowed CJ to continue to pick up dragons and Barons and just snowball that into a Baron 5th dragon empowered victory right there.
Well, that's a scary thing too about this scene, about champions, is that even a team like CJ, largely considered, you know, the worst team right now, can take a game off SKT after a few opportunities. You just can't give anyone opportunities here.
Yeah, they played a lot better in this game though
Certainly
than they did in the preseason, where they looked very lost. And even Ambition had some very nice Jarvan ults that game, so definitely a big upside for CJ Entus, and really just, I think SK Telecom getting a bit cocky before heading into that one, because they made decisions that they would never have made against Najin earlier in this week.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, very cocky pick ban, very cocky early and mid game, and they paid for it.
I do think that they had the superior pick ban, and a lot of it is due to Coco's individual play as well on Jace being exceptional, because his poke allowed them, his accuracy of skill shots allowed them to get those early dragons, which put the big timer on that game as CJ ended up running away with it.
Sure enough. Well, when we come back, SK Telecom tries to tie things up against CJ Entus. I did not think I'd be saying that tonight. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back.
If I could look past the present and
일단 삼성이 훨씬 더 기동성을 활용한 능동적인 움직임을 보여줄 가능성이 높은 조합을 가져갔다고 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 반면 진에어는 어쨌든 모르가나라는 챔프가 갖는 한계 때문에 초중반 단계의 라인전 운영을 진짜 잘해야 될 것 같다는 생각이 들고요. 뭐 체이서 선수가 자르반을 가져가면서 상대가 뭐 원하는 챔프를 못 가져가기 때문에 한 번씩 태클을 건 건 괜찮았는데 갱맘 선수의 컨디션이 그렇게 썩 좋아 보이지는 않았었거든요. 오리아나 컨디션이. 저는 삼성 쪽이 조금 더 원하는 픽을 잘 가져가지 않았나라는 생각이 듭니다.
네.
손해보는 상황이
이거는 리신 오죠, 리신 오죠.
낚은 느낌 살짝 있는데
네, 나와요.
살짝 있는데요.
네, 자르반 옵니다. 네, 쫓아가.
날아가
길 나왔습니다.
허블 모르가나가 상인구
자르반도
네.
자르반까지 왔고요.
피즈 오리아나.
피즈
나와요.
난리 났어요.
난리 났어요.
오리아나네.
난리 났어요.
계속. 네, 제복수.
예.
잘 패스. 자, 끌려서 1점.
네.
살아갈 수도. 네. 전멸로.
그러면 전멸로 쫓아가서
예. 나가서.
추격파.
네.
그런데
무서워.
방황.
네.
와 정황.
예. 7분 가까이 가고 있습니다. 네. 자, 이제 싸움 나나요?
이번에는
네.
혼자서.
일단 하나 데려가겠다.
네. 자, 리신 왔죠? 자, 자르반 생존.
이게
많이
그리고
좋았나요?
오리아나
자,
데려오면서 근데
왔어요.
아니
페이서가.
체이서 오래 버텨요.
살았어.
체이서가 먼저 안 죽었습니다.
네.
오히려 이제
블리츠
피지도
쫓기고요.
네. 2명 죽었죠? 더블킥. 네, 자, 퓨리 비행기를 한번 피합니다만.
아직 충격파도 있습니다.
네, 막타 못 넣어요. 한 명 잡아주네요.
예, 서로 노림수는 있었는데 아무래도 먼저 잘.
여기서
먹었어요.
이러면 어느 정도는 약간 만회가 되는 듯한 느낌이네요.
그렇죠. 중계 멘트 변경 수정해야 됩니다. 이건요. 야,
오리아나는 지금 이런 식으로 템만 잘 갖추면
만나면
이거는
물고 끝내는 거죠. 네.
그거 정말 최악인 게 전멸도 빠지고 죽었어요.
네. 자, 근처에 10명이죠.
오, 저런 거 속박 한 번 맞으면 난리 나고.
네. 자르반.
자르반이 기찬 전멸 하려고 했던 것 같은데 그렇게 유효하진 않았고.
조냐까지
네.
어그로 잘 끌어줍니다.
들어주고,
루시안
카사딘도.
딜을 하고 있긴 하거든요.
충격파가.
충격파 안 들어갔고. 그런데
자,
예.
피지 선수 하지만 안 되네요. 말씀하신 대로 이번 영은 포기를 하고요. 삼성 대신 지네어는 색 쌌습니다. 1대1이 되겠네요 이제.
자,
이신 피지가 빠져 있거든요.
말씀드리기 무섭게 이거
네.
우리가
독이 될 수도
네.
있습니다.
각이 나올 수
봐야겠는데요.
있는데요.
체력 거의 이건 먹을 수는 있고요. 살아가는 게
자,
중요하죠.
2,400.
네.
들어가 보나요? 예.
자, 그러면 이제 안 싸우네요 삼성. 돈 있어도 아직은 뭐 쓰지 않은 상태.
집에 갔다 오기 전에 여기서 싸우는 게 훨씬 낫거든요.
피지
싸울
업그레이드
거면.
준비. 이제 타워가 깨지면 달려 들어야죠. 그리고
차이가 그렇게 잘 들어간 건 아니고 피즈도 진입했지만 뭐 별달리 아직까지
네,
저어바가
별거
못했죠.
피즈 바로
활약
먹었죠.
차이가 많이 납니다. 이제.
그리고 충격파 아직도 있습니다.
네. 또 툭툭 떨어진 타워 깨고.
그것도 이 상황 속에서도 레드 쪽 낚시를 한번 시도해 봤는데 상대가 그냥 드래곤 쪽 달리는 바람에 뭐 효과를 보지 못했고.
네. 네. 정말 이번 경기 진행 차갑게 하는데요. 자, 뒤쪽.
근데 피지가 공도 없는데 이게
네.
들어갈
보내면 이거 약간 연계기 이거 연계는 기가 막혔거든요. 충격파가 잘 들어간 것도 아니에요 지금.
자, 마무리. 자, 버텼죠. 피즈 버텼고.
쓸어 담기기 안 돼요. 루시안이 발이 묶여서 딜을 못했습니다.
쓸 뻔했는데 빗자루가 부러졌어요. 지금 쓸
그렇죠.
뻔했는데
그거 쓸었으면 3개 걸렸어 진짜.
쓸 뻔했거든요. 지금
동전
방금.
3개 걸렸어. 와. 자, 타워 체력. 달려들죠. 조나라만 버티고 피죠.
다시 에이팅하면서
이번에
체인부터
이번에
체인
이번에
잡고
잡았는데
예 모르가나 공 자르반 대격변 일단 잘 빠졌고요.
네.
거기로부터.
네, 아끼고 잘 써야 되는데. 네, 아끼는 거 자체가 억지로가 있어요. 억지로가.
여기서
피즈
자, 달려들고. 돌면은 근데 누가 딜할 선수 없나요? 네, 퓨리. 이번에는 퓨리. 아껴라.
진짜.
충격파.
얼마나 아낄 거냐는 얘기가 턱까지 차올랐는데
트리플 킥 끝내는. 네, 이거 피니시로 갈 수 있겠습니다만. 야, 언제까지 아낄 거냐? 트리플 킬까지. 네. 야, 마치네요. 정말 차분히 하나하나 상대편 홈으로 뛰는 성공하면서 지지.
And welcome back to Champion Spring. Game 1's MVP is Shy, and a well-deserved MVP. CJ played well, and Shy was the big tanky front line they needed to be.
I'm really impressed by Shy's play in that last game. His team fighting was excellent. Really turned things around overall. Just look at how much harassment he gets down right here. Barely living and then dodging the ult quite well in the end, but just every time, all over Bang. Wolf never actually gets a good use of his Tibbers as a result either, because multiple times Shy just forced Tibbers to be used on just him in a team fight. So good zoning from the outside. And again, Wolf and Bang together, but unable to actually get into the fight whatsoever.
And Marin just wasn't able to get good ults with Gnar either.
Well, it was a lot due to the rest of CJ's positioning as well.
He never got a chance to get that big knockback. Or knock whatever direction you want to knock, I guess, with Gnar.
Yeah, but SK Telecom too, also, look how many of these fights they're split in.
Yeah.
And Ezion, I think, overcommitting to ulting, then walks too far forward straight into Shy, and nobody's able to actually kill him right there. So he effectively zones out 4 people and isolates Benki. And right here again, gonna get a triple kill.
Yeah.
Chasing everybody down. Wolf has no chance.
I'm not
just
sure
walking
why.
straight into the turret.
Not sure why you'd stay and fight that, but I'm not sure why SKT would do a lot of the things they did in game number 1. So
really sloppy play from SK Telecom. Again, 2012 CJ.
Again, 2014 SKT. I'm gonna lean. I'm still gonna lean towards SKT, but I gotta say that was a good game. That was the best we've seen CJ play basically since Korea 2.0 happened.
Yeah, definitely a much more impressive game, but they did win.
Yeah.
Partially off of SK Telecom's rather horrendous decision making.
Pretty much.
And we'll see if SK Telecom tightens it up for this next match, because they really, that was the worst we've seen them play since we got onto the new Summoner's Rift, pretty much.
Yeah, that was a very poor game from SKT. And I mean, very good game from CJ, very poor game from SKT. Where does that leave us for game 2? Let's find out. Oh, that was a sick lead-in right there, wasn't it? All right, well, gee, do you think there's going to be a roster change, Monte Cristo?
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh my gosh, there is. Look, it's Faker. There he is. Ezion out, Faker in. See, this is what happens on SKT now. You play Xerath, and if you play Xerath badly, you get replaced. That's just what it is. Doesn't matter if you're Faker or Ezion.
You blind pick the Xerath.
You have to blind pick it, that's true.
And then you inevitably lose.
Yeah.
And then they decide to actually fix their draft phase.
Yep, then you get replaced. It's true. So, Faker in. They have awakened the sleeping giant of Faker. And I would assume they're not going to first pick Xerath this time. Actually, maybe they will. I can see that.
Well, SKT will be on red side in this match, so they will have the option of waiting to pick for Faker. I do think SK Telecom does get overbold in pick and ban phase, early selecting their mid laners when it's not even necessary. Here we go. Here's Faker absolutely wrecking Najin on LeBlanc, of course, one of his signature champions. He won some sick gear from Corsair for the pentakill that you're probably about to see.
Yeah, he did get the first pentakill of the season. So Faker, one match in, already wins an award.
Actually. Oh, no, we skipped to it.
You're going to see the end of it.
Pays the price for Slash laughing
Yep.
next to his Nexus Faker, ending up chasing him down.
And OQ, in his hubris, gives Faker the pentakill.
It's a perfect way to win a bunch
That's
of
true.
gear, right?
I would say so. He was right on the edge of that time limit, too, I'm sure. It really didn't look like he was going to get it.
He went for it, managed to pick it up with the sick LeBlanc mechanics. And as for Najin, are we going to see any substitutions?
No.
No, we're not.
See, when the whole booth lights up, that tells us that there's
Or
not
not
going to be any
Najin, CJ rather.
substitutions.
But yeah, no. Even though they have 3 subs, they will keep their roster that won the first game in. Makes sense. Coco, outstanding in the mid lane that game.
Yeah, Mad Life had a little bit of a rough early game, but came back strong. Space played safe.
Well, Mad Life, while he wasn't too flashy in those team fights, did actually do a great job of defending wards throughout that game and maintaining vision. So not something that really reflects in his stats, ability to keep wards alive, but he did do a good job.
Shy did a great job of hitting R and standing in the middle of the enemy team. I'm just kidding. That's oversimplifying it. He did a great job of being where he needed to be in the team fight. He was a big part of what split up SKT and all of those skirmishes.
Indeed he was. Very good Mundo play, as we've come to expect from Shy.
Yeah.
Always has been a fantastic
Even
Mundo
Ambition,
player.
making some plays in game number 1.
He did. See if he can hold it together for the rest of this series.
Faker's
Faker.
like, are these the hands that will smite CJ into... that's what he's wondering right now. Yes, it very well might be. And here come the coaches.
Coaches, notebooks, everything coming together for CJ.
Yep. I thought you were just naming things we could find in the booth for a second there. Coaches, notebooks, mice,
I'm not going to play I Spy with my little eye with
headsets.
on a stream here, Doa. And there's Caldwell coming back in, having a little chat, bang.
That's probably the biggest collar I've ever seen on a cardigan.
Oh no, there's some truly
Yeah?
epic colors on knitwear, Doa.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a pretty impressive one right there, I feel.
Coleman's been rocking the sweaters recently.
Yeah, well, it's winter. You know, it's his winter coaching attire. It's when you have to approach things from a cold mentality. Well, here we go, guys. Picks and bans, game number 2. CJ Entus versus SK Telecom T1. And SKT looking to tie things up here in game 2. The ban's coming out. Marin's not going to get to play that Rumble again.
And Cassadin banned out from SKT once again. Corky removed from Space's champion pool, and Lysandra will be banned by CJ this time, or it was banned by CJ last time. Will they have the Janna ban as their third to replicate their bans from the first set? And will SKT leave that Gnar up? Probably not. But that will leave the LeBlanc up. And wow, LeBlanc banned by CJ, of course, now that Faker's in the game, a little bit more priority. And Janna taken out, Gnar is available. Will
Shy
CJ
play
first
Gnar?
pick it?
I don't think Shy, I don't know. Gnar is such a strong priority pick right now, but will Shy pick it? They might, yeah, just grabbing that Jarvan for ambition. All right.
Really surprising to select the Jarvan first.
Well, this gives a couple great choices for SK Telecom right now.
You could take Lulu if they think that that's a good takeaway. They did ban it in the first game. Of course, Faker, very strong Lulu player in the mid lane.
Yeah.
And you could take Lulu Gnar here pretty safely. I do think you take the Gnar immediately. Of course, with the Jarvan on the other team, you have even more options for using the Gnar ult.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, the biggest problem with Gnar's ult is it's also called Gnar, so it makes it extremely difficult to cast. Thanks, Riot.
Gnar, yeah. We've got Mega Gnar, and then Mega Gnar can go into the Gnar. So Gnar, Mega Gnar. That can turn team fights around, let me tell you.
Too much, just ult.
Yep.
We'll have to go with just ult and, wow, early Tristana pickup.
Maybe, probably. What's the other one going to be, though? Lee Sin. Wow, saying, all right. It's a game of pass the Gnar.
I don't know, the last time we saw Gnar fall this far down the draft.
Yeah.
Blind pick Kale possibly coming in for Shy, of course. That is his big-time pocket pickup in the top lane. Has been very successful in terms of split pushing on that champion.
I mean,
in the preseason.
Gnar requires so much coordination from your team that if you don't feel like you've got it that day or whatever, then you're not going to pick it. So Nar's going to be one of those champions that we're going to see banned a lot, but also just not picked sometimes, I think, too.
We'll find out. I think that this is just kind of a game of chicken, so big engage coming in for CJ. They could set up for a Nar very easily right here with the Jarvan and the Sivir. I think that you have to be worried about the Nar pick now if you're SK Telecom and how you're going to deal with it, because that Jarvan works the other way too. Your Nar is going to be able to scoop people into the wall out of Cataclysm if you so choose, and you've got that big setup for the Nar already. I think they have to take it here. You can't let that go over to CJ with the composition that they're building at the moment.
Yeah, very true. Wolf might be grabbing that Annie again, I guess. Let's see. A capable Annie player. He had some pretty good moves early on in the game, and it was really Shy that kept him from getting those good ults later on. So
yeah, it was the zoning, but also the fact that Bang and Wolf never really got with the rest of the team. They separated themselves very heavily, and they're going to go with Maokai instead.
Really? Wow, okay. Well, another big tanky top laner. Either way, you know, maybe the confidence just isn't there for the Nar pick right now.
Yeah, it seemed like Marin was the one who didn't feel comfortable with it. He was talking to his coaches about that one and seemed to be shying away instead towards the Maokai. Will the Mundo make a return? It's not a lot of damage yet here, and they have saved this last pick for Faker. I feel like SK Telecom does this every series. They're like, well, can we get away with a risky blind pick mid? And the answer is no. And then they actually draft in a more sensible manner.
Yeah. SKT definitely likes to mess around a little bit more in game number 1. All right, mid Ezreal, okay. It looks like it'd be a top Lulu then, I would imagine.
Yeah, surprisingly, we haven't seen a top Lulu in quite some time here in Korea.
Well, especially Shy playing top Lulu. This one has really got to throw SKT off a bit.
And mid Ezreal, so they're trying to use SK Telecom's tricks against them right now.
Yeah.
But they do have great engage.
Yo, do you suppose that was maybe a takeaway from Faker, thinking that they were going to grab the mid Ezreal? Well, I mean, taking Ezreal and Lulu away from Faker, that's a couple strong picks denied right there, and it still makes an okay comp for CJ.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by the Lulu when you know Shy is a Kayle expert. They're trying to flesh out their damage and not be totally all attack damage, so that's big reason by the Lulu pick, and they have the good engage too with Wild Growthing the Jarvan, but
no tanks though. This team is going to melt really fast what SK Telecom's bringing.
And Ahri will be the final pick here against this Ezreal. Going to be difficult for Faker to land those charms against a highly mobile Ezreal pick in the mid lane, and they also have the spell shield for Sivir, so I'm not exactly sure about this Ahri pickup though. It will be really up to Faker to hit the necessary skill shots against champions that are well equipped to deal with them.
Yeah, I wonder if something maybe like a Zed would have worked a little bit better. What do you think?
Coco running cleanse as well. Well, it's hard to follow up damage with Zed on Ezreal anyway because he can just slip out of the death mark. So I don't know. I think even something here like an Orianna, so at least you have the Maokai Orianna combo to go in, as well as some extra protection from Bang. Interesting draft from SKT. I'm not convinced.
For a long time too, Faker's winningest champion was Orianna, so we'll see.
It's his most played champion as well.
Yeah, I believe it still is. Interesting pick ban. I'll see if SKT can tie it up. CJ with a very interesting composition themselves, a lot of questions.
Fantastic poke, by the way. If they can group early with this, their siege is going to be pretty insane.
Well, we'll see what happens. Is CJ Entus about to 2-0 SK Telecom, or will SKT come back and tie things up? Let's get in the game and find out. I don't know, that intro Shy just, I think he looks a little bit more guilty than anything. It's kind of like, you know, you caught him stealing like a slice of pizza at the party when like everyone's waiting to get together before you open up the boxes because you don't want to get cold. I think that's what happened right there.
I like how that's your definition of guilt, though. You're so innocent.
Well, I mean, you know, I didn't want to say something really horrible. Like, you know, Shy, like, hit someone with his car and then left the scene of the crime or something. I mean, I feel like the reaction would be, it's not extreme guilt. It's just like a little bit of guilt, you know? Oh, Marin, don't turn around on that, man.
Marin nearly wanting to eat a hook right there. And
Yeah,
they're going to
seriously.
go in
Oh.
on a Coco. Bang
Wow.
with taking the rocket jump first. And
gonna say.
Faker hasn't skilled. Is he going to skill that charm?
Double ward.
Nice. Forces the flash. He will have the charm at level 1, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah. Well, getting that summoner is really important. If you ever want to gank that mid lane, you need Ezreal to have as limited mobility as you can.
Yeah, Coco actually burning his flash, and we can see he hasn't skilled yet either. Just, I guess, wasn't confident in his abilities to hit Control E before he could hit his flash.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting that he decided to flash rather than risk getting charmed and then cleanse out of it, you know? Do
Yeah,
you think
that's a
it just
good.
would've
That's a
been-
really good point. Actually, he could
Yeah.
have just cleansed and then E'd.
It's interesting. Well, aren't those things adorable or hideous? One of the two. Ah, there's 3 of them now.
I love saplings.
Do you?
I do.
Would you want a pet sapling? Ah! Jeez, that was terrifying.
So cute little trick there, just to get an XP advantage,
Yeah.
and we'll see what exactly Marin can do with it. You know, some Maokai, some of these Scions we have seen try and take these camps or die to them early on, and then recall and then teleport in. But he's not committing that much right now, because Maokai can stack saplings there, then fight the camp, get low, recall, buy pots, and then teleport back to lane at level 2. But we're not going to see that this time. A more subtle advantage
Yeah.
for Marin.
More elegant advantage from Maokai.
That is something cute that you can definitely do in your solo queue games. So if you do play Scion or Maokai, either just suicide a Scion into Gromps on red side,
Oh.
or Gromps, I mean Krugs. I always get them mixed up now. Krugs on red side,
Yep.
kill it with your passive, then just teleport back into lane, get that level advantage. Or as Maokai, you can go to Raptors and stack saplings.
Gromps and Krugs. Life ain't nothing but Gromps and Krugs.
That's right. Space with a very impressive KDA on Sivir and a high win rate. Bang. Nearly there with Tristana as well. Bang. Mostly just playing Tristana cleanup, though.
That's what you're going to do.
Well, not like Bang's or OQ, for example, is a little more
Oh
aggressive.
boy, here we go, Mad Life.
Oh.
Ooh, that was about as close as it gets, but Faker just barely out of range of that death sentence.
Crucially landing that charm as well.
Yep. True. And me on the bot lane. Wolf and Bang able to push that up. Now that Mad Life took a bit of a trip.
A little bit of a special mission, a secret mission to kill Faker,
That's
but it
right.
didn't work.
A little bit of a escapade.
A Faker killing escapade. I like that.
That's right. A little bit of a quest, journey.
He failed his quest, though.
Oh, the fellowship has failed.
That's right. Now,
He fell.
Sauron's got to win. What do you do?
You just, I don't know, probably become an Urukai. They seem to be, like, pretty popular. Oh, Bengi. Oh, mid lane. Oh, top lane. Shine, a little bit of trouble here. Will he have to use that summoner? Absolutely. If not, there's the summoner. Slows people to Glitterland. Still in big trouble, though. Can he get to the turret? No, not quite. Bengi flashes for the kill, and he's going to barely make it out.
And Faker surviving in that mid lane as well.
Yeah.
It's like nothing's going to get to him, so Ambition can't quite make it work. Faker does have to blow his flash in all of that.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. They're coming in again. Faker with no summoners, and now he's going to go down. Ambition picks up the kill there.
The camping of Faker is real.
I guess so. welcome to Camp Faker.
Well, kill does go over to Bengi. Unfortunately, Marin can't quite get that one. Marin sticking around without shopping, however.
Yeah, Jungler's picking up both kills there.
Shy actually switching to sweeping lens very early for a top laner. This is a little curious. I wonder what he's going to do with it.
Probably clear wards. That's my guess.
So Coco going back for that. Of course, early tier wants to get the stacks started on that as soon as possible. And Trailblazer again for Ambition here on Jarvan.
Yeah. That's what he bought last game.
Yeah, interesting. He's the pretty much the only Jarvan player we see doing that right now. Everybody else preferring that chilling smite with the Stalker's Blade.
I think it speaks a little bit to Ambition, you know, not being quite as comfortable yet in the playmaking Jarvan role.
Yeah, it does make just your clear a lot easier too if you want to farm
Yeah.
up for tankiness and more items in the late game. Bengi camping Shy one more time. Shy sitting there with Pink Ward, but he's playing cautiously now that Faker can't be seen in that mid lane.
Yep. They had a ward there too, so they saw Faker starting to head up into the top jungle.
Faker now hanging back.
Yeah, down 10 CS to Coco.
Well, not too surprising after he
Died.
ended up giving up the ghost in that mid lane. Mad Life and Ambition are back.
Here we go. Operation Camp Faker. Oh, he doesn't have level 6 yet either. There's the exhaust. Faker in trouble. The charm onto Coco and another easy kill. Ambition claiming that one again. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a sad looking Faker right there.
I think you're just making Faker angry.
Little sniffle.
The thing about Faker that makes him great is you can do this to him, but he will always find a way to be relevant in a game.
Yeah, totally.
So you really hope you get him down pretty darn far, and they're succeeding at that
Yeah.
at this stage of the game, and also Space winning heavily in terms of CS and bottom.
They really need to keep Faker down in this mid lane as well because Coco got that tier start as well, so his damage is going to be lower to begin with. You can't let Faker get any items at this point.
Yeah, Coco also didn't get either of those kills, both of them going over to Ambition, so
Yeah.
that's not going to be terribly helpful. And
oh, Coco, he's got his
still
flash,
trading.
though.
Okay.
There's a stun. There's a flash. Can they finish him off? Gets out with the arcane shift and the flash. A little death sentence onto Bengi as Flay for a little bit more damage.
Wow, just tons of action so far in this game.
Yeah, no kidding. Now a duel down in the bot lane between AD carries. Space getting the edge there. Space out-dueling Bang. You saw it here first, folks.
Well, he is on Tristana versus Sivir. Sivir is going to have that advantage
True.
early on. Wolf actually warding alone a little bit dangerously, has that stun up to deal with Mad
I
Life.
was hoping we'd get to see the support duel.
Checking a little bit on that blue buff, trying to pull it out, but with the Wolf spirit there, it will be detected, so Marin does have to head back into lane without picking up a blue buff. Coco level 6 now, Faker 6 as well, but Faker with really not too many items. That blue buff will be easily handed over to Coco.
Oh, an interesting start to the second game. Question marks, wondering where Faker is. Faker doing a little bit of roaming, just putting a ward down in the river, it looks like.
Yeah, not too exciting so far, so it will be Trinity Force, so not a full blue build for Coco this game.
Yeah, just starting that tier early on. We've seen that plenty of times.
Yeah, especially in the mid lane. That's Faker's preferred build for the mid lane, Ezreal. Ambition has 6 now. They go on the hunt for a little something. They will see him at the red buff, but nobody there to really punish him for it, per se, as Dual Lane is back in the base at the moment. They do get some decent eyes down, though, and Faker grabs that blue buff before heading to the mid lane. He is far away from a core item at this stage, though, so Coco is going to play with the Raptors.
Oh, a little bit of action in the top lane. Shy in trouble. Marin pops that ultimate. There's the knockup. Lulu Wild Growth, and Shy has to back away.
Good arrest there by Marin. I'm really unsure about this top lane Lulu at the moment. I really think that perhaps the KO was the better pickup.
It's so outside of what Shy would normally play. And here we go, SKT going for this first dragon. Two-shot barrage comes through, takes a big chunk out of Wolf. Bang, meanwhile, doing some damage.
Risky to do that when you don't have any control over mid or bottom. This is not a great play by SK Telecom.
They're going to have to back off. They needed Bang there if they were going to try something
Well,
like that.
Bang was just pushed up. He had no way to respond to that whatsoever.
Yeah.
SK Telecom seems like they're getting a little bit desperate. They don't have to get that desperate this game. They will be able to hang in there in the late game, especially with this mostly attack damage lineup played by CJ Entis. Maokai is going to become very difficult to kill late game with a bunch of armor.
Well, and with Tristana and Ahri as well, you can just kind of wait it out.
Yeah, you stack armor and Thornmails.
Going to be doing a lot of damage. Oh, Wolf. Yikes, the dangers of warding.
And now Faker going to help out. Nope, Wolf's not going to put another ward there apparently. And Bang, he's having a really rough time. He's falling well behind in terms of CS, and it's a lot of because of Wolf's
Whoa,
roaming.
Wolf! The knockup Ambition managed to get him. There's a Cataclysm. There's the flash. Faker coming down. Wolf Where's the stun? There's a flash, true shot barrage, and Coco picks it up.
Great synergy between Ambition and Coco right there. Mad Life flashes the charm.
Very nice, and the exhaust goes down onto Faker. They're going to turn around. Coco doing damage. Marin coming in with the teleport. Everyone on CJ is there, though, and they have to back away. That teleport possibly ill-advised, although Shy did use his as well.
Wow, Mad Life, if he had landed that hook afterwards, close to getting that hook, but not quite there, but still an impressive flash play onto Faker's charm. Faker doesn't end up dying, but they do blow the TB. SK Telecom going for this Dragon again. Now they have pressure, however.
Yep, that's right. They've got a little bit of positional edge. Oh, Bang knocks Mad Life back behind the wall. Mad Life with the Death Sentence locks up Bengi for a moment. It looks like they're going to get him eventually, but they've delayed this long enough. Wolf going in for the bloodthirsty kill. Gets flayed away.
Mad Life trying to sacrifice himself to the tower right now.
Yeah.
At least he's going to give Annie the kill, if nothing else, and delay some time. So, yeah, Annie's going to pick up that kill.
Not bad.
No big deal, and they do stop the Dragon from being taken. Cute move there, though, by Bang to blast him up onto the high ground.
Yeah. I would say CJ definitely got what they wanted out of that, though. They prevented the Dragon being taken for SK Telecom, and even though they lost Mad Life to do it, that's really the most important thing.
Yeah, and they've done a great job of controlling Faker early. That's going to make him a lot less relevant in this game.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a while before he can actually blow somebody up with the DFG on Ahri. He's going to get it, but it's going to be pretty late. You can see he's 900 gold down now compared to Coco. Coco, in the meantime, has had all the time in the world to farm up this tier, so he's going to be in a very good position in terms of power spikes pretty soon.
Faker barely there in time to get that cannon minion.
Yeah, Marin's really going to have to hold this one together for a while, and didn't have the greatest teleport into that mid lane. Wasn't really needed.
At least Shy used his as well, so there's no big TP advantage for CJ, so silver lining there anyway.
And Bang also has crucially caught up
Yeah.
in terms of CS in the bottom lane. And he's working on the Infinity Edge at the moment.
Oh, Faker lurking in the river. And just going to get a little bit more farm. He's more or less caught up to Coco, not too far behind now.
Yeah, really, Bengi hasn't had too much of an effect since the very early game right now.
Nope. Bang escaping there. Mad Life throws up the death sentence. He does grab him. He gets close enough for the flay as well, and Bang getting really poked heavily. Oh, Tibbers used, though, on Ambition. That was a bit odd. I mean...
really no follow-up right there.
Yeah.
I think that may have been a miscommunication. They were making sure that Bang would be able to get out free and clear, but that's a big cooldown used.
Yeah.
And that may prompt an attempt at this Dragon from CJ Entus if they could put enough pressure on, just because without that ult from Annie, there's really not going to be a lot of use for her, especially with her flash down as well.
I think Wolf was a little bit worried that Ambition was going to try to flag combo into him again and decided to just prevent the engage altogether. But
I don't know. Bengi was right there.
Yeah, not worth it.
Very questionable decision. And
yep.
they're going to retreat back to their blue buff and hand that one over one more time, and Coco will do the same on his side of the map. So just more farming, at least for the moment, after a pretty action-packed early game right here.
Yep.
But all things a bit evening out a little bit in terms of CS. Shy has picked it up as well.
Now SKT, they see CJ taking that blue buff. Is this maybe a Dragon opportunity here?
It's definitely a vision clearing opportunity, but still wards.
They're not going to get too many of the
CJ
wards
in the river, and yeah, those lenses didn't pick up any of the vision that CJ Entus had around that objective. So yeah, they're not going to be able to go for that.
Now recalls from SK Telecom now. Pretty close game though.
Very close game.
It's been an interesting series.
Yeah, I just don't know what Faker's going to do with this Ahri in the late game. And Mad Life's going to end up getting pretty tanky. So will Ambition.
Oh, Bengi. Look out. That Krug is out for blood. Don't die to the Krug, Bengi.
New jungle is pretty fierce sometimes.
It is. It's scary. We thought the Samsung White was terrifying back in the day.
how foolish we were. They've all been replaced by even more powerful camps.
We had no idea the Gromp was coming. Actually, we did, but we didn't know he'd be so
Bang
strong.
just missed a cannon right there.
Yeah. Should have been a fairly easy one to take, too.
Yeah, he was worried about space, but probably should have just taken the hit for the cannon. But
Yep.
in any case, back to some more. Oh, that ward is so good. They've missed it every single time so far. Faker going to get a ward over the back.
That's a really interesting ward,
yeah,
actually.
it's a very annoying one because you won't ever scan there.
Yeah, that's not a place you sweep very often. It's a good one to remember, actually. And Marin up in this top lane just trying to defend that turret against Shy, who has done pretty decently as Lulu. He's got one death, but he's managed to stay up on CS and get some damage onto that turret.
Yeah, and Coco still just doing a great job in the mid lane. He's been so stable tonight. Great Jace play, helping out with a lot of kills onto Faker early.
Coming in. No, well, they get a Tibbers down on Ambition, but he wanted more. They needed more. The Lantern just delivering Ambition to safety right away.
Yeah, Mad Life definitely in the right place at the right time there. Another ult from Wolf that doesn't really result in much of anything. He's had trouble making plays, and that time is just due to good map sense from CJ and being in the proper location to prevent that all in. Can't quite make it work, and now what are they going to do? Coco is here clearing out some pink wards alongside Mad Life. They're trying to get Tibbers. Tibbers will go back to Annie before he gives them some unnecessary gold, and CJ's all over this dragon.
Oh boy. Yeah, they should be able to get it fairly easily. Nobody really from SKT around, and that's a dragon for CJ.
And Bengi still looking for an angle right here, but Shy retreating at the appropriate time. This is an interesting game. Certainly SK Telecom does have the ability to outlast it a little bit, and they will scale very nicely. So CJ's going to need a little bit bigger of a lead, I think, to abuse this double AD carry. But if they start grouping now, especially now that the bottom tower's down, I mean, we can see Space just walk into the middle lane and help take down that turret alongside Coco.
Yeah.
They have really fantastic poke. Looks like Space going to make a transition up to the top side. Bengi looking to do something to Shy right here. Not sure they actually have the damage to pull this one off.
Yeah, not with Shy Summoners and his ult up like that. Lulu is definitely capable of escaping if need be.
Very resilient champion.
Oh, yeah. Definitely fun. Well, Faker pushes up that mid lane a little bit. But right now, it's just kind of along the action while everyone regroups. And that's some decent damage onto the mid lane turret.
Yeah, but, I mean, this is going to probably start turning around right here. Ambition just...
Well, I mean...
Oh, here we go. They're going to try and get top tower as well. So they're confident that Coco can put the last little bit of damage down onto the mid tower. And CJ starting to snowball pretty heavily, but they can't hold on to bottom at the very least. However, Shy and Space still pushing forward. Mad Life is there.
Nice grab from Mad Life. He gets the flay as well. There's the ult pop by Marin. Wild Growth is going to knock him up, though. Marin's still just too tanky. And they save that tier 2. Meanwhile, Bang does take the bottom turret.
Trading tier 1 for tier 1. And Coco, now that he has this Sheen, just a couple more hits onto that mid lane, he'll be able to clear it out. Faker.
Oh, Faker goes in with the ult. Are they going to keep doing it? Faker actually popping that Ignite onto Ambition as well. There's the teleport. Faker manages to get out of the Cataclysm. There's a kill onto Ambition. Oh, but Faker goes down. Bengi has to flash away, and Wolf, not any opportunities to drop that Tibbers. He's thinking about it now, but yeah, you can't save that turret.
Looks like Marin actually canceled his TP there as well, so they do trade
so.
it, but a tower goes down in favor of CJ as they make a rotation into the mid lane to finish off that outer circle, and now CJ very comfortably in command.
Yeah.
The question is, how are they going to be able to siege these tier 2 turrets right now? They do have good wards to track Marin's movements, but they have to be very careful of a flank from this Maokai that's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Although Maokai, he is itemized for MR at the moment. No armor to really help him against this Ezreal, who already, wow, that is a very early Muramana.
Yeah, it is.
Very early. That's 2 or 3 minutes early.
And the T-Force is not going to be too much later.
Yeah, he's had such a good time in the mid lane, just getting all those blue buffs, farming it up. You can see he continues to pull further and further ahead in terms of gold. And this is a crucial timing. With that blue buff, he's going to be able to keep his Muramana topped up as well, his mana pool. So he really can hit like a truck with his Mystic shots
Yeah, you
at the
combine that.
moment. And they need to siege. They need to do something with this.
SKT just needs to survive. And they've got some damage on the tier 1 turrets. You know, if they get an opportunity, they can equalize the turret count pretty quickly. But right now, they just have to kind of play safe, it seems like. Just kind of have to survive. Oh, attempt to steal the blue buff from Coco, but it will end up going to Faker after all.
And they maintain that Dragon Vision as well, SK Telecom. So they're trying to just hold on to that and hold on to the mid lane pressure. So they've got 3 pink wards in the river, and as long as nobody can safely walk in there from CJ, they can maintain control over the mid lane, and therefore, eventually this dragon, when it spawns, and it's like they're going to be able to get that mid turret as well. So SK Telecom doing a good job of sitting there and putting that pressure on Shy and Marin, ulting each other.
It's a classic top lane duel. Faker, though, starting to turn around. Can't quite make it in time. He's got to worry about that mid lane anyway. Faker not getting to do really any roaming at all on this Ahri this game.
No, he really hasn't had much of an opportunity. He's just been playing catch up to Coco this entire time.
Yeah.
Trinity Force now done for Coco. We got a minute left, and there is an opening here for CJ to clear out these pinks. SK Telecom can't let them have this. Marin has no teleport to get there.
He's going to have it sooner than Shy, though, which is nice. But Shy looks like he's going to head right over to Dragon anyway. Marin needs to start making his way down.
Xayah Wolf just sitting there in the river, but with the minion wave being pushed back forward, he's going to have to abandon them. Man, they're going to lose a lot of pinks because of this.
Yep, pretty much all of them.
Ooh, really not good. Bengi chose an awkward time to recall when Faker couldn't push out that mid lane fast enough. They just lost 3. Oh, man, that's not good.
Marin going for that tier 1 turret, so they might be able to get an objective at least. But look at CJ pushing so far up the mid lane right now. All the vision control around Baron, or Dragon rather. And SKT needs to defend here. Teleport up again for Marin.
Yeah, Marin should be able to get the top tower on this wave as well.
Yep. There we go. And SKT pushing back down the mid lane. If they can force CJ away from this Dragon, they might still be able to take it.
So many wards for CJ, though. They just gave them a huge opening.
Yep.
I don't really know what they're going to be able to do. Coco with the zone on the outside, just poking them in the choke. There's nothing they can do.
Dragon's dying way too fast. There's a teleport. Can SKT win a team fight? Oh, Wolf immediately gets blown up, and Faker getting blown up as well. Great engage from CJ after that Dragon. Bang in big trouble. Engi has to back away, and Marin just trying to 1v5 gets Whimsy, but again, you know, not a lot of armor really at all. And he's going to go down without any kills at all. Look at that. CJ, the Dragon, and 3 kills onto SK Telecom.
Yeah, CJ
what in the world
really
is going on?
Running away with this game right now. Bang. Couldn't do much, and Marin was so far away with that teleport.
I can't believe we're seeing
CJ
this.
just cleared out all the wards around that Dragon, and they're just not, SKT is just not doing a good job of defending their vision, and it's creating these massive opportunities for CJ. CJ going in and warding at the correct times. I mean, look at that coverage that they got down. Certainly a good job, but look at this. So they try and pull off something right here. There's the Sivir ult. Wolf drops Timbers very ineffectually, and now we see Marin. He's just running this entire time. Bang, very afraid of what's coming his way, and
He should be.
after Marin goes in, there's no follow-up. Bang just isn't there. Nobody's there. Just Marin dying.
Man. I feel like CJ was like trolling us in the preseason or something now, because they are playing so much better today. And I mean, it is a lot of mistakes by SKT, but you know, it's equal amounts, if not more. CJ just really making better decisions than we've seen.
Yeah, I don't know what's SK Telecom just not looking like the team we saw earlier this week.
Yeah, it's very strange. This kind of inconsistency is just not something we're used to seeing from SKT as well.
Well, it's also extra disastrous because SKT, Bengi has 2 out of their 3 kills, so the goal just concentrated onto a position that really isn't going to be able to make maximum effective use out of it.
Yeah.
And what do you do right now? SK Telecom just has to set up picks and try and get some damage, try and just drag out the game so that this Tristan and this Maokai can really come online in a big way. Marin actually completing his Spirit Visage. I really disagree with that. I think he should have stopped with that Spectral Cowl and started building armor.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, we just saw what happened in the last fight. He needed that armor. He died pretty quick for a Maokai.
Yeah, he does have that ultimate on Maokai, though, to make him tankier, but...
Oh, that was so close. Oh, Wolf decides he wants to take some damage.
Wolf knew
Shy finds Marin.
Wolf knew they were there.
I know, yeah. This is weird. It's like some strange Twilight Zone we've entered into, where teams have reversed. Well, Wolf isn't there, so no Tibbers. Can they save this turret? Marin gets brought in, and again, look at how fast he dies. Look at how fast that life total just gets burnt out. That MR is doing nothing.
Wow. You have to hand it to CJ. They are playing this very methodically. They've done a great job tonight, no doubt. But at the same time, this is a pretty big implosion by SK Telecom.
Yeah.
Not looking like the quality of the team that we've been seeing for the past couple of months. I mean, they're probably just having an off day. I wouldn't actually read too much into this.
Well, it's a really long season, and one loss, even if it is a 2-0 to CJ, is not going to really change much if SKT goes back to how they were playing. Oh, the dangers of warding. Run! Nice dodge. Run! All right, there we go.
Risky for Wolf to walk in there on his own.
You got to take some risks, though.
They have to get this vision.
Yeah. Well, they are. For now.
But CJ just bought so many wards so far in the series. They've been peppering every objective with wards, and that's been a lot of the difference that we've seen so far. Shy getting kind of scary. He has a death cap now.
Yep. Okay.
He actually has more money than Faker.
Marin's finally like, see, MR, useful. It is going to help him take less damage against that Lulu, at least.
Well, he has a cloth armor now, so I guess that's something.
Hey, all right.
I'd be very worried about this Sivir Ezreal combo coming in, and yeah, we'll cap out, but SK Telecom has to find a way to survive for another 15 minutes.
Charm onto Coco. Coco manages to get out of it with the Cleanso. Faker takes a lot of damage. Wolf gets the stun, and now the flag and drag. Bengi not quite getting caught by it, manages to safeguard over. There's a Cataclysm onto Marin, though. The knockup. Coco actually takes on Bengi with the True Shot Barrage. Ambition taking a lot of damage from the turret, but that is definitely going to be an inhibitor for CJ. Wow, I can't believe it.
CJ Entus doing a fantastic job of abusing this power spike, by the way.
They are.
They know the position that SK Telecom is in, and they're not afraid to just go forward. Coco, I mean, he knew he had his cleanse up, so by kind of baiting Faker into that, he was able to deal a ton of damage and force SK Telecom on the retreat by actually eating that charm.
Can they get this Baron? This is going to be close. I think they'll get it, but they might have to fight on their way out. Not even needing to worry about that. CJ.
Very clean game by CJ Entus this time around. This is worlds different than the team that was performing quite poorly during the preseason, showing that some of these veterans still have a lot left in them.
I guess so. Madlife coming in, gets hit with that Tibbers, forces it out of Wolf, and that's going to push SK Telecom back down the mid lane. Trying to return that downed inhibitor with a couple of objectives in that same lane.
Man, Coco has been so great this series.
Yeah. Yeah, he really has. Oh.
Well, I think that's about it for SK Telecom. They are on the verge of unexpectedly getting 2-0'd by CJ Entus.
You know,
something that I don't care who you are, nobody could have reasonably predicted that coming into this match.
Nobody could logically say that CJ is going to 2-0 SK Telecom. That is an illogical thing to say. So don't pretend like you were smart and you knew this was going to happen.
That's right. There's a difference between just saying CJ's going to do it and actually providing a reasonable response for the fact that they would.
You can say I believed in my heart that CJ could 2-0 SK Telecom. That's okay, but there's nothing on paper. There's no evidence on Earth that would have told you that CJ was going to 2-0 SK Telecom today.
Yeah, very big upset. But they had a great game plan, and they really did a good job of camping Faker early. Ambition and Madlife just helping Coco out immensely.
Yeah.
And Coco taking that edge and just running with it.
Wow. And here we go. The siege continues now with Baron. CJ coming in. Faker trying to land a charm. Can't quite do it. Ambition disowning. There's a flash play from Madlife. They're going to push through. That's the inhibitor turret. Going for the inhibitor now. Mara in Twisted Advance comes in, tries to get in the back line, but just no tankiness at all. Gets destroyed. Another kill for Space. Bengi gets chased out, and he's going to go down. There's a double kill. This could be something here. CJ turning around now onto Wolf. Ambition picks one up, and I think that's going to be about it. Yeah, there they go. Just going for the Nexus turrets, and against all odds, do you believe in miracles? Because apparently CJ Entus is going to 2-0 SK Telecom T1. GG.
Well, fantastic display from them over these past 2 games. Very unexpected. Mad Life and Space giving each other a high five.
Wow, you don't see that very often.
Look how happy Coco is. And Coach Sun, their coach in the booth, so ecstatic after a big win. Coco.
You know, and I got to hand it to him. That composition, that plan in Game 2, I'm pretty sure was not something SKT was expecting. The double AD, top Lulu, these are not things that CJ does. So good planning, good execution, and
and Ambition ending that game with 100% kill contribution after a rough change in the preseason.
Yeah.
He set up nearly everything in that game, and wow, SK Telecom didn't show up today.
They certainly did not, but CJ did, and that's kind of nice. It's nice to see things go well for CJ after that awful preseason.
God is not amused, though.
No, he's like, I could have done better. Mad Life won't be happy until he wins champions again, and I respect that. That's great. He's still feeling salty about that Season 2 World second place. Pretty sure. Oh, man, though. SK Telecom, what happened? Not a good day for them, but...
Well, they played very poorly around their ults as well. They really never got an opportunity to use Annie in the way that had been intended. And I have a feeling that they kind of saw Najin use that very effectively, and they over-prioritized it. After their last match, they saw fit to ban it out, and I think they tunneled on that pick a little bit, and Wolf just really wasn't particularly on point, and Faker gets camped, and nobody else can produce the results, but Space had a great series.
He did.
I think all of CJ played quite well.
Yeah. Space was like a stone cold killer in that series, man. That was something else. Wow.
Yeah, and also just strange draft. I think the early Tristana pickup, I don't really see the value in that. I don't see Bang as a powerhouse Tristana player. And also, in their first game, the blind pick Xerath, I think that SK Telecom getting a bit cocky in their pick and ban phase, and it's resulting in some tough losses. And there you go.
Wow.
Ambition.
100% contribution for a kill. Ambition 3-1-10 on Jungle Jarvan. Maybe this Jungle Ambition thing, maybe it's going to work out. I don't know. It's only one match. It's only one match.
It's only one match. We'll see. We'll evaluate at the end of the season.
Yeah, it's only one match, but hey, it's hope, right? The CJ players have hope.
Well,
CJ fans have hope as well.
Yeah, after coming into today and thinking this would be just a walk in the park for CJ Entus, or for SK Telecom rather, CJ Entus really turning it around, and surprisingly, the big losers today are KT Rolster, who really couldn't find their pacing.
Yeah, you could call today's matches the Telecom Bore.
Ooh.
I think that's what I'll call it, yep. Normally we have the Telecom War, but nope, today, something completely different. Wow, nice plays in the end on Bang as well. Poor Wolf.
Perfect ace to close that one out. And
yep.
now you can understand why CJ was so heavily prioritizing that Jarvan, first picking it on blue side in that last game, and it certainly Ambition turning in a big-time performance.
Worked really well. Well, we're about to see something we haven't seen in a while, an MVP interview with two players from CJ Entus, with Shy and Ambition. I can't remember the last time.
What year are we in?
I know, right? I feel like we went back in time. It's Season 3 all over again, guys.
Is it 2013 right now?
It might be. It might be. Watch out for those twisted fates, man. There we go. Shy and Ambition. We're going to hand it over to Barry for our interview.
Hello, and we're going to move on to right away onto our MVP interviews for our second match. And our MVPs were Shy on Mundo in Game 1, and then Ambition in Game 2. And now let's talk with Shy first. Shai introduces himself. I'm CJ and this is Shai. How do you feel about today? I don't really feel anything. Well, we had a hard time, so a long time. We practiced a lot, and I'm satisfied that the effort that we put into our practice finally came to fruit. And your opponent today was the OP champion Gnar. And were you worried at all today? I think Gnar is not that great of a character. And during practices, we always gave our opponents Gnar, and I had plenty of practice against it, so I think we had good results due to all of our practice. Now let's talk about the Mundo and the triple kill you had in game 1. It wasn't that I really went for the triple kill, it's more that like I just happened to be there. And when I got all 3 of them, I just thought, man, this is great, the game's gonna go well from here on out. Did you think that you guys would maybe were on the back foot when Jace got caught twice when you weren't around? And yeah, Jace did die in the mid game when Gnar teleported in, and I wasn't too worried because even though they got Jace, they couldn't get any objectives on top of it. So we weren't that that worried about it. A lot of fans have been waiting for CJ's resurrection. And do you have some word to say to your fans? Thank you. I feel great that we're able to give our fans good news right off the bat. And we may not have the greatest results before, but now we can hold our the fact that we can hold our heads high and move on through the season is a great thing. And I'd like to thank our fans. Thank you very much for supporting us. And now let's move on to our second MVP, Ambition. Hi, I'm Ambition. And you guys upset SKT today. How do you feel about that? I talked with Shai a lot yesterday, and we felt good about going into today's matches. And I always felt great about matches, and the results kind of speak for themselves. But we go into the game, we felt great. Shai carried in game 1, and I think we did very well. We always hear that you guys have really great scrim results. How did you guys prepare for today's matches? We prepared the same as usual, and yeah, we had good results in scrims, but we never had real good land results, and so we wondered and thought a lot about what the cause of that might be. And then the game 1 was a little bit shaky, but in game 2, we really our plan worked out perfectly, and it went well.
Operation Camp Faker successful.
And when we almost threw at one point, but I kind of pulled it together, and I told myself we could win. Kept telling my teammates we could win, and we just kept going. Now you switch from the mid lane to the jungle. Now I played mid a little bit now, and it's always like a position that has a lot of pressure. Now, how do you feel about switching to jungle? And I think that junglers have a lot less pressure than mid laners, and I'm not really shaky during matches or anything. So I think that allows me to bring out more of my skill. Now you've beaten SKT. You can only go up from here. What do you have to say about what do you have to say going forward?
I think technically they can only go down from here.
It's true. It's true. It's pretty much the high
I
point.
want to show a CJ Entus that'll just take over the league and just keep going forward. Do you have something to say to your coach, who was very enthusiastic when you guys won? And yeah, our coach had hurt his back earlier, and you know we can't really do much about that physically, but we were able to give him this win. So I'd like to thank him for all of our help, and yeah, that's it.
Well, there you go. So step 1, get 2-0'd by Jinair, and the very next match, 2-0 SK Telecom. That's pretty much what you do, I
Just
guess. if you're
CJ things.
Just CJ things, yeah. Wow. What a good series, though, to end the week with, though. I mean, this first week has been pretty crazy for Champion Spring. And again, you know, the mysteries abound. You know, what is going to happen in the rest of the season? We've got a double round robin. We've got so many more matches to see. And so to have CJ come in 2-0 SK Telecom, I like that it kind of shakes things up. That's kind of cool. I feel weirded out by how SKT played, but it starts a nice story.
It does.
I'm happy with it.
It does indeed, and we'll
Yeah.
look forward to the next match between those two teams. Here are our results for tonight.
Yeah, a couple 2-0s tonight. Najin able to 2-0 KT Rolster, and then our second match, SK Telecom being 2-0'd by CJ Entus, the great telecom boar. There you go.
Big
Wow.
games for CJ and Najin, and KT. Not sure what happened there. They looked very off their game tonight, as did SK Telecom. Rather unusual performances based on what we saw in the preseason, but
I think for
they've
both,
got a lot of times to bounce back. We do have only 45 more best of threes.
only 45, that's right. Well, you can see all the teams that have won so far. That's basically it. And you do have a 1-1 for Najin and SK Telecom. So the two teams coming in on top of this league go 1-1 in their first week. How about that?
Yeah, impressive stuff for sure. And suddenly SK Telecom with that lost middle of the pack. So
Yeah.
we'll look forward to next week. What do we got, Noah?
That's right. Well, on Wednesday, our single best of 3 day, we have the GE Tigers versus Samsung. That's going to be a really fun match. We've got GE Tigers, who seem to be kind of growing in strength over time, versus this absolutely insanely entertaining Samsung squad. And they're starting to look better, too, piece by piece.
Yeah, mechanically they are pretty astounding.
Indeed. And on Friday, we have KT Rolster versus SKT T1. There we go. There's the telecom war next week Friday. And then CJ Entus versus Najin.
Which suddenly became a lot more interesting based on tonight's results.
Yeah, imagine if CJ can take down Najin too and be on top of the league.
That would be nuts.
Whoa, my head almost exploded just talking about that. I better stop. It's too intense, man. Too intense. And so, then, on Saturday, well, okay, there we go. Saturday, Samsung versus Incredible Miracle and GE Tigers again, playing against the Jinair Green Wings. Again, a good set of matches. Samsung, you know, they can prove a lot too by taking out Incredible Miracle. Incredible Miracle kind of, unfortunately, the punching bag for this league this season yet again. But
Well, based on
we'll
those,
see what they can do.
Yeah, based on those early results, you have to be pretty depressed about Incredible Miracle right now.
Yeah.
It seems like if we take what we've seen in this first week, Incredible Miracle, Samsung, and KT kind of looking like the bottom three teams at the moment.
Yeah.
And a lot of competition for those top kind of three positions, though. It's unclear as to who's really going to make it out there. CJ with a statement performance tonight. Jinair looking a lot better.
Don't forget about the Azubu Superplay stuff on your screen right now. Go to ogn.azubu.tv and vote for Space as your favorite player of the week, because apparently he can beat SK Telecom now. So there you go.
Or
Lots of fun
Ambition
stuff
on
for
his
that.
successful change to the jungle. Who
Yeah,
knows what
Ambition.
you want?
His stellar jungle where he ganked Faker multiple times.
And at 100% kill contribution.
Happened. Or Shy on his great Lulu game. I feel like I'm just making all this stuff up, but it actually happened. It actually happened. Wow. Well, guys, what an awesome first week of Champion Spring. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back on Wednesday with another Best of 3 and much more League of Legends action from Seoul, South Korea. I'm Doa, that's Monte Cristo. Thanks for watching, guys. Have a great couple days off, and yeah, we'll see you next week for more great matches.
Yeah, this league is very surprising. Big difference from the preseason already. So
It is, yeah.
very difficult to predict, I think, at this point.
That's good, though.
Yeah, yeah, makes it much better.
That's right. I think I know the results going into things, and then I seem to be wrong a lot. We both
And
do
then
lately.
there's
I don't know.
support Syndra, you know.
And then there's support Syndra, yes. This stuff does happen. See you next time.